It's not impossible. Sima Yulin said, but we can't do much about this. The desert is so big that it'd be too difficult for us to look for the reason why. Unless our personalities are too bad, the probability that we will encounter it isn't high. Yeah, I feel like it wouldn't be that possible too. Mo Bin said, it would be better for us to report it once we're back at the sect, so they can send someone to figure it out. What do we do about those students, then? It will be based on their skill. The potency of the golden scorpion's venom has risen quite a bit, but their battle ability has remained the same. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary during the earlier fight. As long as the students don't get stung, it wouldn't be too dangerous. Mo Bin said, if we bump into anyone later on, we can just let them know. This is all we can do for now. I wonder whether you and the others will be able to figure out an antidote. He Feng said as he turned back to the tent. No problem. You will be able to cure Sima Yulu. Finding out the cure is only a matter of time. Fatty Chu said confidently. I heard long ago that he was a good doctor. It seems like that really is the case. Tang Yen said with a smile. Yu's is a lot more powerful than what you have heard about. Fatty Chu saw that the three of them had turned to look at him, so he smiled, saying, but I won't tell you. Do you feel good being so anticlimactic? I do, it feels pretty good. Fatty Chu even nodded his head seriously after speaking, emphasizing that he truly felt this way. Let's go nearby and take a look. Sima Yulin said to Fatty Chu. Alright. Fatty Chu replied. Following him had caused him to lag far behind Sima Yuming and the others. Sigh, this brat. He's whet our appetite but doesn't want to continue speaking. He Feng spat a curse as Fatty Chu left. This guy did it on purpose. Tang Yen said, but even if he doesn't tell us, we will find out in time. That's true. Mo Bin agreed. Fatty Chu and the others came back after scouting around. Apart from the boundless desert, there was nothing else around. When night came, Wei Ziqi came out with some medicine powder, scattering it around them. By scattering the powder around, the average worm will not come close. Fatty Chu explained, however, we're not sure whether or not the medicine powder will be useful against the golden scorpions. If it's useless, it will be troublesome if the scorpions come at night time. That's bad luck, stop talking. Wei Ziqi glared at him. This guy was always so pessimistic. Right now, his way of speaking was telling him directly that his curses might actually come to pass. When it was very late at night, Sima Yu, Bei Gong Tang and the others had finally discovered a cure. They had to depend on acupuncture to deliver the antidote to Sima Yulu, but this antidote couldn't be done like that, making it exponentially more difficult. Fatty Chu and the others were currently sitting outside chatting when they saw them come out. Are you guys done? Sima Yu and the others sat down, saying, we've already discovered the cure, and just need to refine a few more tomorrow. Is your antidote really useful? He Feng asked. Of course. Sima Yu said, not only so, but we've discovered two different types. One is to guard against it, while the other is to cure you once you've been poisoned. How about it, do you want to give it a try? You can even guard against it? Of course. Sima Yu said. She had based this off the vaccination concepts that she knew about during her time on Earth. She didn't think that it would really be possible. You guys only had a day's worth of time, and without needing to mention discovering the cure, you even managed to find a way to protect yourself against it? He Feng said with incredulity. That's right. Do you guys want one? My pills are rather useful. You only have to eat it, and you won't have to be afraid of being stung by the golden scorpions. You just have to eat the antidote within 3 hours. Sima Yu said while beaming at the three of them. What's the use of those 3 hours? Of course it's useful. Sima Yu fluttered earnestly, these 3 hours would mean nothing to a person who doesn't have the antidote, but for those without the cure, yet simply refuse to buy it, it would be useful. At the very least, it would let them hold on for 3 hours. Everyone was speechless. Did she actually just say that? Don't think that this is rare, there are many who will be like that. Sima Yu said, they might treat it casually in the beginning, but once they're really on death's door, they will regret making the wrong choice. I'm giving them a chance to regret. It will be useful in helping them to regret later on. What you say does make a bit of sense. Tang Yen said. What do you mean it makes a bit of sense? This makes sense from the start. Sima Yu said, after speaking so much, are you going to buy it or not? Buy? Of course you have to buy it. Do you expect me to give it to you for free? Sima Yu rolled her eyes at He Feng, I didn't just pick this medicine up from the ground, and it didn't fall from the sky. Of course it costs money. That's right, we're not running a charity. Little Seven agreed, based on the fact that we are acquaintances, we'll give you a discount. 1 guard pill for 100 middle-ranked crystals. The antidote for 1,000 middle-ranked crystals. 1,000 middle-ranked crystals? So expensive. Why don't you just rob me? Tang Yen cried out. How is that expensive? Sima Yu said, without needing to mention how rare and precious this antidote is, which is already worth that price, we have to talk about how it's a secret. This pill can save your life. You can buy a second chance at life with just 1,000 middle-ranked crystals. How valuable is that? Or do you feel like your lives aren't even worth those few crystals? It seemed like she did make sense. Sima Yu saw that they were at a loss as she continued to explain, that's why my price, for your guys, isn't high at all. How about it? Are you going to buy it or not? Her earnest appearance really looked like her eyes had turned into dollar signs. Then if I only want to buy the guard pill, do I only need to spend 100 middle-ranked crystals? He Feng asked. Yes, you only need 100 of them. However, if you buy it only when you've been stung by the golden scorpion, then the price would be double. One pill would go for 2,000 crystals. Dash. He Feng and Tang Yen almost spat the tea out of their mouths. As the tea landed in the fire released sputtering sounds. This is really a rip-off. No, you're wrong. Sima Yu said, this is merely demand and supply. The prices rises along with the need. Initially, you didn't want to buy it when I advised you to buy it early on. That's the price when the item hasn't met a felt need. However, once you've been stung, your need for the medicine immediately rises exponentially. That's why the price is naturally different. Preposterous. Tang Yen felt like he was usually good with his words, but he just couldn't hold up against her every argument. Previous chapter. It was a fallacious and preposterous argument, but they still had to spend their crystals to buy a few pills from her. Although they watched as they lost a few thousand crystals, Mo Bin and He Feng didn't feel much about it. One of them was loaded, while the other didn't care much about money. Tan Yen was the only one who was reluctant to part with it. When he saw that Sima Yu was just giving out the pills to the others, he asked, why don't they have to pay? We're a group. Of course they don't have to. We're in the group with you as well. Tang Yen argued. Not close to you. Sima Yu didn't feel like replying to him. Our first meeting was as acquaintances, but our second was as friends. We've seen each other so many times, so we've been close long ago. Tang Yen refuted. They're my brothers, and Fatty and the others are my companions who have grown up with me. We've been living together for 10 to 20 years. Sima Yu said, if we were the same, I would not take your money either. Tang Yen wanted to tell her that 10 years was not a long time, but thinking about how young she was, 10 years was really a relatively long time for her. Sima Yu did not wait for him to finish speaking as she turned around to pat the golden sand off her. Alright, I'm going to refine more pills. Bei Gong, Ouyang, you guys can rest for a moment before coming. Alright, you can go ahead. Bei Gong Tang nodded. Because there were outsiders present, they did not go to the spirit pagoda to cultivate, but refined a few more furnaces full of pills. Each batch produced 10 pills, and the 3 of them refined over 100 pills that night. As they were refining, 2 waves of golden scorpions came on the oasis. They were cleared away by everyone without bothering the 3 who were refining. More than 100 golden scorpions came within a single night. The frequency is rather large. Mo Bin said, there were times back then that we could go an entire day without encountering one, and less than 20 or 30 at a time. It's no wonder that they said the golden scorpions had exploded in number. Tang Yen said, they aren't that strong, but there are so many of them. If a huge bunch appear, it will be hard to battle them. We don't know how this ended up happening either. Sima Yulin said. We encountered so many in a single night, so I bet that the other students won't encounter any less. I wonder how things are on their end. Mo Bin was a little worried. If you're worried about them, you can go and look for them. Fatty Chu said. Go, if he goes, he will no longer stick to them. We're sticking with you. He Feng was resolute. He didn't care how others were doing. If he were to care, he would only care about it after his battle with Sima Yu. Once fourth brother wakes up, we can look for other people. Sima Yu pulled the tent and came out. Yu, are we really going to go? Little Seven said. We should. Principal Yuan and Teacher Go are people who care a lot for the students. If they found out that something had happened to the students, they would definitely be anxious. Sima Yu said. Teacher Go and the others had gone to such a dangerous place in order to find a way to cure the problem with her body. Little Seven was also very close to the other teachers in the sect. They treated her very well, so now that she was aware of this, she could not just stand by and do nothing. If they didn't know about it then it was fine, but now that she knew, and also had a way to combat it, if she didn't do anything, she would be letting them down. That's true. Little Seven said, then we'll go once fourth brother wakes up. Sima Yu first called out a few thousand scarlet bees, getting them to fly around and scout for information. After reproducing for so many years, Scarlet had produced a few average queen bees in the spirit pagoda. Their numbers were growing steadily. When Mo Bin and the others saw the scarlet bees flying away, they were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths for a long time. When night came, Sima Yu woke up. When he heard about his dangerous condition from them, he was terrified. It's late now, let's head off tomorrow morning. The bees that had been sent out did not report that anything too dangerous was happening, so there was no need to rush out. They could still refine a few more pills. On the morning of the second day, they kept their tents away and Sima Yu called out Halcyon to fly them off in a random direction. On the road, they stopped to collect any golden scorpions they passed by. They killed a few hundreds in a day. There's an oasis up ahead, let's pitch our tents there tonight. Halcyon took them to the oasis. For convenience's sake, everyone was too lazy to set up their tents. They set up a fire, then sat around it and meditated. Someone's coming. Probably a student from the sect. There are quite a few of them too. Very quickly, a group of people came flying. When they saw Sima Yu and the others, those students immediately recognized Mo Bin and Tang Yen. It's Mo Bin and Tang Yen. That's great. The top 10 of the billboard have all gathered together. We'll be even stronger now. There's also Crazy He. You're right. We're all gathered now. Hua Piao Mian didn't think that the ones at the oasis would be Sima Yu at the others. Seeing that some of them were laughing and bantering, her expression fell. Mo Bin, are you guys alright? Pang Jianan was a little concerned as he asked. It was just that the look in his eyes was a little fake. Yeah. Mo Bin replied casually. The Karma Desert is a little abnormal. Those golden scorpions are a lot more powerful than the ones we encountered years ago. Coming along with these freshmen, you weren't dragged down, were you? Hua Piao Miao asked as she walked over. That's right. We wanted to let you come with our group, but you insisted on going with these freshmen. Now, these golden scorpions can kill many in a few moments. Bringing those freshmen along with you. Pang Jianan agreed, but he was interrupted halfway. Pang Jianan, you're wrong. We're perfectly fine, so why do you guys keep saying that you and the others are dragging us down? Tang Yen didn't like them, so he replied poisonously. Sima Yu and the others were annoyed by Hua Piao Miao and Pang Jiannan's two-person act, and were pacified greatly by what Tang Yen said. That's right, Pang Jiannan, you can't just randomly say this and that about the freshmen. They're powerful. He Feng said. How is that possible? A female shouted, even if they have a few alchemists and spirit tool masters, for these kinds of practical combat, they'll drag you down. Right, Senior Wang? Wang Si Miao didn't nod, but he didn't deny it either. From their perspective, freshmen would only drag them down. For a qualifying round as dangerous as this, they should stay in the sect grounds obediently, not come here and make trouble for others. That's right. Earlier on, there were two freshmen who had been surrounded by golden scorpions. The others obviously could have escaped, but it was precisely because of them that a few freshmen died. Someone added on. It was obviously dripping with dissatisfaction towards the freshmen. As for those freshmen that were inside the group, they were hanging their heads down guiltily. But even if you guys aren't freshmen, aren't you still relying on others? Sima Yu glanced at the student who spoke, her gaze icy. That lady didn't think that Sima Yu would retort, pointing at her angrily, we're all together because it's easier to deal with those golden scorpions. How could we drag them down? We're not like you, who only knows how to rely on Senior Mo and the others. You guys being together is a mutual support, but for us we're dragging them down? Sima Yu sneered, could it be that you think you're a god who can do whatever you please while common citizens cannot? What do you mean? Stop talking nonsense, don't understand it? Then there's a problem with your IQ. Who are you, you dare curse me? Do you know who I am? Why would I care who you are? Little Seven rolled her eyes, not giving a damn about her at all. When did a baby appear in the sect? Coming here, you might be even more of a burden than the freshmen, always talking about dragging people down and being a burden. We dare say that we'll be able to stay here for 2 months more than others, can you? Yen speak less. Hua Piao Mo recognized Little Seven as she raised her eyebrows and said, others may not be able to recognize her, but the few of them did. Although she looked to be only a few years old, she didn't change much in appearance and she could still recognize her. At that time, the teachers had told them that wasn't human. Everyone had then guessed that she was a spirit beast. Being able to become as she was now wasn't too out of the ordinary. When Yen saw Hua Piao Miao berate her, she felt grieved. However, she dared not disobey and could only stomp her feet in anger. Since everyone's together now, we should just stick together. No need. Sima Yu rejected, in order to avoid dragging you down, it'd be better for you not to stay with us. Pang Jianan's expression faltered and a freshman rejected him. His expression turned solemn as he said icily, you better not regret it. What is there to regret? Little Seven looked down on them, if we go with you, we're afraid of being dragged down. After Little Seven said this, everyone was not happy. She looked nothing more than a child, but was out here blustering. Wang Si Miao and the others were the only ones who knew that Little Seven had the right to say it. Senior Wang, since these freshmen are so powerful, we don't have to force them. Perhaps they really will be able to stay here for 2 days longer than others. Someone said mysterious, yeah, Senior Wang. Since these people don't know what's good for them, there's no need for us to put a warm face near their cold butts, don't you think? Wang Si Miao frowned. Seeing the disdain in Little Seven's eyes, he thought for a bit and said, Little Seven, the situation here is a little complex. You should stick with us. Don't want to. I'm afraid that these people will drag me down. Little Seven sneered, saying a little cockily. Sima Yu's eyebrows raised, it seemed like Little Seven had a bit of relationship with him. We're all students from the same sect. You know that Principal Yuan wouldn't want anything bad to happen to them either. Yeah, Little Seven. We're all students of the sect. You shouldn't ignore them and do nothing to help. Hua Piao Miao, don't talk to me. Little Seven really disliked Hua Piao Miao and her tone was scathing, whether I ignore them or not is not for you to teach me about. Hua Piao Miao didn't think that Little Seven would talk to her that way in front of everyone. She felt frived as her tears threatened to leak, saying aggrievely, I was just thinking on everyone's behalf. Little Seven, why did you have to bully me? Her pained state caused the hearts of the males on site to melt, and their hearts ached for her. Little Seven, don't go too far. When did I go too far? Little Seven retorted with a flare, she's always been Peacock Hua, did I speak in error? Since I didn't, then what are you shouting for? In any case, when did a woman like that have the right to bother herself with what I wanted to do? Piao Miao was just speaking with good intentions. Why did you yell at her? How are you involved with my business? I just want to yell. Why don't you bite me? Pfft dash. Sima Yu and the others burst out laughing. Who dared bite her when she was like this? Tang Yen saw how aggressive Little Seven was and laughed till his stomach hurt. This Pang Jianan always thought that he was really powerful and looked down on him. He always stuck about cockily, but now he was being put in his place. Although Mo Bin was not as exaggerated as Tang Yen, his mouth hooked up into a smirk as well and felt pretty good as well. Pang Jianan was also hit dead by her word. Did he dare bite her? Of course not. If he really tried, he might be flattened into a pancake before he even got close. A long time ago when she was tiny, she could send Wang Si Miao flying with a single punch. By the way she looked, she had evolved again. He wasn't her opponent at all. Jianan, don't say any more, I'm fine. Little Seven has always been this way. She doesn't have any bad intentions. It was just that the way she said it made it look like she was at fault, while she herself was the victim. Those students seemed to understand. The billboard ranked 2nd, 3rd and 4th were calling Little Seven, this young child, very familiarly. They were even rather helpless. Little Seven. Yen Er felt as if the name was rather familiar and she thought for a moment before crying out hesitantly, Little Seven, isn't the first ranked on the billboard called Little Seven? The last time they competed in the billboard ranking match, Wang Si Miao was initially the first, but after going to Principal Yuan's office, he became 2nd place. However, who that person was, very few actually knew. Adding on to how the sect was keeping secret about it, very few people were aware of Little Seven's name. However, there were those who paid attention to the news who had heard their name before. People like this Li Yen Er. When she cried out, those who initially felt enraged at Little Seven immediately calmed down. The first-ranked expert. The one who could send Wang Si Miao flying with a single punch. Who would dare aggravate? Tang Yen saw that their expressions kept on changing and wanted to raise the topic again. He beamed, Yu, didn't you say that you had an antidote to the golden scorpion venom? Antidote to the golden scorpion venom? How is that possible? The golden scorpion's poison is incomparable. Once someone is stung, they'll die within a few minutes. How could there be an antidote for it? Nobody believed them. You should be a new student and should have the antidote for the previous golden scorpion's venom, right? You guys may not know, but the venom is no longer the same as it was before. I am called Sima Yu, not new student. Sima Yu said lightly. This White Lotus was very fake. She had been addressing her as new student the whole way. Was she not holding her in contempt? Hua Piao Miao, this is where you're wrong. You don't even know the situation, so how do you know what Sima Yu is talking about? Tang Yen said, Yu already realized on the second day that the venom of the golden scorpion was not the same. Then, he, along with Bei Gong Tang and the others, came up with a new kind of antidote. This antidote treats the current golden scorpion. Impossible. Initially, our alchemists just said that there was simply no way to research an antidote for this venom. He is a 7th-ranked alchemist. If even he can't do it, how could the few 6th-ranked alchemists such as yourselves be able to? Bei Gong Tang and Ouyang Fei were 6th-ranked alchemists during the competition, and they recognize them now. Just because you guys can't, doesn't mean that we can't. Are you an idiot? Little Seven rolled her eyes. Did you guys really discover a cure? Can we see? A lady in a sky-blue skirt walked out from the back. Sima Yu recognized her. She was the one who was a 7th-ranked alchemist during the competition. She seemed to be called Shui Rou. Humble and gentle, she did not disdain them or act arrogant simply because Sima Yu and the others were new students. You can see it if you want, but you have to buy it after seeing it. Tang Yen said. How much is it? I'll buy it. Shui Rong said gently. Guard pill will be 200 middle-ranked crystals. The cure will be 2,000 middle-ranked crystals. If you only want to buy the antidote after being stung, it will be 4,000 crystals. Tang Yen said. Sima Yu raised her eyebrows wordlessly. This guy had doubled the price. So expensive. Someone at the back cried out. How is that expensive? Tang Yen retorted, why don't you guys think about it? How much money goes into the herbs required to refine it? How much energy goes into crafting it? How many brain cells of his died while researching it? How much does a usual 6th-ranked pill go for? Also, there are scorpions all around the desert, how dangerous are they now? This is its exclusive antidote. We even took into account the fact that we are sectmates that we gave you a discount. If we sold this to outsiders, one pill would go for 10,000 middle-ranked crystals. That's right, do you want it or not? Little Seven added on. Shui Rong smiled, saying, Senior Tang makes sense. Comparing the value with the price, it is worth it. Give me one each. She took out a crystal card and handed it to Tang Yen. Tang Yen passed it over to Sima Yu after receiving it, even giving her a wink. His meaning seemed to be that he had helped her to double the price and to give him a share of the profits later. Sima Yu took out her own crystal card and took out 2,200 crystals. Then, she took out 2 jade bottles and poured a pill out each. The red one is the pill to guard against it. The golden one is the antidote. Shui Rong took the pill and sniffed each one, asking, what does the pill to guard against it do? Most people only have a few minutes to live after being stung. If they eat the guard pill, they can hold on for 3 hours. Sima Yu explained. Shui Rong examined the 2 pills, saying, the cure should be no problem, but I've never seen these kinds of precautionary pills before. Thank you. She returned to the back of the group after thanking Sima Yu. See that? Your alchemist has affirmed its effects. Who dares bluster and slander that it's useless? I'll pound you into dust. Little Seven huffed. However, even though Shui Rong had said that the pill was useful, everyone was still rather distrustful. If you don't grasp this opportunity, once it's too late, the pill will become 300 middle-ranked crystals and 3,000 middle-ranked crystals. Tang Yen said. Why did it increase in price again? Where's your business ethic? I gave you one night time to think about it. Tang Yen said, things like business ethics? Leave it to the shops. We're not businessmen, neither do we sell pills for a living. They are the ones who will need to care for things like that. If you're not happy with it, I'll give you 2 options. 1. You buy it now for 2,000. 2. Don't buy it now and you'll never be able to buy it. Even if I raise the price, it won't affect you. That's right. Wang Si Miao, do you want to buy it or not? My Yu's pills are in high demand. Little Seven said to Wang Si Miao. Wang Si Miao did not initially want to buy it, but when he saw that Little Seven had singled him out, he nodded, saying, then give me 1 antidote. How could one be enough? Although you are strong, there's always a possibility. Now that it's only 2,000, why don't you buy a few more? Later on, it wouldn't be worth it if the price increased. Little Seven looked at him and said very seriously. Wang Si Miao pursed his lips. Was this guy hard selling him? Give me 2, then. Since Wang Si Miao had bought it, a few of his followers did as well. However, everyone would see that Wang Si Miao had bought it because of Little Seven, not because he wanted the pills. It was because they didn't believe in the use of the pill that they did not want to spend such an extravagant sum of money. Alright then, since you guys are not willing, we won't force you. Just remember that 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, the price will increase again. Tang Yen warned. When he said this, the few who had hesitated finally gave it. However, they were not rich, so spending 2,000 crystals for a 6th-ranked pill made it rather hard to swallow. Finally there were a few who spent 200 to buy a single pill. Once the pills had been sold, it was almost 6 a.m. in the morning. Everyone was tired and cared not about whether they were new students or not, whether they were together or not. They found their own places to rest. On the morning of the second day, Sima Yu woke up really early. Her eyes flashed, and suspicion flitted through. What's wrong? Bei Gong Tang asked. Little Seven opened her eyes and said, there's a huge bunch of golden scorpions nearby. Golden scorpions have come? Fatty Chu heard their movements and opened his eyes as well. There are quite a few of them too. Little Seven said. Everyone, eat the guard pill. Sima Yu said as she took out the pills and gave each person 1. The pills to guard against their venom were easier to refine. If they were not stung, it was more worth it to eat it. Seeing Yu and Little Seven's reactions, they all ate the guard pill. Mo Bin, Tang Yen and the others ate 1 guard pill as well. They were completely focused and ready for the upcoming battle. Attention everyone, the golden scorpions are here. Peng Jianan stood up while telling the crowd. Once they heard that golden scorpions were coming, all the students of the sect stood up. Some of them looked alarmed and their faces went pale after remembering the past bitter encounters. You freshmen, come and join everyone. Hua Piao Miao still called them freshmen. It's okay. Sima Yu rejected coldly. Those who do not respect others don't deserve to be respected. Piao Miao, since they can't tell right from wrong, we don't have to care about them, said Peng Jianan. Yeah. Hua Piao Miao nodded, she didn't really want to invite them over anyway, she was just putting on an act. Coming. Wang Si Miao and Sima Yu said it at the same time. Once he finished his sentence, he looked at her surprisingly. One by one the golden scorpions flew out from the sand, flying rapidly towards everyone. Kill. Not knowing who shouted, everyone scattered towards different directions, attacking the golden scorpions that flew towards them. The students already experienced many rounds of contests these past 2 days, they had some chemistry with each other. Those who were weaker would form a team and fight with 1 golden scorpion. Hua Piao Miao killed all the golden scorpions near her. Once the spiritual energy died down, a tail was left in its place. She kept the tail and in between, she looked over at Mo Bin's side, making sure that he could handle, then turn her attention to the side. How did they? She thought freshmen like Bei Gong Tang were still freshmen and their fighting strength should be weak, but they handled the golden scorpion alone, skillfully and easily. How did their fighting strength get so strong? Other than her, the others realized too, these freshmen were really powerful. Other freshmen needed at least 2 people to defend themselves from getting killed by the golden scorpions. Not only were they fighting alone, they still timed to keep the tails. Their actions were better than those trained. These freshmen, they were amazing. No wonder they were told that they would be refuted. One of the students didn't pay attention and got stung by a golden scorpion and collapsed immediately. The other guy who was also from his team got stung by the golden scorpion and collapsed with him. The others found out and wanted to help after realizing the 2 got stung, but got surrounded by more golden scorpions. Damn it. They killed all the ones around them with all that they could. But more of them emerged later, 1 wave after another. There was no room for rest. Needless to say, they could not save the others. After Wang Si Miao killed the golden scorpions around him, he leaped towards the 2 students wanting to feed them the antidote. Instead, he got surrounded by more golden scorpions, forcing him to have no energy to do other things. 1 hour later, everybody finally killed all the golden scorpions. Other than those 2 students, the others didn't get stung. Such a pity for those 2 students. Hua Piao Miao sighed while looking at the bodies and shaking her head, if we were faster, they wouldn't have to. No, there's still one alive. Wang Si Miao squatted, pulling the 2 students apart. One of them turned black, the poison already spread throughout his body and died. Another one turned black too, but he was still breathing weakly. How can he still be alive? Peng Jianan asked shockingly. Tang Yen walked over and said, why not? He ate our guard pill earlier on. Those who ate the guard pill and got stung can hold for 3 hours. It's only past 1 hour, of course he's alive. That's right, it seems like he ate the guard pill. This guard pill really works. If I'd known earlier, I would have bought one. It's not too late to buy now. Give him the antidote quickly. Oh yes, it's pointless to talk about those, we should give him the antidote quickly. Don't look at me, I don't have the antidote. Wang Ximiao took out his own pills, feeding him with it, the blackness from his face went away quickly. That's it, he really got better. The people around them called out. This antidote is actually real. Luckily I bought it earlier, if not it'll increase in price. God, why didn't I buy it earlier? Go, we should buy it now. Didn't Tang Yen say it's limited in quantity? It will be gone if we are late. While talking, those people swarmed towards Sima Yu. Hua Piaomiao walked over, squatted down, checked on him and said, the poison is counteracted, looks like this pill really is useful. Shui Rou already said it's real, it's nothing odd. Wang Ximiao looked at the other body, what a pity, he wasn't that clever and lost a life for nothing. The quantity of golden scorpions is higher now, our situation is getting more and more dangerous. We don't know how others are holding up. Hua Piaomiao said worriedly. Wang Ximiao glanced at her and looked at the other far side, faintly said, we have to report this to the sect, let them handle it. I'm going back. Go back? Even if it's me or you, if you go back now, you will be disqualified. Hua Piaomiao's pitch went high as she was astonished. Those who were clearing after the mess heard her and glanced over. He is going back. If he goes back, what about them? This matter, someone must go back. Wang Ximiao said, furthermore, the person has to be strong enough to be able to leave here alone. Then what about your contest? Give up. Wang Ximiao said without hesitation. Although the contest is important, these people are more important. As long as they remain with us, we can still protect them for 2 months. You don't have to give up on the contest to go back. Hua Piaomiao said disapprovingly. Although these people are together with us, then what about the others? There's only 10 plus of us here, there are 10,000s of students coming here, what about them? Do they have protection? No. So I have to go back. Or, one of us will go back, who do you think is the best to go back? He looked at Hua Piaomiao. Seeing her remain silent, he smiled faintly. After being silent for a minute, Hua Piaomiao asked, when do you intend to leave? Now. Are you really not going to reconsider? Hua Piaomiao tried to convince him. Please take care of these students. He left her right after he finished speaking to explain to the others. Sima Yu already noticed the situation here. Seeing how Wang Ximiao treated Hua Piaomiao coldly, she curiously asked Mo Bin who was standing beside, I thought they were an item. Why don't they look like one? Who said they were an item? Mo Bin shaked his head and said, it's impossible for Wang Ximiao to be together with Hua Piaomiao. Why? Yu asked astonishingly, seeing how confident he was. Previous chapter. Because Hua Piaomiao caused Wang Ximiao's sister and his beloved girl's death. Mo Bin continued, although he didn't take revenge against her, deep down in his heart, he bears grudges. Their relationship doesn't look that bad. Fatty Chu pouted. How is that not bad? Crazy he sipped on his wine, joined in and said, Hua Piaomiao likes Mo Bin, but Mo Bin doesn't like her and keeps ignoring her. Didn't you realize that she's mindful about our comments? That's because Mo Bin is with us, not with her. What? No wonder she always looks at us coldly, it's because there's so many twists and turns. Fatty Chu said. Especially Bei Gong, the way she looks at Bei Gong looks like she's going to eat someone. Wei Ziqi said. Isn't it, if this girl is jealous, it will be frightening. He Feng said. But she didn't bother Mo Bin. It's probably her ego acting up. Sima Yu said. She then looked over at Wang Ximiao, who was briefing the rest, his beloved girl and sister died because of the same person, he would be sad no matter what. But he was very rational and didn't take revenge against her. He was still able to go in and out of the sect with her. That explained why his expression was always cold, doused with a touch of sadness. Senior Mo, she is the sect's belle with great strength, I also heard that her identity and background is not bad, why don't you like her? You can even refuse to acknowledge her, which others can't. Like Pang Jianan, he can't wait to plaster his eyes on her. Fatty Chu laughed while teasing Mo Bin. Mo Bin smiled, but didn't answer him. He was just not fond of her, why did he ask so many questions? But when Sima Yu heard this sentence, she found something wrong. She looked at Mo Bin, then at Pang Jianan and Wang Ximiao. Something wasn't right. What is it? Bei Gong Tang looked at her frowning, knowing that she found that something was not right. Don't you find that something's missing? Sima Yu asked. What's missing? Bei Gong Tang didn't hear what they were chatting about, so she didn't give too much thought on it. Just now Crazy said, Hua Piaomiao likes Mo Bin. Sima Yu continued, but earlier on, Fatty said that Pang Jianan wants to kill Wang Ximiao because Hua Piaomiao got together with him. Don't you think it's contradicting? Looks like it. Bei Gong Tang continued, with this reasoning, Pang Jianan likes Hua Piaomiao, then he should kill Mo Bin instead. Why did he say he wants to kill Wang Ximiao? That's right. But, what Fatty said must be true. Sima Yu continued, that's why I feel like it's contradicting and weird. Why is that so? Bei Gong Tang is puzzled. Sima Yu shook her head, she didn't understand either. I don't get it, just wait and see. Don't let Fatty move about alone as much as possible. That's the only thing we can do. Tang Yen came back after selling all the pills Sima Yu gave him and threw her a crystal card. Here, 80 pills, 3,000 per pill. I earned 24,000. Adding 50 guard pill, 15,000, total is 25,900. Sima Yu kept the crystal card, smiled and said, thanks. Thanks? This is too insincere, I helped you to sell so many pills. Tang Yen said. Sima Yu took out 2 spirit fruits and threw it to him. Here's some gift as thanks. Tang Yen wanted to say that 2 spirit fruits were not enough to make him leave. However, he hadn't said it because he realized that these 2 spirit fruits were special. When compared to the others, these were very rare. Hehe, this is not bad. I'll keep it. The sun is already up, what's our next step? Crazy, he asked. We can stroll around the desert to see if we can find any golden scorpions. Aren't you going to collect more golden scorpion tails? Tang Yen took a bite from the spirit fruit, enjoying himself while closing his eyes from the sweet juice of the spirit fruit flowing through his teeth. Delicious. Is it that delicious? Crazy, he doubted. It's not like they had never eaten a spirit fruit before. Why was he overreacting? You will know once you try it. Tang Yen continued, but I don't intend to let you try. You can just look at it. At this time, Wang Ximiao walked over and told Little Seven and Mo Bin, I'm going back. You're very powerful, take care of the students. No. Little Seven rejected directly, we're going off soon. Let them wait here. Little Seven. Wang Ximiao looked at her with a pleading look. No, I don't want to be with Peacock Hua. Little Seven continued, I'm not that kind. If you are here, they will be safer. Wang Ximiao said. I'm not their bodyguard. Little Seven groaned, if we protect them, they wouldn't be appreciative. A bunch of white-eyed wolves. And also, Yu and the rest have decided to go to the desert, I'm following him for sure. Wang Ximiao looked at Sima Yu and said, classmate Sima. Senior Wang, I believe that if Senior Hua is here, everybody will be fine. Sima Yu didn't wait for him to finish his sentence and continued. I think for freshmen like us, staying here will only hold everyone back. For everyone's safety, it's better if we leave. Although she had thought about helping the other students, that was before Li Yan taunted her. When Hua Piao Miao looked down on her, nobody stood out to speak for her. She didn't want to help people like that. She was willing to sell the pills because everyone was a student of the sect. Asking her to act as their bodyguard? Impossible. But. Senior Wang, I think you should go back earlier. If you let them know sooner, the sect will send people over. This way, everybody will be out of danger quicker. Sima Yu interrupted. Wang Ximiao saw how persistent Sima Yu was, he knew that she was angry with everybody and didn't dare to probe further. He turned his gaze to Mo Bin and the rest. Don't make me stay with them. You know it, I feel nauseous just looking at Peacock Hua. Tang Yen rejected him immediately. I already said, I want to be with Yu. He Feng said. I'm with them. Mo Bin said, you have to believe that those that come out from sect wouldn't be too bad. Since you chose to go back, then go back earlier. Alright. Wang Ximiao didn't force them. After all, they were the ones who offended Yu and the rest. Yu, where's the pill you refined the other time? Little Seven asked. Sima Yu thought for a while and took out a black bottle and a red bottle swiftly. She passed to Wang Ximiao and said, the black one is poison, the red one is antidote, this poison can poison a monarch-ranked person in 10 minutes. Wang Ximiao looked at Sima Yu and Little Seven tentatively. Take it. It's just in case. Alright, get going, said Little Seven while tucking the 2 bottle in his embrace. Wang Ximiao was doubting in his mind, but from the corner of his eyes, he saw Pang Jianan walking towards them, he took the bottle of pills and said to Sima Yu, thanks a lot. Pang Jianan walked over and said, are you really going back? Yes, I've already decided, I'll set off now. Wang Ximiao answered. Take care on your way. I will. Wang Ximiao called out to his flying beast, he got on and flew towards the desert. After he left, Little Seven said to Sima Yu, let's go. You are leaving? Pang Jianan asked surprisingly. We want to look at other places, maybe we can get to see others, said Sima Yu. But it's safer for everyone to be together. You already have the pills, there shouldn't be any problem before the sect's people arrive. Sima Yu said. Yu, let's go. Little Seven rushed. Without Wang Ximiao, she didn't even want to bother about the rest. Sima Yu nodded her head and said goodbye to everybody, leaving them regardless of their plea. They plead with her to stay, not because they sincerely wanted her to, they only wanted her pills and watch Little Seven and the others battle. Hua Piao Miao saw Mo Bin left, a flash of rage passed through her eyes, but she avoided eye contact. She bit her lips then laughed and chatted with the people around her. Halcyon brought everyone away and flew away from the oasis. Little Seven said with disdain, that's good, we don't have to see that Peacock Hua again. Little Seven, given your temperament, you don't like her and I was afraid that you would have punched her as a greeting, how did you hold back this time? Sima Yu laughed while teasing. That's because of old Yuan, he said this is the sect student, we can't whack them if they didn't do anything wrong. Little Seven continued, so I can't punch, although I was tempted. Seeing Little Seven's helplessness, everybody laughed out. Usually she would whack whoever she sees, but seeing her being tempted, it brought joy to the rest. Hiss, hiss. Sima Yu felt the little golden snake was excited in the spirit pagoda and summoned it out. Hiss. What's up, little golden? Sima Yu saw little golden snakes slithering on her body non-stop and she stroked its head. Hiss. Little golden wrapped around her finger and looked at her with beaming eyes. Hiss. Sima Yu used another hand and patted its head, smiled and said, I don't understand what you're saying. This snake is very cute. It doesn't know how to speak? Tang Yan asked while looking at little golden snake curiously. Nope. Sima Yu said, ever since little golden followed us, it has never spoken. I don't even know if it knows how to speak human language. This little golden snake looks special. I wonder what kind of spirit beasts. Mo Bin asked. Normal snakes give off a gloomy, cold and a fierce vibe. If they cast their eyes on you, it gives a chill down the spine. But little golden snake is different. Its small frame gives off a cute look. Its gaze is different from other breeds, which is replaced with the cold look. Of course, even if it gives off a cold look, after seeing Yu, that cold look was gone. Hiss. Little golden snake looked at Sima Yu, poking her with the tail, then pointed at a direction. You want us to head towards that direction? Sima Yu asked. Little golden nodded. Sima Yu glanced at everybody, seeing how everybody didn't disagree and patted its head and said, alright, since we don't have a fixed direction, we will go according to yours. Halcyon, head towards the direction little golden said. She doesn't know what the little golden snake was up to, but her gut feeling told her that it wasn't that simple. Little golden snake was an ancient living creature. If it's excited about something, it wouldn't be something normal, right? On the way, Sima Yu and the rest met a few sect students. If she saw that they were nice, she would sell her pills cheaper and bring different batches of students to somewhere safer so they could team up. Once the numbers of people get higher, they will be safer if they are together. Other than meeting these scattered students, she also met some teams, 10 to hundreds of people. More pills will be needed if numbers are higher. They have to stop in between, and while Mo Bin and the rest did not pay attention, she sneaked into the spiritual tower to refine a lot of pills. After flying for around 10 days, everyone came by on top of a huge oasis. Little golden snake didn't wait for them to land and flew down on its own. With a blink of eyes, it disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Little golden. Sima Yu sees it disappear and calls out, but there was no way she could get it back. Seems like this is the place little golden wants to come. Everybody alighted at the side of oasis, where little golden went missing. It's so quiet here. The whole oasis looks like there's no living thing. It's excessively quiet. Where did little golden go? Looks like it dug into the yellow sand. Should we go down? Sima Yu gave it a thought and said, no. Aren't you worried about it? We are not familiar with the place here. If we go down rashly, it might be more dangerous. Sima Yu continued, might as well wait for it here. What if it got into trouble below? I think there's no spirit beast here that can be a match with it. Sima Yu said. Although she never saw little golden snake fight, from little golden snake's vibe, those common spirit beasts are not a match for it. Even if it's a monarch rank strong opponent, it can easily use its tail to flip them and defeat the opponent. Wonder what's below that attracts it? Bei Gong Tang curiously asked. Wait for it to come out and we'll know. Rustle. A rustling sound came from the bottom of yellow sand. It is particularly notable in this quiet surrounding. No wonder it is so quiet here. There are big guys below. Tang Yan guessed, based on the movement below. Everybody be careful. Mo Bin said. Sima Yu and Bei Gong Tang took out guard pills, distributed to everyone and said, consume the pill first, best is if you can keep it in your mouth first, just in case. Not only do they have antidotes in their hands, everybody called out their contract beast and distributed one pill each. Tang Yan and the others saw that they have so many contract beasts and got a shock. Damn. 30 to 40 contract beasts? Are you creating a spirit beast army? Tang Yan couldn't hold back and blasted out swear words. With this scene, if it's outside, it would scare everybody. This was considered good. If they knew there were elders and four-winged rock inside the spirit tower, they would be more shocked. Be careful everyone, this number is not normal. Sima Yu said. Fatty, distribute some thunderbolt bullets to everyone, we'll use it when it's needed. Sima Yu said. Fatty Chu was startled, is thunderbolt bullet necessary? How many golden scorpions are there this time? An overwhelming number emerged as they covered the land. 10 of thousands of golden scorpions came out of the yellow sand together, and instantly, the entire oasis was occupied. Damn it, so many. Take this young master's thunderbolt bullet. Fatty Chu looked at the golden scorpions covering the sky and took out a thunderbolt bullet, injecting it with spirit power before throwing it. Boom. The thunderbolt bullet exploded, directly blasting the golden scorpions to pieces. Such great power. Tang Yan stared dumbfoundedly at the blasted corpses and exclaimed, it looks fun. Let me try one. He also took out a thunderbolt bullet and imitating Fatty Chu, he injected spirit power in it and threw it. Boom. As soon as the golden scorpions surrounded the air, they were hit by another thunderbolt bullet. The ones in the center were blasted to ashes, not to mention their tails. Outside the center were killed, but their limbs were left behind. There were some with a complete corpse. It's a pity. Fatty Chu examined the effect and felt sorry. It would be nice if they could leave their tails behind. You still have time to feel sorry. Hurry up. Don't cry if you get stung. I know. Fatty Chu replied. How about let's see who can kill more? Bei Gong, you too. Okay. As you wished, if you lose, don't cry. You don't know who'll win or lose. Fatty Chu, you're cheating. Bei Gong Tang laughed and scolded. She and Ouyang Fei flew over. Sima Yu watched them fly out. She told Hefeng, didn't you say you want to compete with me? We don't need to fight directly. We can just compete and see who gets more tails will win. Alright. Hefeng nodded. If I have more than you, you will have to fight me. Okay. Sima Yu said. Lower Divine Saint strength erupted as she condensed her spirit power to attack. Divine Saint. Mo Bin was shocked by Sima Yu's strength. Such a young Divine Saint, I'm coming too. Hefeng quickly recovered from his surprise and chased. You're all competing. I'm joining as well. Thunderbolt bullets were thrown out one by one, and those golden scorpions were unable to fight in front of them. Although there were numerous golden scorpions and flew out of the sand consecutively, half of them were dealt with the thunderbolt bullets. Moreover, they weren't embroidered pillows and possessed strength. After some hours later, they were almost wiped out. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the rest quickly hid in the yellow sand and escaped. Hefeng flew over. I have 2,800. What about you? 200 more than you, precisely 3,000. Sima Yu smiled. 200 more than me. Hefeng was a little discouraged when it seemed that he couldn't fight her. Maybe we can encounter each other during the examination. Sima Yu said. I'll go check on their situation. She flew away, leaving Hefeng alone in the air. Crazy, you lost. But losing to him is not a shame. Tang Yen flew over and patted him on the shoulder. I didn't expect him to be a powerful divine saint. I know. It's 200 less than him. Hefeng sighed. His combat ability wasn't as good as a freshman. Not only that, you took a spirit power recovery pill, while he did not take any from the beginning to end. Mo Bin said what Tang Yen wanted to express. Hefeng opened his mouth and watched Sima Yu talking to the others and did not close it for a while. Fatty Chu and the group were counting their results. Although he had started off with high morale, yet the end result was he had the least. While he was depressed, he noticed Sima Yu coming over and waved. Yu, how many golden scorpions did you kill? 3,000. Sima Yu replied. How about you three, who won? It's needless to say, of course it's Ouyang Fei. Beside you, he has the strongest combat power. Fatty Chu said reluctantly. But I have just 200 less than him. How about Bei Gong? I have 2,300, just between them two. Bei Gong Tang smiled. You're still the best, killing 3,000 alone. Since there are more golden scorpions this time, everyone's gains are quite good. If you take these back, maybe you can rank in the top 1,000. Why are there so many golden scorpions? Bei Gong Tang asked. I think this should be the source of the changes in Karma Desert. Here. There are more golden scorpions here than in other places. Their strength is also higher and their bodies are lengthier. Sima Yu replied. What's more, a place that little golden would go regardless is no ordinary place. So it is most likely the cause of the changes in the Karma Desert. Fatty Chu was interested. Shall we go down and see? What are you doing down for? Sima Yu said. We don't know the situation. Do you think you have the same strength as little golden? Fatty Chu rubbed his nose and was unable to refute. Yu Lin is right. We don't know the situation underneath. Let's wait for little golden to come up first. Sima Yu said. When the teachers of the sect come over, we can tell them the situation here and let them decide whether they want to investigate further. With so many golden scorpions here, we don't have to go elsewhere. We can go to the oasis and wait for the little golden. Let's wait. If little golden doesn't come up in 2 days, I'll go down and check. Sima Yu said. Let's first head back to the oasis. As soon as her words fell, a golden light burst out of the yellow sand, enclosing them all and rendered them immobile. What's going on? Fatty Chu cried out. No one had the time to speak. The yellow sand below moved and formed a huge vortex that rolled them all down. At the same time, everyone else saw the beam in other parts of the desert. On the oasis where Yu's group met Wang Ximiao, the two teachers had just arrived to understand the situation. After seeing the golden beam, they glanced at each other. Let's go check. They opened a space tunnel and led everyone. The other teachers did the same. They took the students they found and opened the space tunnel and rushed over. Within the range of hundreds of thousands of kilometers outside the Karma Desert, those forces felt an ancient aura from the desert. Many powerful forces rushed over. Seeing the golden beam, they had no time to explain. They directly broke the void. After less than half an hour that the golden light shone, the first few strong opponents appeared in Karma Desert. What's happening? The people who came later saw familiar faces asked in confusion. I don't know. Nobody knows where the golden light is coming from. With this antique aura, something from the ancient time is definitely going to appear. Not only that, the ancient aura isn't that dense and isolated. I'm guessing that it's from the immemorial era. If it really is the aura from the immemorial era, then we can't act blindly without thinking. If we are not careful, it could cost us our lives. Mo Bin. Hua Piao Miao shouted and flew to the ground quickly. She picked up a piece of jade pendant before flying back at top speed. Yellow sand kept flowing into the vortex and the jade pendant was right beside the vortex. If she didn't act fast and sharp enough, it would have gotten sucked into the vortex. What happened, Piao Miao? Mao Sanquan felt slightly guilty when he saw how she had gone to get the jade pendant without regard for her own safety. Instructor Mao, this is Mo Bin's jade pendant. Are you sure? This jade pendant is always strapped to his belt, it's a gift from his mother, that's why I recognize it. If you say so, does this mean Mo Bin got sucked into the quicksand? Possibly. Mao San Quan said solemnly, anybody knows who he was with? Tang Yen, He Feng, and those from the Thunderbolt team. Peng Jianan said. Sima Yu and Little Seven were inside too? Yes. Those guys, why are they here? Instructor Mao, should we go down and see? Go down? How? Look at them, can we even go down? The vortex was surrounded by golden light, some of them wanted to go down, but were blocked by the golden rays of light. Even if Mao San Quan and the rest wanted to save Yu and others, it was too far to help and they could only worry helplessly. Those guys. Once they're back, they are going to face the wall. Mao San Quan scolded and called all the teachers to discuss the countermeasures for dealing with the situation. At the same time, they paid attention to the situation over where the golden rays came from, seeing if anyone could go down. The sex teachers were all anxious, worried that something terrible would happen to them. However, at the bottom, Sima Yu and the rest were all fine, they were looking around, dumbstruck by their surrounding. After they fell in, the golden light was gone and everybody regained their freedom. They didn't know how deep they were in the ground. It was not a yellow sand desert anymore. There were hard concrete walls. There are different engravings on the wall, different spirit beasts and mankind. The spirit beast was different from the current spirit beasts, and mankind's clothes were very different from how they are now. These engravings look old. Tang Yen said. These are the clothing from the immemorial era. Mo Bin touched the engravings and said excitedly. Immemorial era? Are you sure? How did they preserve those things till now? Tang Yen said in shock. No mistake, I read a book last time and it's exactly the same from the book. Mo Bin said confidently. After so many years, how are these engravings still here? Wouldn't they be eroded? Sima Yu asked. Mo Bin, you studied about the immemorial era, is there something you know? He Feng asked. Mo Bin looked carefully at the content of the engravings as well as the decorations and said, this place should be an altar from ancient times. Altar? There's only walls, there's no altar. Sima Yu said. This is the outside of an altar. The altar should be in the middle. Mo Bin said, it's because it's an altar, so the ancient people carefully protected it. Shouldn't the altar be in the open? This place looks like a cave. Fatty Chu said. My guess is, this place should be protected by the spirit barrier. Later on, due to the transformation of the world, this place sank into the ground and was covered with soil. It could only pile up outside the spirit barrier. After a long time, it became an underground cave. Mo Bin guessed. Is that possible? Everybody looked flabbergasted. Look at this wall. It's been nicely repaired, but it's not natural rock. It's man-made. Mo Bin said. This is amazing. Let's check out the front. Alright. They passed through the tunnel and entered a yard. In the middle of the yard stood a pot furnace, the ash in it had already solidified and hardened into stone. Wow wow wow, treasure. Fatty Chu saw the pot furnace and got excited, ran over and hugged it. Things from the immemorial era are really not bad. Ouyang Fei said. So heavy. Fatty Chu hugged onto it, realizing it was too heavy to move. Isn't it just a pot? Is it that heavy? Sima Yulu walked over and tried. It couldn't be carried at all. Ha ha ha. At least I moved it a little, you can't even move it at all. Fatty Chu laughed while exclaiming. Is it really heavy? Or are you both weak? This should be an artifact from the immemorial era. Mo Bin said, people from the ancient times thought that sacrifice was important, so they used all the best things. No wonder we can't move it at all. Sima Yulu said. Fatty Chu is from the body refinement line, it's normal that his body is stronger than yours, he's a lot stronger. Sima Yu walked over and continued, if he wasn't stronger than you, then all his years of training will be wasted. Yu, aren't you in the body refinement line too? How about you try it? That's right, try it. Alright. Sima Yu walked towards the pot. She placed one hand on the pot and the other on the handle. She used her strength and lifted it upwards, actually lifting the pot about 10+ centimeters upwards. Duang. The pot furnace dropped back on the ground, making a loud sound. I can only move it a little, but Yu can actually carry it around 10 centimeters high. Fatty Chu hugged the pot and bawled. Alright, Yu get struck by lightning often. If you have nothing to do, let the lightning strike you a few times and you will also become strong. Stop bawling here. Sima Yu and Fatty Chu pouted, was that considered an encouragement? Once Mo Bin and others heard that she always got struck by lightning, they all got a shock. How did you manage to survive that? Just like that. Sima Yu didn't intend to tell them about it as she changed the topic and said, who knows, little golden might be inside. Possible. They created a fireball and lit up the front, walked past the yard and down a long corridor. Before they reached the end, they heard sounds of a fight coming from inside. When Sima Yu and the others walked to the end of the corridor, they pushed the door open and saw a huge golden scorpion. Standing opposite it was a snake that is less than a foot long, confronting the golden scorpion. And behind the golden scorpion, stands a huge altar, on top of it sits a golden stone that shines so brightly that it penetrates right through the stone wall. This was the gold light that stopped them from moving. Little Golden. Fatty Chu's hollow breath attracted Little Golden and Golden Scorpion's attention. Hiss. When the little golden snake saw Sima Yu and the rest, it waved its tail cheerfully, there wasn't a sliver of any tension from the battle at all. What a huge golden scorpion. The common golden scorpion was not even a foot long. Perhaps this was a golden scorpion king. It measured 3 meters from its head to its tail, 10 times bigger than the smaller ones. This golden scorpion's strength had already reached Monarch's peak. It didn't see the humans who barged in as a threat and didn't anything, except being on guard against the little golden snake. Sima Yu took a glance. There are a lot of things here that were in disarray and there are also some scars on the golden scorpion's body. It seemed like they already had a battle. What is that thing at the back? Mo Bin shaked his head and said, I don't know. But I think it is related to the change in the golden scorpion. I think so too. Fatty Chu said, if we get it, I wonder if there will be any changes. You can try, who knows, you might grow 2 wings. Wei Ziqi said. Fatty Chu imagined having wings on his back. Shuddering, he said, forget it. Let's go back outside. Mo Bin looked at the little golden snake and golden scorpion, seeing that they were likely to fight, and asked everyone to retreat. He even made up a spirit barrier, protecting everyone. Sima Yu watched as he did it skillfully. His spirit barrier rank should be good. Golden scorpion swung its long tail towards the little golden snake as the little golden snake speedily dodged and opened its mouth wide, spitting venom. Although the golden scorpion's body was huge, it was not clumsy at all. It dodged like a flash and propped itself up with its tail and dodged to the side. However, a bit of venom landed on its leg and a small hole was corroded in its hard shell. Golden scorpion shrieked and continuously swung its tail to attack, but the little golden snake dodged its attack non-stop as it waited for a chance to counterattack. Everybody looked at them. Their battle speed was super fast. In a blink of the eye, a few attacks had already been exchanged. But no matter how they saw it, it looked like the little golden snake was just teasing golden scorpion. Little golden, if you keep teasing, the things are going to be stolen by others. The striking gold light and the ancient aura would definitely attract many people here. If they came down here, the gold stone will stir up a commotion. The little golden snake didn't know the twists and turns, but after hearing Sima Yu's words, it blinked at her and turned its head looking at the golden scorpion and spit its tongue. After that, its tail became infinitely long, ranging from half a foot to 4 meters long. At the same time, its tail grew larger. Even though the head size remained the same, its tail became as thick as a human's waist. The gold light shone on the golden scale, resulting in magnificent rays of light. Although it was the same color as golden scorpion, except it looks more elegant. What a beautiful scale. The golden scorpion saw the little golden snake's tail. Not knowing what to think of it, a look of fear appeared on its face as it turned its head and ran into one of the passages. However, the little golden snake was much faster. What a formidable fight. Everybody's jaw dropped when they saw the little golden snake. They came back to their senses and gulped. Although the golden scorpion's best point was its venom, its body's shell was still harder, especially at the golden scorpion king's rank. The golden scorpion had the monarch's peak strength, but was defeated by the little golden snake's tail. Exactly how strong was it? Little golden snake didn't care about their reactions and used its tail to wrap around the golden scorpion's tail. It brought it to Sima Yu, seemingly giving her the credit. Sima Yu used her spirit energy to hold the tail, only then did the little golden snake let it go. It started to shrink its tail, and very quickly became the usual small-looking snake. Hiss. It flew towards the shining stone on the altar, opened its mouth wide and swallowed it. Little golden. Sima Yu saw the little golden snake's action and was shocked. She wanted to stop it, but it was too late. She could only watch as the stone was swallowed. Hiss. Bang. After the little golden snake swallowed the stone, it laid on the ground straight. Everybody ran out of the spirit barrier. Sima Yu carried little golden. She saw that its eyes were wide open but could move its body. It seemed like its life was not in danger. You eat everything. Aren't you afraid it's poisonous? Sima Yu chastised it worriedly and put it down as she used her other hand to flick its small head. Little golden couldn't move but could only blink its eyes innocently and fell into a deep slumber. Fifth brother, is little golden alright? Sima Yu asked. Should be alright. Sima Yu kept little golden back into spirit pagoda. Mo Bin they all noticed, but didn't utter a word. Let's go and see that scorpion's tail. This golden scorpion's tail was half to 2 meters long. The poison gland inside must be huge. The people on top might come down. Keep this first. Tang Yen said. No need. Sima Yu continued, it will be harder to explain if we hide it. Oh right. Sima Yu looked at Mo Bin and the rest and said, about little golden, please keep it a secret. I'll thank you all with a gift. It's okay. Mo Bin continued, there is nothing to talk about. No, he should give his thanks. Tang Yen stopped, you can give us more of the spirit fruit as a gift. Pfft, Sima Yu laughed, alright, eat till you're full. I don't need it too, if you are willing, would you compete with me for once? He Feng said. Sima Yu didn't think that he would be this persistent. She nodded her head and said. Okay. At this time, there was noise coming in from outside. A group of people came out from the passage. In front of them were Mao Sanquan and 2 of the sect's teachers. Behind them were people they didn't know. Previous chapter. Seeing how Sima Yu and the rest were fine, Mao Sanquan and the teachers felt relieved. What happened to the few of you? Why did you all come here? Mao Sanquan asked while pulling a long face. We didn't want to come here either. Tang Yen felt wronged and continued, we were implicated in this. What exactly happened? Mo Bin, tell me, said Mao Sanquan while looking at Mo Bin. Those that came in together switched their attention from the golden scorpion to them, wanting to know what happened. Mo Bin explained that they came here by chance and encountered over 10,000 of golden scorpions and had a war. When they were just about to win, a golden ray of light came out from nowhere, blinding them, and a desert vortex appeared. It swirled all of them in and they ended up falling into the place where they are now. What happened after you came here? What did you all see? Did you all kill these golden scorpions? Someone asked anxiously. No. Bin shook his head. This golden scorpion was killed by a python. When we came in from outside, we saw a huge python fighting with the golden scorpion. The golden scorpion was killed by the tail of the python. Then, the python ate the shining thing on top of the altar and went away. Did it hurt you guys? Someone asked. Maybe it was rushing to digest, so it didn't hurt us. It even gave us the golden scorpion's body. Bin answered. Meaning, this thing was theirs. From the marks and hints of it, there was definitely a snake here. Snakes are the most treacherous and vicious, why would it let you humans go? Someone questioned. Could it be that you guys swallowed the thing? That snake is your contract beast or you guys made it up? Hearing those words, those people's gaze turned unfriendly. Mao Sanquan stood out from the crowd and said, maybe, like he said, it was rushing to digest that thing and didn't want to waste time here. Or, it felt our presence on top and, knowing that we would come down here once the light was unblocked, it left in a hurry. That's right. On top of it, seeing this golden scorpion's strength, it can be killed by a tail of the python, how strong would it be? You think, given their strength, can they even contract a beast with that strength? Even you guys can't. Let alone 3 students. Mao Sanquan refuted their words. Those people were speechless after hearing Mao Sanquan's words. Don't suspect my sex students if you don't have evidence, they are kids with good conduct. Mao Sanquan harumphed. Sima Yu and the rest heard Mao Sanquan's words and lowered their heads. If not, they wouldn't be able to hide their smiling expression any longer. By doing that, they would look like they were being wronged and make those people who suspected them feel bad. Since that thing is given to you by that python, you guys can keep it. Yes, Instructor Mao. Which direction did that python go? Someone asked. That side. It transformed into a small snake and flew away. If you guys want to chase after it, take note if it's hiding anywhere, we will go and look for it. Some followed the direction they gave and chased, but they wouldn't be able to find anything. This must be the altar from the immemorial era. Didn't think it would be hiding under this desert. Since they can't get the thing, they can only focus on the altar. Other than here, have you guys gone to other places? Mao Sanquan asked. No. You bring them up to land, we will take a look down here. Mao Sanquan told one of the teachers. They wanted to understand the situation so they had to investigate further, but the situation here was unknown. Having students around would be dangerous. Okay. That teacher said to Sima Yu and the rest, let's go up. Sima Yu and the rest knew they wouldn't be able to participate in any of the later happenings, so they obediently followed the teacher back to land. When those students that guarded on top saw Sima Yu and the rest came up, they secretly sighed in relief that they were alive and managed to come back out safe and sound even after getting swirled in. They thought that they were dead for sure. Hua Piao Miao saw that Bin had come out, so she walked over to him and passed him the jade pendant from her hand. She said gently, you dropped this jade pendant when you got swirled in, I'll return this to you now. Bin had long since realized his jade pendant was missing and thought that he couldn't get it back anymore. He didn't expect she'd picked it up. Thanks. He took over the jade pendant and thanked her faintly. All the students are at the oasis, let's go over. The good thing was that the oasis was big enough to accommodate 10 of thousands of people. The sex people reached here first, so they hogged the place with the most leverage, which was the pond. Sima Yu realized upon reaching that the sex students should all be there already. Classmate Yu, thank you for your pill. After I got stung by the golden scorpion once, I ate your pills and it saved my life. You bought it yourself. It's yours, you don't need to thank me like that, said I still have to thank you, if you didn't refine this pill, where could we buy it from? If we got stung, we can only be like the rest, watching helplessly waiting for death. A lot of people thought the same. So they worshipped her and treated her with respect. Sima Yu and the rest greeted them politely, then walked to the side of a small lake. Little Seven saw Wang Si Miao standing below a tree at the side of the river and dragged Sima Yu over. You were fast. Little Seven greeted. Wang Si Miao was right in the middle of thinking about stuff when he heard Little Seven. He then turned and saw them walking over. Why are you here alone in a daze? I'm thinking about some stuff. Wang Si Miao said. He looked around and saw the students were a distance away before he cupped his hands in salute at Sima Yu. Thank you for the poison you gave me before you went off. You used it? I used it. Wang Si Miao continued, when I went back, on the way there were people trying to kill me. The opponent was strong. If it were not for the poison you gave me that made them sleepy for a while, I might not have been able to return to the sect. So ruthless? Sima Yu continued, do you know who are the ones who tried to kill you? I can guess who they are, but I don't know the reason. Wang Si Miao said doubtfully. Wang Si Miao couldn't think of an answer until he suddenly thought that Yu had given him his own antidote. Does this mean that he already knew that he would bump into the murderer? You both knew? He stared at them. Fatty Chu heard from someone saying they want to kill you. Little Seven said. Why did he want to kill me? At that time it was circulated outside that you and Hua Piao Miao are together. Sima Yu continued, that time, we thought it was real, but after we knew about it, we denied this theory. Hua Piao Miao and me got together. Why didn't I know about this? Wang Si Miao stared blankly. From an outsider's view, you both definitely look like a couple, even I thought so too. But after hearing from Mo Bin about the grievances between you and Hua Piao Miao and the news about her liking Mo Bin, then we knew this justification is groundless. Sima Yu said. Since it's groundless, why do you think he will still kill me? Because he was talking to someone in a cloak, feeling strange and not sure if he would really kill you, little Seven gave you the poison just in case. Sima Yu explained. Someone in a cloak? Wang Si Miao frowned, it's harder to identify. He cupped his hands in salute to Sima Yu and thankfully said, regardless, I still have to thank you guys. Welcome. Sima Yu cupped her hand in salute. On the other side, Peng Jianan saw them talking, his eyes turned hazy. Didn't expect that those people failed to kill him. This Wang Si Miao's life is strong. Let's see if you are this lucky next time. The opposite side seemed to feel his evil aura and looked over, he immediately lowered his head, hiding his killing desires. Looks like he hasn't given up on killing you. Sima Yu felt his killing desires, she already knew who it was without looking. This time he only caught me off guarded. Now that I'm prepared, if he still wants to kill me, it's not that easy anymore. Wang Si Miao groaned coldly. I think so too. Sima Yu said, seeing the oasia were filled with people, she asked, are all the sect students here? Other than the dead, the rest are all here. Wang Si Miao said. How many dead? About 200 to 300. Better than I estimated. Wang Si Miao continued, if you didn't develop the antidote, I'm afraid that the numbers will be higher by several times. I am happy that I can help everyone. Sima Yu continued, but I guess some students are scared. When they go back they might feel better. After going through all this, I am not sure if the billboards contest is counted, wonder if they will remake the ranking contest. We need to see what the sect is going to plan. Wang Si Miao continued, what did you guys come across at the bottom? Why is there only one teacher here? Sima Yu repeated what Mo Bin said, Wang Si Miao felt stupefied after listening. Really didn't expect that there is an ancient altar below. He said astonishingly, if it's that case, I think Instructor Mao and the rest won't come up here until 1.5 hours or later. Once an ancient thing comes to light, everybody with power will try to snatch. The sect will probably let us go back first. Sima Yu guessed. She guessed right, the teacher that brought them up took a command to bring all the students back to school and called some other teachers over. 3 days later, all the students were back to school and some teachers went to Karma Desert. Mao Sanquan and the rest didn't come back, so the billboards contest will be postponed temporarily. But the sect's teacher counted their golden scorpions. Although many of them only have 1 or 2, some others collected quite a few, for example, the Thunderbolt team. Others are a few to tens, minorities have up to hundreds, but they are good, one by one, they have thousands of them, pushing others out of the ranking. The students flared up after they heard the news because the Thunderbolt team had the least amount of people in the sect, used the least time to establish and most of the members were new and created miracles every time. These greatly provoked the seniors as many students wanted to join them. Sima Yu saw this commotion and headed to the parting garden, leaving this issue to the seniors. She leisurely sat in parting garden, chatted with Su Xiaoxiao and Han Miao Shuang, talking about the things that happened in the Karma Desert. I didn't expect that this sex contest could be so ruthless. Su Xiaoxiao continued, but the good thing is that you guys are all fine. If we knew earlier, we would have gone with you guys. Han Miao Shuang said. We had many people, it wouldn't be dangerous. Contrary to that ancient altar, it's something that is so far away, those people will definitely turn everything upside down. Sima Yu continued, and I heard more and more people are going to that place, this issue definitely won't settle down anytime soon. I think the billboards matter will be postponed further. Many people used the golden scorpion tail to exchange for cultivation points and already headed to Cultivation Pagoda to cultivate. Sima Yu said. Oh right, how's the issue with your team? What else, they are howling every day, saying many people came here and wanting to join our team and also some team wants to merge with us. Master's place has become your refuge. Han Miao Shuang laughed and said, our freshmen last time weren't as powerful as you guys, to them now, you aren't a freshman anymore. Hey, I heard from elder brother, the team members already gained 20 people, those are people without a team last time. Even He Feng, Tang Yen and Mo Bin joined. They joined? That's right. This was yesterday's news, I don't know how many will be joining us today. Sima Yu said with a headache. They started a team because they didn't want to join another team, with no intention to develop or strengthen. But now, they can't even go into hiding. Can you go ask how many people joined today? Asked Han Miao Shuang while showing interest. Alright. Sima Yu took out her Sun Mother Stone and contacted Bei Gong Tang, asking her about today's situation. Today is good, although many people came, but not many people were able to join. Bei Gong Tang sounded cheerful. What happened? Wang Si Miao and Mo Bin came together this morning and joined the team. They were keeping a watch in the yard, He Feng took the lead and said whoever wants to join the team has to win him in the fight. That's why fewer people came today. Sima Yu pursed her lips, what an effective idea. After 10 or more days had passed, Mao Sanquan and the other teachers returned. The moment they came back, they called Sima Yu and the others to go over. The sect has made a large lapse in judgment for our competition this round. It is thanks to you guys that things did not end in disaster. This is the prize for the 3 of you. Mao Sanquan said as he pointed to the 3 boxes on the table. Sima Yu wasn't polite either, as she went up and casually chose a box. After taking a look inside, she saw a purple crystal the size of a fist, purple fantasy crystal stone. She was quite surprised as she cried out. She closed the box once again and said, thank you, Instructor Mao. Bei Gong Tang and Ouyang Fei saw her keep the item away, and went up as well to accept the box. Thank you, Instructor Mao. Instructor Mao, how are things coming along with the ancient altar? Sima Yu asked. Not bad. The few of us who went ahead managed to find quite a bit of quality items. Although a few fights broke out in the middle, our sect did not lose out. Instructor Mao said a little proudly. Sima Yu could imagine the scene. It was definitely one that would start a scene. It was a good thing that those from their sect would never lose out. She could tell based on Instructor Mao's expression that others were the ones who had lost out. They were the ones who had first found out about that place. It was just a pity that they were too weak and had no choice but to back out in the face of the other powers. Mao Senquan felt like it was a pity as well. The items there that released a gold light were the most precious items in the ancient altar. It was a pity that some snake stole it. Mao Senquan said with regret, if we could obtain it, the sect would really have won out. Sima Yu thought about that snake that was currently sleeping in her spirit pagoda, which had struck first for the sake of growing stronger. She couldn't hear his lamentations. Mao Senquan merely complained about the treasure for a moment and it was over. In any case, he didn't see it. Since it was gone, it was gone. If he had lost it after he had seen it, he might have spit out blood. Right, I heard that your scores are one of the best ones, you have to do your best during the competition. Mao Senquan said. It is totally based on the results this time? Sima Yu asked. Mao Senquan said, although some unexpected things have happened, some people have still obtained pretty decent scores even in the midst of it. That's why we have decided to continue. Alright, you guys should go down and prepare yourselves. Then when is the competition set to begin? In 3 to 5 days, I suppose. The sect will send out the notice. Mao Senquan said. Then we will return first. Go ahead. The three of them exited the office and returned to the dorms. She wanted to tell everyone about the competition. Once they knew that there was going to be a competition, their calm hearts suddenly grew anxious. The sect's announcement came out in the afternoon. One piece of paper wrote down the eve of the billboard ranking competition, while another was the name list containing the list of competitors. The students of the sect saw it, and it was similar to what they expected. As such, nobody took much notice of the rankings. The billboard rankings began 3 days later. On this day, Yu and the rest went to the competition ground early. After the sect finished setting it up, the open plaza was already divided into 5 different areas. There was an elevated stage in each area. The sect really acts fast. They used so little time to set up the elevated stages. Fatty Chu sighed, however, are these stages stable? It won't collapse halfway through the competition, will it? How could it be? If it really collapsed, wouldn't the sect be too reckless? Tang Yan and Mo Bin walked over and sat with them. Were the previous elevated stages the same? The competitions are the same every year. Tang Yan said, it is the alchemists' competition now. Once their competitions are over, they'll turn this place into an elevated stage. Don't look down on the fact that these are only here temporarily. The materials they're made with are pretty good. I've never seen a stage break before. Really? Fatty Chu chuckled, who knows, someone might break it this year. Brat, are you talking about yourself? Tang Yang laughed, if we're talking about you, you might be able to do it in a few hundred years. Fatty nodded his head seriously, saying, I will do my best. Before I graduate from this place, I have to break it at least once. Pfft dash. Everyone burst out in laughter. They really didn't know what to say about this kind of goal. When it was 8 o'clock in the morning, the plaza was filled with people. Most of them were students of the sect, and whether or not they had classes, they were all here. The teachers of the sect came very quickly. There were many more teachers around here than in the competitions before. Most of them would judge the competitions to the end. One of the teachers came to the center of the plaza and said with a raise of his voice, today, we will begin the first round of our billboard ranking competition. I will now announce the rules. It could be because too much had happened in the middle of it all, but the students did not find anything new about the competition. Today marks the first battle. Based on your results, the top 50 will automatically qualify. The remaining 1,000 of you will be in one group. Each of you will decide your opponents by drawing lots. The remaining 125 of you will compete with the previous 100. Fatty Chu ran over to Tang Yan, asking, didn't they say that it would be a total of 1,000 people? How did it end up to be 1,050 of them? Didn't you see the notice? Tang Yan said, the announcement said that, due to the special circumstance, an additional 50 people were included. I see. Everyone, you should come up now and draw your numbers. That teacher waved his hands, and a box appeared in front of him. Inside the box were 10 slips of papers. Then, 10 people went up to draw it. Once they were done, he placed in another 10 and let the next person draw. Yu and the others were in the top 50, so they had no need to participate in the competition. They just had to sit and watch the show. 1,000 students meant 500 competitions. With 5 elevated stages, each stage could host 100 matches. This was still the first round. In the second round, there would be 250 matches. Each stage had 50 matches. In the third round, there would be 125 matches. Each stage had 25 matches. Sima Yu and the others watched as they battled on stage. They would occasionally discuss the good and bad points of each match. As expected of students of our sect. Each and every one of them is so powerful. Fatty Chu sighed. Even if they are on the same rank, their battle abilities can be as far apart as heaven and earth. That's why battle experience is important. That's right. We've all come to where we are after taking it step by step. If we're talking about battles, we've had our fair share of them. We've even gone through a few more than others. Sima Yulin said. Sima Yu listened to their banter and her eyes suddenly shone as she said to them, you guys keep looking. I have something to do, so I'll be going ahead. Yu, where are you going? There's someone looking for me outside. Sima Yu said. Little 7, you should come with me. Little 7 too. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Little 7 whooshed off her seat as she held onto her hand, asking, are we going out of the sect? Yeah, we're going to settle some things. I want you to come with me. Weren't we fine before? Why do you suddenly have to go and do something? Tang Yang said, why don't you take me too? You're not cute like Little 7, neither are you powerful like she is. Why would I bring you along? Big Wei and Little Wei saw her and were wondering why she didn't participate in the billboard ranking competition. It was only after clarifying it with her that they let her out. The moment they left the gates, Little 7 asked, did that Shirqian guy come back again? Yeah, he's here. He's looking for us at Memory Restaurant. Sima Yu said, the others who were at the Divine Devil Valley sent word to me. They told me that they have news about Master. So are we going to the Divine Devil Valley shop first or to the Memory Restaurant to look for Shirqian to see what kind of person he brought back? Little 7 asked. We'll look for Shirqian first. Sima Yu said, we'll talk again once we find out what's going on. Alright. They headed right to Memory Restaurant, and when the manager saw her, he immediately went up to greet her. Which room is Shirqian staying in? Moonlight level, 3rd sky room. The manager replied, he said that he would be waiting here for you the entire time and to look for him immediately once you arrived. I got it, you can go ahead. Sima Yu said to the manager. She led Little 7 to the moonlight level and came to the room in the corner of level 3. Even before she knocked on the door, it swung open. You guys came rather quickly. Shirqian's voice came in from outside, close the door behind you. Sima Yu and Little 7 entered. They noticed that the originally spacious room had already been modified. The inside of the house along with the door outside had been covered with black cloth such that the entire room appeared pitch black. Why did you turn the room into this state? You'll know once you come in. Sima Yu and Little 7 exchanged glances before walking into the room together. A giant black cloth covered the entire room. One of them was a tiny little person whose entire skin was festering. Shirqian sat on a stool by the side. His gaze was filled with deep pain as he looked at the person lying on the bed. This is the person you want to save, don't you think it's gross? Shirqian raised his head. Sima Yu shook her head, for people who have walked past death's door, there's nothing they'll see that will scare them. Especially for someone so small. The only thing I feel is pity. I don't think it's gross. Shirqian didn't think he would hear an answer like that as he was taken aback. You truly are, like he said, very unique. The he was referring to was naturally Jiang Junxian. Who is she? How did this happen? This is my younger sister, Shi Shuang. She used to be fresh, clean and cute. She was similar to others. Shirqian sighed. Then how did she end up like this? Little 7 asked. She went to a place, and I don't know what she experienced there, but then she started to become smaller, slowly turning into a young kid. Our poison master has thought of many ways, but he was unable to figure out what was wrong with her. Her body has started to decay in recent years, and she has now become like this. Is she not a child? Little 7 thought that she looked to be the same age as she appeared, and that she wasn't too far off. Nope. Shirqian shook his head, she's even older than Jiang Junxian. So you're saying that she's an average person? Sima Yu said. Yes. I'm rather curious about her identity. Who is she that she will be able to mobilize an entire inner assassin organization? Putting aside the fact that you'll give up your pursuit of Little 7, you're even willing to ensure our safety. Sima Yu said, if I don't clarify this point, I'm afraid of being deceived. Shirqian looked at her speechlessly. Was there anyone more straightforward than she was? She is Master's only daughter. She has always been the apple of his eye, ever since she was young. He pampered and treasured her to no end. In the eyes of my master, Little 7 cannot compare to her at all. Shirqian saw that Sima Yu was still unconvinced, so he added on, my master is our palace master. Did your poison master come with you? He's gone to look at some tarpaulin material. Shirqian said, we have to ensure that light cannot enter here at all. The moment junior sister touches sunlight, her entire body is racked with pain. This was why we said earlier on that we had no way to bring her here. I'm going to examine her. Be careful. The slightest touch brings her pain. Shirqian warned. I understand. Sima Yu walked to the bed and saw her suffering, sighed, such a strong woman. Shi Shuang opened her eyes. She thought that she would see a pair of apathetic eyes filled with hatred because apart from her father and senior, the others in the sect would say with their lips that the young Ms. was pitiful, but their eyes would seethe hatred. However, in the pair of eyes before her, she only saw empathy and concentration. She didn't hate her, but she didn't pity her either. Sima Yu suddenly saw the pair hate-filled of eyes and was stunned. She subconsciously explained, young Miss Shi, I am helping to examine your condition. You're a doctor? Yes. I've been studying at Heavenly Sect for a few years. Sima Yu replied. Even Poison Master has no idea. He may not have one, but it doesn't mean that I don't either. Sima Yu said, of course, I'll only know for sure once I've examined your body. I just want to see which method it is that requires little 7 to act as the medicine. She seemed to have recalled something as she lifted her head to look at Shi Qianji, asking, didn't you say that little 7 would be able to save her? Why did you say that there's no cure? He said that, with little 7, a little of junior sister's pain would be alleviated. Shi Qianji said. Sima Yu only now turned around and said, I'm going to take your pulse first. Shi Qiu Shuang stretched forth a hand. Right now, there was not a single piece of skin on her hand that was intact. It all seemed to have rotted off, and was even leaking pus. However, it was as if Sima Yu didn't see anything as she casually placed her hand on it. SS-. The excruciating pain caused her to hiss out loud. I have to examine you. Otherwise, I won't be able to find a cure for you if I am unclear of your situation. It will be a little painful, please bear with it. Sima Yu subconsciously took her as a child when she saw how small her body was. Such a warm tone. Shi Qiu Shuang nodded. The face that lacked any facial features scrunched together in pain, but she didn't make another sound. Shi Qianji stood by the side and his heart ached when he saw her this way. Junior sister, just hold on for a bit. Shi Qiu Shuang looked up and glanced at him, only then did the fierce look in her eyes fade a little. Shi Qianji wanted to urge Sima Yu to hurry up, but when he saw her eyebrows scrunched together in focus, he swallowed his words. After a long moment had passed, she retrieved her hands. How is it? Little 7 was even quicker than Shi Qianji in asking. The situation is a little complicated. I'll tell you guys in a bit. Sima Yu came to the center of the room. She took out a furnace and a table before taking out some herbs, beginning to refine right there. Shi Qianji watched as she began to refine pills in front of everyone, and thought of how the alchemists in the sect never let anyone watch them refine. His impression of her changed once again. Sima Yu refined for half a day before she finally produced a furnace full of pills. She placed 4 pills into a jade bottle and fed the remaining pill to Shi Qiu Shuang. This pill will make your body numb for a while. You won't feel pain with a single touch and won't have to hide from the sun. She said after feeding her a pill. You're serious? Shi Qiu Shuang looked at her with joy. Her eyes were filled with tormented joy, but she also dared not believe it. Ever since she had become this way, she could never see the sun again, no, not only the sun. She could not see any form of light. She was shut away in that room day after day, and all she saw was darkness. She had already forgotten what it was like to see the sun. Of course. You can try it if you do not believe me. Sima Yu said, wait a few more minutes. You just have to wait 10 minutes after eating this pill, senior. Senior. Shi Qiu Shuang looked at Shi Qianji with joy. Jun Xian was right, wasn't he? His junior brother is very talented. He might really be able to cure you. Shi Qianji said. Shi Qiu Shuang nodded her head hopefully. Sima Yu kept the table away. Once she had kept the furnace and table away, the time was just about right. Give it a try. Sima Yu sighed, has the pain lessened? I don't feel anything now. Shi Qiu Shuang said. Now that she was feeling less pain, she had more faith in Sima Yu's words. She was also a lot more hopeful that she would be able to see the sun. Give it a try, then. Sima Yu said, I'm going to touch you first, and you should try to sense it. If it's okay, we'll open the window. Let me do it. He sat down beside the bed and stretched forth a hand to touch her arm, asking, how is it, does it hurt? I don't feel anything. Shi Qiu Shuang cried out emotionally, how about here? Shi Qianji touched somewhere else. Nothing either. It doesn't hurt, it really doesn't hurt. Shi Qiu Shuang started to cry. When it mixed with the fresh blood, it was truly terrifying. Swish dash. As the two of them were caught in their emotional moment, little 7 pulled the black cloth off the window. Bright light shot into the room, and Sima Yu immediately covered Shi Qiu Shuang's eyes. What's wrong? Shi Qianji and little 7 looked at her weirdly. Young Miss Shi has not seen sunlight for so many years, and her eyes have grown accustomed to darkness. If you immediately expose her to light, you'll injure her eyes. If it's serious, she will lose her sight. Ah, I didn't know that would happen. Little 7 stuck out her tongue. She just wanted to see whether Sima Yu's pill would be so miraculous that it would be able to stop her from feeling pain. Young Miss Shi, I'm going to release you. You should close your eyes. All right. Shi Qiu Shuang heard her say that she might lose her sight, and was immediately so frightened that she stopped moving. It had been so difficult for her to be able to see the sun. She didn't want to be stuck in darkness forever. Sima Yu released her eyes and took out a piece of black cloth and tied it around her head, saying, you can take it off once your eyes have adapted. Shi Qiu Shuang replied. She was still so excited from being about to see light. Little 7, take down all the black cloth. Sima Yu said. All right. Little 7 bounced around taking down all the black cloth. The room immediately filled with light. How is my junior sister? Can she be cured? It's rather troublesome. Sima Yu said, young Miss Shi has been poisoned. The moment I heard you say that she had gone to a place last time and only became like this upon returning, I knew where it was. Describe to me the gist of the place you went to. I went to Devil Cave. Shi Qiu Shuang. Devil Cave? How did you end up in Devil Cave? Shi Qianji asked with shock. So it was the Devil Cave. Sima Yu was rather puzzled as well when she heard where it was. Devil Cave, Heartbreak Valley and 10,000 Poison Mountain Range were known as the three most poisonous places. 10,000 Poison Mountain Range was the most poisonous of all, in the inner regions. Very few people went inside it. Devil Cave as the second, in the inner regions. The third was Heartbreak Valley, also in the inner regions. Heartbreak Valley was the place where she and Dear Feng had split up. Basically, very few people would go to these three places. Most people who went there were asking for death. Heartbreak Valley was a little bit better, as you could go a little near to it if you had the antidote to the poison. It was said that even if you had the antidote to the other two places, you would still die. Junior sister, why would you go there? Is it because of that jerk? Shi Qianji raged. Eldest senior, don't ask anymore. Shi Qiushuang asked, I don't want to speak of what happened that year. Otherwise, would not have kept it from you for so many years. Although one could not tell clearly the expression on her face and couldn't see the pain in her eyes, Sima Yu could feel the waves of pain radiating off of her. Shi Qianji had grown up with her, so there was no way he didn't understand her. When he saw her acting this way, he did not continue questioning her, saying, we'll wait for you to heal up before we speak of it. He turned to Sima Yu again, asking, she went to Devil Cave. Is this information useful to you? A little. Sima Yu said, I still have to do some research into her condition. After all, it's a big place. Young Miss Shi, later on, can you tell me about what you encountered inside? It may be able to help me come to a quicker conclusion. What if you cannot find the reason? Will you be unable to cure her? Little Seven ran over and asked. Shi Qianji and Shi Qiushuang were anxious as well as they waited for her answer. Not really. Sima Yu said, I'll just need a little more time. As long as you can cure me, it's okay to take a little more time. Shi Qiushuang said. It seemed that she did not want to talk about what happened. Since young Miss Shi is willing to wait, it's okay if you don't want to tell me. Sima Yu did not press her for an answer, however, I'll say this now. I only have 5 pills and each pill will only last 3 days. After half a month, these pills will be useless. If I have to figure out a cure on my own, I'll need 1 to 2 months. You need to think this over properly. Previous chapter. Next. Shi Qiushuang pondered over it for a moment before saying, in any case, I've already been in pain for so many years, 2 more months means nothing. Alright then. Sima Yu did not force her, I will do my best to think of a way to cure you. Little Seven suddenly thought of something and grabbed onto her sleeve. She asked anxiously, will they really need to eat a part of my flesh? No, this has absolutely nothing to do with you. Sima Yu consoled her as she patted her head. But didn't their poison master say that it would only be possible with my flesh? Little Seven asked. Speaking of your poison master, where is he? Sima Yu looked out the window, didn't you say that he's outside preventing someone from tearing the black cloth out? Why isn't he here although we've taken down all the black cloth? Shi Qianji felt like it was a bit strange as well. Too much was happening earlier on that they had forgotten about the poison master's presence. Thinking about it now, something felt off. Men. He called out as a black-clothed male immediately appeared inside the house. Sir Divine Envoy. The person greeted Shi Qianji. Where is Poison Master? Shi Qianji asked. Sir Poison Master has already left the inn and gone somewhere unknown. The black-clothed male replied. He left the inn? Shi Qianji asked. Yes. When did he leave? Shi Qianji asked again. Ever since he left this house. The black-clothed male replied. Understood. You should head downstairs. Shi Qianji waved a hand in his direction. With a flash, the black-clothed male disappeared from the house. It seems that you don't have that poison master completely under your control. Sima Yu said as she folded her arms. Shi Qianji was rather puzzled about where the poison master had gone, but he was gone and he couldn't say anything now. Does he have anything to do with your treatment? He doesn't, but I want to meet the person who has plans on Little Seven. Then I'll definitely let you meet him in the future. But I think that right now, you should be thinking about what to do about Junior Sister's situation, right? I won't be able to be clear about her situation for a while. I have to go back and do my research. Sima Yu said, I still have some things to do today. I'll be back once I have a general idea. You're going back? Shi Qianji thought that she would remain here while treating his junior sister. I'm still a student right now, of course I have to return to my sect. Sima Yu said, in any case, I'm sure you've heard of the billboard ranking competitions, right? Eldest senior should have told you about it before. It happens to be my competition period right now, so I have to go back and compete. Fine. Then you should hurry back. Shi Qianji took out a mother-son stone and said, hold on to this. I'll be able to locate you easier with this. Alright. Sima Yu kept the mother stone away as she led Little Seven off. Qianji, you can't let them leave. An honest and low voice was heard from the doorway as a male clad in a black qipao walked in. Shi Qianji looked at the person who just came in and asked with a frown, where did you go? Did you not say that you would be standing guard outside? Lei Tianquan completely disregarded his interrogation and chose instead to repeat solemnly, Qianji, this is a rare opportunity. You can't let them leave. You must be that poison master. The guy who said that I'm the only one who would be able to save her? Little Seven saw Lei Tianquan and immediately got angry. This should be the eye of the earth. Lei Tianquan looked at Little Seven with shining eyes. An unbridled passion started to brew in his eyes. You old fart, you just want to take advantage of me, don't you? Little Seven looked at him with anger. She clenched her fist and wanted to punch him, but Sima Yu pulled her to a stop. Young Master Sure, young Miss Sure, I have things to do, so I'll be leaving first. Stop. Lei Tianquan shouted, you still want to leave? Since you're here, you should obediently remain behind. Sima Yu's expression fell as she said, what is the meaning of this? Do you insist on forcing us to stay? You can go, but the Eye of the Earth has to remain behind. Lei Tianquan said, she is the medicine required to save our young Mississippi. Bullshit. Little Seven cursed, Yu has already said that it has absolutely nothing to do with me and I wouldn't be able to help cure her at all. You're just manipulating the situation to your benefit. Do you believe that I'll kill you with a single punch? Sima Yu was not anxious as she looked at Shi Qianji, asking, what do you say? Let them go. Shi Qianji ordered Lei Tianquan, expressing his stance clearly. Qianji, don't you want to save young miss? Lei Tianquan looked at him with shock. You should not forget that, in order for our sect to obtain the Eye of the Earth, we have gone through so much effort. It is right in front of our eyes now, are we just going to give up? Shi Qianji looked at him and said, do you really want to cure junior sister, or are you fulfilling another motive? Of course it is to rescue young Mississippi. Young Miss's life has been my priority all these years. Of course it is my wish for her to get better. But you've never put in any effort at all. Shi Qianji said, junior sister has been in pain for so many years, and you've never thought of stopping it. Did you not want to, or were you unable to? Qianji, this is not the time to talk about this. However, we should capture her and cure young Mississippi. Do you really care for young Miss Sure? Sima Yu sneered from the side, if you really did care for her, why is it that you have been in here for such a long time, but you haven't even realized that the house is different? If you cared so much for her, would your first reaction not have been to worry that there is light shining on her body? However, your entire focus, since the time you came in, has been on Little Seven. Sima Yu interrupted him, I'm guessing that it is not that young Miss Sure needs the Eye of the Earth, but that you're the one who covets her? Shi Qianji's expression turned extremely dark when he heard what Sima Yu said. She was right. Ever since Lei Tianquan had come in, he had not even glanced at junior sister. Much less show any concern for her situation. Lei Tianquan, is this true? Shi Qianji, we are from the same sect. How could you trust him but not me? Lei Tianquan cried out. Trust you? When did I ever? If it were not because master let you come, would I have let you? Shi Qianji, I am your senior. So what if you are my senior? You're still unable to cure junior sister. However, Yu has seen her only once, but has already refined some pills to stop junior sister's pain. Comparing yourself to him, your little senior status is useless. You. Lei Tianquan was so incensed that he was about to spit blood. His voice turned cold as he said, if you don't leave the Eye of the Earth behind today, nobody is leaving this place. It was a naked threat, causing Sima Yu and Shi Qianji to furrow their eyebrow. Lei Tianquan, what do you plan to do? Nothing much, I'm merely doing something that you're willing to do. Lei Tianquan said, I don't know what method you used to convince Palace Master to give up on the Eye of the Earth. However, the Eye of the Earth is very important to us. We can't give up every single thing we've worked for just because you want to achieve your personal goal. I've said to let them go. Shi Qianji said icily, I'm the divine envoy. Even if you've been in the sect for a longer period of time, right now, you have to listen to me. Ha 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 dash. Lei Tianquan threw his head back in laughter. Listen to you? You think that just because you're the divine envoy, that you can order us seniors around? If we say it nicely, everyone calls you Sir Divine Envoy. But isn't that just because we're giving you respect based on your relationship with Palace Master? All you have is a feather but you think you have the whole chicken. You think too much. In our eyes, you're nothing more than a child that hasn't grown up yet. Humph, stop blustering. Everyone has agreed what to do with regards to the Eye of the Earth. I did not make the decision alone. You are the one who is going against everyone. Shi Qianji said, you speak so virtuously, but you're just acting based on your own desires. Little Seven listened to their exchanges and said impatiently, are you guys done yet? Yu, let's go. We don't have to bother about them. Whoever dares stop me will eat my fist. After speaking, she pulled on Yu and wanted to leave. Stop there. Peak monarch rank. Humph. Little Seven stood in front of Sima Yu and ouch ouch. Lei Tianquan cultivated poisonous qi, and his spirit energy. Lei Tianquan had long since known. When that failed, he mounted a second attack. That black-clothed person was not the one who had come earlier, but he was very powerful. Lei Tianquan's expression turned ugly when he saw the black person, crying out, a person from the Bat Squadron. Shi Qianji, do you really insist on being against me? I'm not against you, you're against the entire sect. Shi Qianji said, by going against Master's orders, I can use the Bat Squadron to defeat you. Although you're pretty strong, you just advanced in rank. You're no match for him. Go back. No, I have no plans to go back, neither can I ever go back. Lei Tianquan said, ever since I started walking down this path, I could never go back. Even as he spoke, his voice carried a trace of hurt. However, that appeared for only a second before it was quickly replaced with a zealor, the kind that was reserved for a most treasured possession. As long as I can obtain the Eye of the Earth, even if I cannot return, the entire continent will have no choice but to give in to me. Ha 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 ha. It's a good idea, but it's a pity that that's all it will ever be. You will never be able to accomplish it. I knew it a long time ago that you would not be easy to subdue. That is why I've made preparations beforehand. Running? How could this guy run before I've beaten him? Little Seven wanted to chase after him, but was caught before she even moved. He should have set up some kind of trap mechanism outside. But that guy's wanted to capture me. If I don't take revenge, I'll feel really up. Relax. He won't escape before he's managed to capture you. Sima Yu said confidently, he probably left earlier on because he went to set up an array. He should be trying to lure us out now. Will we anger him to death if we don't go outside? Whether or not he dies of anger, that I do not know. However, we do have to leave this place. Sima Yu said, don't forget that there's still something that we have to take care of. What she was referring to was the issue with the Divine Devil Valley. You guys wait here. Shi Qianji said to the both of them before instructing the person from the Bat Squadron, you guys go outside and take a look. The black-clothed man immediately jumped out the window, and sounds of a battle were quickly heard. He's actually set up a barrier to keep us inside the inn. Sima Yu came beside the bed and saw when she saw the situation outside. Little Seven rushed to the window as well. She saw the black-clothed man fighting in the air and said, he's fighting with himself. This should be a combination of trapping us inside as well as a mirage. Sima Yu said, inside this kind of array, you will meet a person who is about as strong as you are. The stronger you are, the stronger the opponent will be. Fighting with yourself? So you just have to be a little stronger than you usually are. This way, you will be able to win. This is rather difficult. Do you have another way? I do, break the array. Sima Yu said, using the normal method of breaking the array, you can just get rid of it. Then I'll have to leave this to you. I'll do my best. Sima Yu said, but you have to ensure a safe environment for me. How do I do that? Simple. I can only break the array by going outside this inn. If I'm attacked, I'll naturally be unable to think of a way to break the array. Shi Qianji saw that she didn't have any worry in her eyes, so he felt like she was digging a hole for him. However, he didn't have any other ideas. Who asked him to be unable to break array? However, he forgot that his opponent would also be as powerful as he was. By adding another one to the fray, would he be able to manage it? It was only when Shi Qianji took the pill and grinned that he discovered that human potential was unlimited. If you don't break this array soon, I will be cut in half. He complained to the person wandering around in the distance. Sima Yu glanced at him. You haven't been cut in half yet? I'm very close to. You didn't see how those two people's swords were a centimeter away from chopping my head off. Do you know 1 centimeter? I don't know. Sima Yu said frankly. Shi Qianji looked at her speechlessly. She could actually say it. Originally I thought your level wasn't high and the illusionary opponent wasn't strong. How you did is what I did. Sima Yu stored the stones away. Have your people run off? Ran off. Do you need to guess? Shi Qianji's mouth twitched. It seemed that Jiang Junxiang hadn't told him that this guy had a poisonous tongue. I think you know what to do when you catch someone. Sima Yu ignored him. I don't want Little Seven's matter to be spread out. If you can't control his mouth, I will find a way for him to never speak again. I already made him unable to speak. Little Seven suddenly appeared on top of the roof of the courtyard, laying on top and gazing at the two of them. Little Seven, come down. Sima Yu waved. Little Seven flew down, and a slight bloody smell drifted from her body. You killed the person? Yes, why keep someone who wants to kill us? Little Seven said. I didn't pay attention just now and let him run out, otherwise he would die with a punch at the beginning. You killed him with 1 punch? What if it's a peak monarch rank? Kill the same. Humph. Little Seven said disdainfully. Shi Qianji frowned slightly. He knew Little Seven was strong, but he didn't expect her to be strong. Even if he were his men, to be able to kill Lei Tianquan with 1 punch was impossible. Sima Yu took Little Seven's hand and took out the ointment to apply on her. Little Seven used her fist to penetrate Lei Tianquan's heart. Her small hand was contaminated with his poisonous blood and glowing red. After applying medicine, Yu nodded to him and left with Little Seven. As soon as they left, a person in black appeared on the roof carrying Lei Tianquan's body, looking at Shi Qianji. Shi Qianji shook his head. Handle it. The person in black obeyed and left with Lei Tianquan's body. He sighed. This matter was not easy to deal with. Entering the room, Shi Shuang was lying on the bed. Although her body was still like that, he could tell she was much better. Little junior sister, how are you feeling? Excellent. I haven't seen the sun for ages, and I finally saw it today, though outsiders couldn't tell at all. The person died? Shi Qianji came to the bed and sat down. Father has always been relying on him. Now the person is dead. I'm afraid that it will be difficult to deal with. That's not necessary. Shi Qianji said. Master relies on him because he has been treating you. Although there is no effect, it does preserve your life. If your health recovered, his purpose wouldn't weigh much. Although his position is heavy, he is not irreplaceable. There will be trouble coming up for the poison hall he runs. Shi Shuang said. Poison hall is very important to the sect. With his death, there would be bloody fighting for the next hall master. If master comes back, it is possible for him to take over. But your master has been traveling for so many years, and there is no news. I'm afraid he won't come back for a while. Shi Shuang said, I think your poison skill has surpassed your master. Father also said that you should take over, so you should take over. No. I only like to study poison. I don't want to do what I don't have to. Shi Qianji quickly refused. He didn't want to do those things. Every time I say this, this is your reaction. There are many divine envoys in the sect, yet you don't want to do anything. It's very good. I'm free and can do what I like. It's tiring to do those things. Well, rest comfortably. I'll deal with this matter. You go. I will look at the sun a little more. Shi Shuang said. Call me if you need anything. He left the room, sighed and resolved himself to deal with the matter. Sima Yu and the group came out of the courtyard. They saw the memory restaurant was in a mess, with traces of fighting everywhere. Young master, are you okay? I'm okay. I have something to do. I'll leave first. Console the guests on today's matter. Yes, young master. She brought little Seven to the Divine Devil Valley shop. As soon as she entered, the clerks were excited and wanted to pay their respects when she stopped them. Excuse me, is the shopkeeper here? Yes, the shopkeeper is in the backyard and has been waiting for you. The shopkeeper had waited at the entrance of the courtyard. When he saw her, he saluted, young valley master. Forget it. Sima Yu waved her hand. You have news of senior brother. How is he now? Yes, the valley returned news that they have young master Wu's news. Young master, please look. The shopkeeper took out a piece of paper and Sima Yu accepted it, quickly scanning through. The letter stated that Wu Lingyu had been in closed cultivation and he recently got out. It is said that his strength has increased. Because of his retreat, they never heard from him. It turned out he was in closed cultivation. It is good that senior brother is fine. As long as he was not taken away by the old immortal of Sage Pavilion, it was good. Today, the valley sent news that young master Wu would take people of Sage Pavilion to the alchemist contest. Alchemist contest? Yes. Will the valley participate? Yes, every time there's an alchemy contest, array contest and the likes, the valley will receive an invitation. I got it. She nodded. Alchemy contest is still a bit far away. Rubbing the devil's snare bracelet, she wondered how the guy inside it was doing. Young valley master? Young valley master? The shopkeeper noticed Sima Yu was in a daze and wasn't listening to him, so he called out twice. What's up? Sima Yu refocused and asked. I was saying, do you want to send a letter to the valley? The valley master asks you to visit the valley when you're free. The shopkeeper said. Sima Yu thought it over before replying, okay, I'll write a letter and have someone take it back. Yes. Sima Yu explained her situation in the letter and also announced she was going to participate in the alchemy test and so on. Yu, shall we go back now? When she finished writing the letter and left the shop, it was already dark outside. Go back. Sima Yu said. I don't know how the competition went today. I think it's nothing much. Little Seven disdainfully said. It's like a group of children playing with each other. There's nothing to see. It's nothing for you, but it's different for us students. Sima Yu said. The higher one's billboard ranking is, the more resources they can get, and the more likelihood of becoming stronger. It might not be important for you, but for them, it's something that can affect their life. Alright. Little Seven hadn't thought of this issue. Listening to her speak so, it really seemed to be the case. Let's go back. Sima Yu patted her on the head, smiling. They returned to the sect, and today's competition had concluded. Sima Yu contacted Sima Yuming and went directly to the parting garden. Later, Sima Yu did not go watch their competition, but entered the spirit pagoda to study Shirqiu Shuang's condition. Her blood was almost completely toxic with all kinds of poisons fused together, thick and squishy. It was very difficult to flow in Shirqiu Shuang's body. Sigh. Sima Yu sighed in the face of the thick bowl of blood. She told them 2 months of external time. 2 months in the real world was not enough for her to research it. She could only borrow the time difference in the spirit pagoda. You can do it. Ling Long appeared beside her. Her little body floated in the air with her little fists together and cheered for her. Sigh, you've been busy recently. You don't even have time to play with us. Little Roar laid on the table with her feet on the ground and spoke with sorrow. Sima Yu poked his head and reprimanded, you only know how to play. Haven't you seen how busy I am lately? I know, so I have been very obedient lately. I didn't go out to cause you trouble. Little Roar retorted. You also know you are a troublemaker. Thousand Resonance appeared beside him with a paw over his stomach and said in disdain. Don't press down or I will throw up what I just ate. Little Roar shouted. His small claw wanted to push Thousand Resonance away, but found it was useless and could not touch the paw. The funny appearance made everyone laugh. Sima Yu was also amused. Seeing Thousand Resonance's furry paw and Little Rock and Halcyon were both in humanoid figures, she said, Thousand Resonance, Yu Guang, I will take you out to evolve. Both beasts were a little surprised that Sima Yu suddenly thought of this. You are so busy. We can evolve later. Thousand Resonance said. Yeah, Yu, we're not in a hurry. You deal with your issues first. Yu Guang chimed in. It's no problem. I won't be busy in a brief period of time. Sima Yu said. Let's go, we'll go do evolution. Okay. Little Roar twirled his claws. What are you so excited about? You're not transforming. Sima Yu poked his bulging belly. I'm not transforming. But I can watch them get struck by lightning. Little Roar said. This is still a happy thing. But why can't you evolve? Yu Guang asked curiously. My soul is damaged. It hasn't completely recovered, so I can't evolve. Little Roar sighed. If I can evolve, it would be a handsome, graceful and suave man. You keep on being narcissistic. Sima Yu mocked, but she still hugged him. I think if you evolved, you'll be ugly. Because of her, his soul got damaged, which made her distressed. How can it be? I'm so handsome. My evolution will surely fascinate a group of beauties. Little Roar moved in Yu's arms and found a comfortable position. Will it? You'll know when you evolved. Little Rock said. I still don't believe it. Scarlet Queen Bee said. Maybe if there's a miracle. Thousand Resonance complimented. No matter what, I think he will still think he's handsome. Little Dream said with a smile. Right, Little Roar? Humph, I'm ignoring you. Little Roar ignored them. He always believed in his heart that he would become a handsome guy. This group of guys were laughing because they were jealous. Right, it must be so. Everyone thought of it and laughed secretly. He was a little arrogant. Let's go and help you evolve. Sima Yu went out hugging Little Roar. Su Xiao was cleaning the courtyard when he saw Sima Yu excited. Little junior brother, you're going out? Yes. Sima Yu said. My beasts have not had an evolution yet, so I want to take them to evolve. To be struck by lightning. Han Miao Shuang leaned out from upstairs. I haven't watched a spirit beast struck by lightning for a long time. Take me along. Okay. You are familiar with the back of the mountain. You can find a remote place for me. Sima Yu said. No problem, I'm familiar with the back of the mountain. Xiao should also go. Don't sweep the courtyard all day. When Master came back and saw you, he complained again. We'll go watch little junior brother's spirit beasts. Han Miao Shuang said. Su Xiao had no interest at first, but got interested when he heard the last part. Let's go. The three went to the back of the mountain. They flew for a half a day, yet they didn't fly out of the mountain range, but the distance was far enough from the inner sect. When the lightning tribulation came, it would not alarm the people in the sect competing and watching. Here it is. This area is remote enough. Han Miao Shuang said. Sima Yu felt the surroundings. There were no powerful spirit beasts nearby. The three landed on a hill. Do you need some preparation? Su Xiao asked. No need. Sima Yu said. We can overcome it. You don't need any array, pills, or spirit weapons. No need. Sima Yu said. You can all come out. With a wave of her hand, all the contract beasts, except Little Dream, came out. When Han Miao Shuang and the group saw so many contract beasts, their mouths formed an O. Little junior brother, they all need to evolve? Sima Yu nodded. No. The two were relieved, and it was terrifying to have so many evolutions at once. Little Rock and Halcyon have already evolved. They won't participate, but the rest will evolve today. Previous chapter. Han Miao Shuang and Su Xiao had yet to recover from the shock her words had given them when they heard her say to her spirit beasts, it's too troublesome if you do it one after the other. Just come all at once. Wait. Han Miao Shuang pulled on Sima Yu's hand, stopping her. Junior brother, do you or do you not know that the calamity will be even greater if they all evolve at once? I know. Sima Yu said. If you know that, then why would you still let them do it all together? It'll be fine, senior sister. Sima Yu said, there's no need to worry about this little bit of lightning. Once the calamity cloud is here, I'll even be able to chat with it about the old times. Han Miao Shuang and Su Xiao treated her words as a joke. It was only later on that they found out she really did go to chat about the old time. They even wanted to advise her about how important the calamity cloud was for the spirit beasts, but that it was very difficult to overcome. It would be a monumental waste if they died here as sacred beasts. However, it was as if Sima Yu didn't see how worried they were. It was also hard for them to speak any more about it. At the same time, they were also a little excited about it. Seniors, you guys should stand a little farther away to avoid getting sucked into this, Sima Yu said. Thousand Resonance, Yu Guang, Little Scarlet, Little Flower, you guys should make your preparations. Alright, Yu. Han Miao Shuang and Su Xiao flew off quickly, not wanting to get caught up in the lightning calamity. Following the taboo of the spirit beast's evolution, calamity clouds started to gather in the sky. The dark clouds obscured the view above them. Because the four spirit beasts did it together, the level of difficulty of the lightning calamity was not the average. In a short moment, a blanket of darkness covered them. This action caused all the teachers in the inner courtyard to feel it. What's going on? Fan Lei said with a furrow of his eyebrows. There seems to be something happening at the back of the mountain. Mao Sanquan said, looking at the sky, should we go over and take a look? Fan Lei saw the students competing on the elevated stage and nodded before turning to instruct the teachers beside him, you guys stay here and keep watch. We'll go over and check out what's happening. Han Miao Shuang and Su Xiao were in a daze when they saw what was happening. Is this even an evolutionary lightning calamity? Oh damn, with this level of activity, even the teachers might come over. Look at junior brother. He isn't worried at all, so he should have some way to deal with it. Su Xiao said. If only. Han Miao Shuang was rather worried. With this level of activity, I'm sure the sect's teachers will be here in no time. Truly, before the lightning really struck down, Mao Sanquan and Fan Lei arrived. What in the world is going on? Mao Sanquan came beside them and asked. It's junior brother's contracted animals, they're going to evolve. Evolution of contracted beasts? Fan Lei frowned. How could it be so imposing if only one triggered the evolution lightning calamity? If it was just one contract beast, it wouldn't be that way. However, junior brother has 4 of them. They're even going to do it at the same time. As the powers stacked up, it became like this. Simultaneously? What is he thinking? Didn't he think of the consequent aggressiveness? As his seniors, how could you not advise him otherwise? We did, but junior brother said that it would be no problem. Such willfulness. Where is he? Han Miao Shuang pointed to the thick cloud, saying, he went inside before you arrived. He went inside the calamity cloud? This brat is truly bold. I'm guessing that junior brother should be fine. He didn't look worried at all. Su Xiao said, otherwise, he wouldn't have failed to make any preparations. This brat. He's doing something so dangerous again. I feel like we should let him go face the wall to reflect on his actions. If Mao San Quan had a beard, he would definitely be blowing it in anger. What did he go into the Calamity Cloud for? Fan Lei asked. He said that he was going to have a chat with the Calamity Cloud about the old times. Sima Yu never thought that the Calamity Cloud would become so aggressive in such a short period of time. Little Calamity Cloud? Little Calamity Cloud? She came inside the Calamity Cloud and called out. How could it be you again? Little Calamity Cloud looked at Sima Yu as its eyes shone excitedly. However, it still pretended to be annoyed. Sima Yu went forward and caught the translucent little bunny-shaped cloud spirit in her hand, saying, "All right, little Calamity Cloud. Your eyes have already given you away. Did you miss me? Why would I have missed you?" Little Calamity Cloud released a bit of electricity, but it didn't hurt her at all. "Did you really not miss me?" Sima Yu snickered, "Then why did your eyes shine when they saw me?" "Whose eyes are shining?" Little Calamity Cloud absolutely refused to own up. It refused to let this brat see through it. "Didn't you? All right then, I'll go back now." She said this, but she didn't put it down. How could Little Calamity Cloud know the schemes of the human race? When it heard what she said, it thought that she was really about to leave and gave in. All right. I missed you, okay. But I just missed your wine. Do you have any of the ones before?" Sima Yu knew it. This guy had her eye on her fruit wine. Based on how much Little Calamity Cloud drank the last time, the wine she had left behind for it before was not enough at all. It should have finished a long time ago. However, she didn't trigger any Calamity Clouds recently, so it couldn't find her and could only crave for it. "Here, this is for you." She took out a jar of fruit wine as Little Calamity Cloud immediately hopped out of her hand and pounced towards the wine jug. Gulp gulp. It had drunk the jar of wine till it was turned completely upside down. "How is it? How's the wine this time?" Sima Yu beamed. Not bad. It tastes different from before, but it's delicious as well. Do you have any more?" "I do, I prepared a lot." Sima Yu said, "But don't you first have to finish your business proper?" "Business proper?" Little Calamity Cloud thought for a moment. "Oh yeah, your contracted beasts are going to evolve. But you don't have to worry. There's still a bit of time before I release my lightning. Let's talk again after a drink." After speaking, it drank another jar of wine. Sima Yu saw the rabbit tail that was peeking out of the jar, stretched forth a hand to poke at it. With a tone ready to negotiate, she said, "Little Calamity Cloud, how about the deal that we made before?" Wheeze. Little Calamity Cloud seemed to be replying to her to ask what she meant. When it had almost finished drinking, Yu pulled onto its tail and lifted it out of the jar. Before she had even begun to speak, the Little Calamity Cloud immediately rejected her. "No way, I can't cheat." Previous chapter. "You can't be more lenient." "I can't." Little Calamity Cloud was resolute. "Then why did you do it the last time?" "Did I?" Little Calamity Cloud refused to admit it. "You did. You remembered it wrongly. Then you can't continue to drink the wine." Sima Yu threatened. "You meanie." Little Calamity Cloud was blackmailed and glared at her with large round eyes. It looked rather innocent like that. "Am I the mean one or are you?" Sima Yu poked its forehead. "You drank my wine but won't do anything for me. Tell me who the bad one is." "You." Little Calamity Cloud pointed in the air without hesitating. "You're bullying people." "No, you're bullying a Calamity Cloud." Seeing how aggrieved it looked, if it had tears, they probably would have fallen by then. All right. Where did I bully you? Aren't I coming to you for help? We're friends, so we should help each other out. Isn't this very easy for you?" "Humph." Little Calamity Cloud turned its head to the side, so angry that it didn't want to look at her. Sigh. Sima Yu let out a long sigh. "So it seems you still don't see me as a friend. This makes me sad. I already take you as my friend. I knew that you liked fruit wine, so I specially refined so many different flavors for you, wanting to give them to you when we met again. It seems that my affection is unreciprocated. Are there many more flavors?" Little Calamity Cloud immediately turned its head towards Sima Yu, eyes shining like diamonds. "So what if there are? You don't take me as a friend. I can only go ahead and give it to my other friends." Sima Yu said a little disheartenedly. "Give it to me first. Along with those pills that stop you from getting drunk. Then, I'll treat you as my friend." Little Calamity Cloud said when it saw her wounded expression. "Little quick-witted spirit." Sima Yu smiled inwardly as she looked even more sad. "Really? Of course. Cloud Spirit, never goes back on my word." Never goes back on its word. Why did it seem like she didn't feel that way at all? "So you're called Cloud Spirit?" Sima Yu said. "I am not called Cloud Spirit. I am Cloud Spirit." Little Calamity Cloud emphasized. "Isn't the meaning the same? How could it possibly be? Cloud Spirit is not my name, I am Cloud Spirit." Little Calamity Cloud insisted. "Enough, where's the wine?" Sima Yu saw how anxious it was and didn't tease it anymore. She took out 3 times more wine than she did the previous time, along with some bottles of pills, saying, "Keep it well. After this, you'll only have more the next time we meet." When Cloud Spirit saw how many fruit wines there were, it was beyond itself with excitement. With a wave, a dark cloud drifted over and kept all the wine jars away. Then, it said satisfactorily, the calamity cloud has already formed, I can't change that. However, for lightning, I can suppress it a little. However, how much of it should I? This evolutionary lightning calamity is still beneficial for the spirit beasts to go through. You can decide. Just don't strike us to death. Sima Yu said with a smile. When the 4 little spirit beasts going through the calamity heard what she saw from below, they almost spat out blood. What did it mean not to strike them to death? What if they were crippled? Alright, actually, even if they were crippled, it wouldn't be a big deal. Initially, Sima Yu wanted to help them. However, with Cloud Spirit's guarantee, it was fine even if she didn't. As such, she sat on the calamity cloud with Cloud Spirit, drinking fruit wine and watching Thousand Resonance and the others battle the lightning strikes. Of course, whatever was happening here did not escape the notice of Fan Lei and the others. They never thought that she would actually be able to bring the calamity cloud over to her side. With this kind of cheating tool, why would she bother about the lightning calamity? It was no wonder she didn't make a single epper rating. However, when they saw the lightning running along her body, they were puzzled once again. That strong lightning was coursing through her body, so why didn't she feel a thing? I remember telling you before that, back when we were in the dark forest, he was struck by lightning. I think that his body may be capable of activating lightning calamities. As for that thing, it allows him to be immune towards lightning strikes. Fan Lei guessed. Mao Sanquan pondered over it. This was quite a reasonable explanation. Fan Lei's guess was rather accurate. However, he didn't get it completely right. Sima Yu was not immune to lightning, but that she was absorbing the lightning into her body. The top-grade purple lightning was absorbing the lightning bolts delightfully. This girl had been too busy nowadays and had not been struck by lightning for a long time, so he had nothing to eat. Sima Yu clearly felt that little thing swimming happily in her lightning pool, and thought of his usual apathetic attitude. She secretly felt like this guy was like a pampered brat, without a single shred of dignity. Anyway, little calamity cloud, you've been living on this continent for such a long time. You should have struck so many people that you've lost count, right? Sima Yu said. Little calamity cloud said, however, I don't remember those people, so I don't know how many I've struck. You're in charge of such a big area that there must be calamities that happen at the same time, right? What do you do then? Simple. Little calamity cloud said, I have many parts of me. If I sense that someone is about to trigger it, I will send one part of my body over to move independently to give that person a calamity. Then how did you remember me? After just a few times, this guy had recognized her. Isn't it because I got unlucky? Every time you had a calamity, I came personally. Little calamity cloud looked as if it regretted knowing her. Don't look so glum. Sima Yu said, see, you've been a calamity cloud for such a long time, but you've never been friends with a human. You have me to accompany you now, how great is that? Little calamity cloud swayed its little bunny butt. However, although it didn't say it out, it had already acknowledged her in its heart. Otherwise, it wouldn't be sitting here having a drink and chatting together. With little calamity cloud's leniency, the 4 beasties' evolution was all kinds of good. The lightning wasn't strong nor weak, and it was just nicely suited to their bodies without taking their lives. There was a long pause in between them, allowing them enough time to adjust themselves. Even those last few lightning bolts. They should have been more powerful than before, but because they were already rather weakened, those few bolts were just perfunctorily shot down before ending. The lightning is done, I'm going off. Make more wine for me next time. When Sima Yu heard her say that it was done, she felt as if there was a foot kicking her off and she flew down from the calamity cloud. When she landed on the ground, she waved at little calamity cloud saying, Little calamity cloud, goodbye. I'll miss you. You have to miss me too. I won't. Little calamity cloud actually replied to her. However, that reply seemed to conceal something. I'll refine the most amazing wine for you next time. Little calamity cloud hesitated, but still drifted away. However, it did hear what Sima Yu said. Sima Yu sent little calamity cloud off. Only then did she come over to check on them. Previous chapter. At this moment, they were engulfed in the ray of light signaling their evolution and they couldn't clearly see what was going on in there. However, she could sense that their auras were getting stronger. Their weakness from earlier was immediately cured. Once the ray of light faded away, the 4 beasties changed to human forms. As they stood together, they really caused one's eyes to shine. Thousand Resonance had turned into a bewitching male, his fox eyes capturing one's soul. Yaguang had turned into a more masculine male, causing one's 5 senses to go crazy, but giving one an otherworldly sense of beauty. Little Flower's original body used to be scary, but he had now turned beautiful and cute. It would be good if he could change his bloodthirsty eyes. However, he had eaten so many humans and those from the Devil clan that it would be difficult to ask him to change it. The Scarlet Queen was usually a tiny little thing, but her human transformation didn't lose to the other spirit beasts at all. Her figure was the same as Little Flower's. It had the same feel as the Western and Eastern's people on Earth in the past. Yu, we did it. Little Flower cried out happily, we'll be able to put on our human appearances next time. In her joy, her body burst out with literal flowers. Little Flower, if others see you do this, they'll think they saw a ghost. Little Roar flew over and teased. You're the ghost. A pink flower appeared in her hand as she hugged Little Roar. She wanted to put on his head, but it wouldn't no matter what she did, so she formed a long stem and wound it around his neck. Ah, don't put such an ugly flower on my head. Little Roar waved his little legs in protest. Take it off, hurry. He stretched out his little legs, wanting to take the flower off, but he just couldn't break the stalk apart. Just leave it on, it looks good. Little Flower said happily. You meanies. Little Roar pushed Little Flower's hand aside and pounced into Sima Yu's embrace, crying, You, look at them. I just knew they'd bully me. Alright, Little Flower is just teasing you. Sima Yu patted his back in consolation, but she didn't take the flower off. Yaguang stretched his shoulders as he said happily, so this is what it's like to feel human. It's so much more convenient than being in beast form. Little Roar peeked out from Sima Yu's arms. He was rather disappointed when he saw them that way. They were all human formed, but he seemed to be the only one left as a beast. It's no worries, once your soul has healed, you will be able to transform as well, Sima Yu said. However, I still feel like you're cuter when you can't transform. You're bullying people. Little Roar lamented. You're not a person, anyway. Sima Yu said with a smile, I'm not bullying you. This is just love. Over there. Thousand Resonance pointed to Fan Lei and the others. Sima Yu saw the four of them standing to the side and recalled the huge event that transpired earlier. She suddenly felt like her skull was going numb. However, when she saw the look in their eyes, she knew that she wouldn't be able to avoid this, so she could only harden her skin. She led her beasties and flew over, bowing to Fan Lei and the others. She hooked her mouth into a smile, saying, Principal Fan, Instructor Mao, you're here. After causing such a huge scene, could we not? Mao San-Quan glared at her. Cough cough, this was a little out of my expectations. Sima Yu sighed, I didn't think that the lightning would become like that so quickly. I thought it would take a little longer, then after discussing it with Little Calamity Cloud, it wouldn't cause such a scene. Who would have thought that Little Calamity Cloud would be so quick? Sigh, you. It's a good thing that this is a remote area. Otherwise, how big a commotion would you have caused? Who knows, they might have even suspended the billboard ranking competition. Fan Lei said. Cough cough, I specially chose a more remote place. Sima Yu explained. That was why she initially thought that she wouldn't affect anybody. Are all of these your contracted beasts? Mao San-Quan said as he looked at the evolved beasts behind her. They are. How about your other two? Sima Yu waved her hand and Little Rock and Halcyon came out. Right now, aside from Little Dream and Crimson Flame in her spirit pagoda, all her contracted beasts were here. In the past, I didn't feel much seeing them one by one. However, it's only now that I realize Junior Brother's contracted beasts are really amazing. Han Miao Shuang sighed in wonder. Isn't it so? Even I don't have that many contracted beasts. Fan Lei looked at the group of humanoid beasts with red eyes. Junior Brother's mental strength is truly beyond others' imagination. Principal Fan, Instructor Mao, don't you have to return? Sima Yu couldn't handle their teasing and hurriedly changed the topic. It's no big deal whether or not we go to the competition. In the beginning, we just wanted to find out who the intruders are. We didn't think that you were the one causing the commotion. Fan Lei said, since things are all right now, we should head back. Mao San-Quan nodded as they returned to the competition. Once they left, Su Xiaoxiao and Han Miao Shuang looked at her with folded arms. Seniors, why are you looking at me like that? Sima Yu was scared under their gaze. Junior Brother, when did you become such good friends with the Calamity Cloud? Han Miao Shuang asked, we didn't know at all. It was just a coincidence. We haven't known each other for long either. We got to know each other the last time I was struck by it. Sima Yu said. You were struck by the Calamity Cloud but managed to arrive at this kind of outcome? They didn't believe that. When they saw the Calamity Cloud before, they felt as if the entire sky was about to fall apart. If it were not because the Calamity Cloud held back, before even getting their human form, Yaguang and the others might have immediately been struck into dust. This was not the kind of exchange that could just be randomly done. Otherwise, if everyone could just make friends with the Calamity Cloud, the world would fall into chaos. It's because I got struck too many times by it. Sima Yu grumbled, you guys don't know it, but who knows how many times I've been struck by the Calamity Cloud. When I advanced in rank I got struck, when Little Rock evolved I got struck. I even got struck when I refined pills. Furthermore, my personality wasn't that good and encountered it every time. This could be considered becoming friends because of my adversity. What do you mean friends because of your adversity? The way I see it, you enticed it. Su Xiaoxiao said with disbelief, say it, did you use your wine to entice it? It's only because it likes it. Sima Yu said, this is called a drinking buddy. Han Miao Shuang rolled her eyes, showing outright that she didn't believe her. Junior Brother, since you're so familiar with Calamity Cloud, tell it not to strike so powerfully the next time we have our pill calamities. I hurt every time I get struck. Alright. I'll try the next time we meet. However, seeing how proud it is, I wonder whether or not it will agree. Sima Yu agreed. Although she said that she wasn't sure, she knew that it would be fine if she gave it a few more jars of wine. Previous chapter. Sima Yu thought that the beast never really got a chance to come out to play although it's been following her everywhere, but usually it's kept in the spirit pagoda. So she brought some of her friends to somewhere nearby to play around, tour around, look at the scenes and went for a stroll since they didn't have to come back in a hurry. Crimson Flame didn't know how to go, but little dream followed. The spirit pagoda became deserted, because these are the few that made the most noise. Yu felt this would be the best time to study about Shirqiu Shuang's blood. But, she had never been to the Devil's Cave, she had no idea about the situation there, so she was unsure what kind of poison caused Shirqiu Shuang's body to become small, festered that she was unable to even see the light. Shirqiu Shuang didn't want to tell her the situation, which made it harder for her to study. The start didn't even make sense. You can try your blood. Mo Sha suddenly appeared beside her, she was shocked while studying. You came out? Sima Yu looked at him shockingly, but she was happier than shocked. Yeah. I came out after I recovered. Mo Sha nodded, seeing her joy, he thought that he should have come out earlier. You finally recovered. Thinking back of his weakness, she still had lingering fear deep down. How could you be so silly? You actually ran into the formless world. What would have happened if you didn't come out? I knew that you wouldn't get stuck there. Mo Sha said firmly. Silly. Even if I didn't come out, I would just become half-dead human, I wouldn't really die. Given your capabilities, if you want to cancel the contract, it wouldn't have been hard for you. Sima Yu said, but if you were trapped inside, you wouldn't be able to come out anymore. Don't do something so dangerous anymore. Alright. Mo Sha faintly replied, not sure if he listened to what she said. How's your health? Sima Yu didn't understand much about spirits, so she didn't know how he was right now. Nothing much anymore. Mo Sha said, although I had been sealed for so many years, Azure Great Emperor's spiritual energy is still strong. I absorbed all his spiritual energy, it's mine now. Meaning you're in good health right now? Hearing this, a bright smile appeared on her face. Where's your senior brother? Mo Sha asked. Still in Sage Pavilion, but he will attend the alchemy contest. Sima Yu continued, you want to find him and fuse with him? Yeah, initially there were still some things to prepare in the Devil Realm, but I didn't expect to bump into the Great Emperor's spirit, so I don't have to prepare the things there. I just need to bring some fundamental things. Mo Sha continued, that old hag from the Sage Pavilion glares at me like a tiger watching his prey. Your senior brother's current strength is not that strong, if that old hag set his eyes on him, your senior brother and I wouldn't be alive. Then you guys should fuse for this upcoming alchemy contest. Sima Yu continued, the other time, not only was the senior brother too weak, even you got injured, hopefully this time you guys can fuse. After the billboards contest is over, you can take leave for a while, I have something for you to do. Mo Sha said. Do you need a long time? Sima Yu asked. Not long, it won't hold up your alchemy test. Mo Sha said. About how long? You have something on. I initially planned to recruit after the contest. Sima Yu said. If it's fast, it will only take 2 to 3 months. Mo Sha continued, if it's slow, push back your recruiting plans. Sima Yu nodded, Mo Sha's matter took priority and she had to let him finish his stuff first. If there really was no time left, there was no rush in recruiting. The last time you were in the formless world, you said. Oh right, just now you said, you can remove her poison with my blood? Sima Yu interrupted, she didn't want him to have the opportunity to bring it up. Mo Sha saw her slight blushing face and he felt curious. He subconsciously reached out his hand to touch her face, but he couldn't touch her. Darn. His spiritual energy was too strong and powerful that it made him think that he had a body, but it went through. But it's okay, he concentrated energy on his right hand and the initial translucent hand turned into a hand like any other human. Sima Yu dodged backwards, avoiding his hand and said, I'm asking you a question. I'll answer you after I touch you. Mo Sha told her firmly. Sima Yu was speechless, was there someone who was so openly rogue? Mo Sha reached out his hand, but she couldn't dodge anymore. If he couldn't touch her, he wouldn't take it lying down. Her skin was silky smooth and soft. Soft to the touch. He could feel his heart starting to ripple. Not waiting for his next move, Sima Yu stepped back and said, so can you answer my question now? Yes? Mo Sha raised his eyebrows. Initially, I tried using my blood, but it was of no use. Sima Yu continued, you said earlier to put my blood in it, could it be that I didn't put enough? No. Mo Sha said, I'm not talking about your light physique's blood, I'm talking about the one hidden in your body, the one you neglected, the dark physique's blood. Is it useful? Mo Sha walked towards the table, looking at the thick blood in the bowl. That person's body is already not like a normal person, her body is being invaded by an unknown poison. These few years, their poison master fought the poison with poison and inserted a lot of poisons. Her body already has no cure. But if I know what happened from the start and know what poison she ate, it's curable. Sima Yu said. But she doesn't intend to tell you, and that poison master was also killed by Little Seven. You're not going to make it. Mo Sha refuted. The one you said, dark physique's blood. Will it work? Sima Yu asked. The light physique's blood can treat poison, but what you don't know is, the dark physique's blood is extremely poisonous. It's because of this poison those that are in the dark, cultivate speed extremely fast. Mo Sha said. But you said he fought poison with poison? Sima Yu didn't understand. Previously, Lei Tianquan fed Shirqiu Shuang a lot of poison, wanting to use the curing ills with poisons method. But it didn't work. Will it work using dark physique's blood? Dark physique's blood's toxic is more than you can imagine. Mo Shah continued, anyway, aren't you in the experimental phase? It's no big deal giving it a try. Sima Yu thought and agreed. She went in again and started using her blood as detoxification, hoping this time she would find out something. This time Mo Shah didn't pass back the devil's snarl bracelet urgently, he sat aside quietly and looked at her studying. Previous chapter. Next. Once Sima Yu got busy, she wouldn't care about anything else. Although Mo Shah was watching, she didn't get distracted. As Mo Shah watched her earnestly, the corner of his lips curled a little. This girl, saying those words to him in the formless world, he didn't even have a chance to talk about it. Did that count as a confession? Did she like him like how he likes her? Before Azure Great Emperor's spirit went into his spirit, he said, since you like her, then protect her. Don't repeat my disastrous mistake. So, whatever he did was because he liked her. Azure Great Emperor not only gave him spiritual energy, but his emotions also merged into his spirit. Spirit of love, love entered his spirit. If you love me, you have to dote on me. She said wittily in the formless world. How do I dote on her? He had never been with any women, so he didn't know how to dote on someone. Did he really have to do it like how she said it? If she requested it, he wouldn't disagree either. Because it was easily achievable. Sima Yu forced out the dark blood from her body and used a knife to cut her finger, dripping the blood in an empty bowl. She had never seen her own dark blood, she thought that poisonous blood would have a strange stench, but it had a faint sweet scent. Mo Shah couldn't smell it, but seeing Sima Yu's expression he knew it was a faint sweet scent. Are you curious why your blood has a sweet scent? Sima Yu nodded and said. Do you know? Your blood doesn't smell good to normal human beings. But for the dark side's people, this is a deadly sweet scent. Deadly sweet scent? Sima Yu asked curiously. Although the light physique's blood can detoxify, it's not something that can cause a commotion in mankind's world. But it's different for the dark physique, your blood can speed up cultivation in the ghost clan, this sweet scent can make them go crazy, they will sacrifice everything for it. Mo Shah continued, in other words, if you go to the ghost realm and let others know that you have the dark physique and if you don't have powerful strength and influence, then countless people would hunt you down. This can speed up cultivation? Sima Yu twitched after hearing his description. Did she become Tripitaka, 1's flesh after coming into this world? Are you too? She asked, was your body the same to the devil's realm initially? Mo Shah admitted to it. Then you experienced being hunted? At first, yes. Mo Shah recalled, that time, I just reached the devil's realm. I did not know anything, I did not know any ethnicity, I did not know which ethnicity has what kind of characteristics and what they are good at. At that time, I only knew they looked weird. But my curiosity didn't last long. Why? Because after that, I didn't have time and energy to be curious anymore. Were you being hunted? Yes, hunted, endlessly hunted. All the powers wanted to get me. Sometimes it was one or two people, sometimes it was a group of people. At that time, my life was all about escaping. Mo Shah said. You were alone in the devil's realm, with no family and friends and you had to face this whole ordeal from the devil's realm, it would be really hard if you wanted to live. Sima Yu imagined his situation at that point of time, feeling sorry for him and asked, what happened after? He was only a teenager in the human world, abandoned by humans. He not only had to go to the devil's realm, but if he was an ordinary person, it would have been possible to survive this ordeal. After that I went to a place, after I came out from that place, nobody would dare to kill me. I killed all those that came to hunt for me, after a while, nobody dared to have any noxious thoughts. Then what about your family? When you're in your worst, didn't you find them? I did, but I got betrayed once again. Mo Shah said calmly, but that word, again, along with that sentence, betrayed once again, showed his deep sadness. Then after that I killed them. Mo Shah looked over at the peaks of the mountain far away and said, after I became the Devil Emperor, I killed them all. My grandfather, grandmother and uncles, I killed them all. Those family members who didn't care about you, family members who wanted to kill you, they brought you pain and sadness deeper than anyone else. Sima Yu didn't think of him as a cold-blooded person. Not everybody was as lucky as she was, having a happy family, loving her own brothers and grandfather. For example, Bei Gong Tang. After Mo Shah heard what she said, he was secretly shocked and turned his head around to look at her. Her gaze was so clear, her smiling lips were so gentle, his cold heart started to melt. She understood him. The others who knew that he killed his own clan, pointed fingers and blamed him with hatred. Especially after knowing that he killed young little kids, everybody felt that he was a killer devil emperor. But what they didn't know was, those kids belonged to one of those who hunted him down, even using the advantage of his status and age. He set up a trap and almost got him killed. What he did to them, was only what they did to him back then. Rest assured, if you don't betray me, I won't betray you either. Sima Yu said. Mo Shah looked at her for a long time, then nodded his head. Although her feelings came with preconditions, he had never ever thought of betraying her. At most, he thought about killing her after recovering his freedom in the beginning. But now, not only would he not kill her, he will protect her and stay by her side. So, he wouldn't betray her, he also trusted that she would not betray him. You can continue doing what you were doing. He was still not used to opening up about his own feelings. He had been overbearing, he still had not learned how to be gentle and soft. All right. Sima Yu didn't want to mention his past, reminding him of his sadness. In her eyes, he was no longer the higher-up and majestic devil emperor. He was only a normal being who had been hurt in the past. Split her blood in another bowl, then put a drip of yours in. Mo Sha pointed. Sima Yu followed what he said, separating the blood in an emerald green bowl and dripping a drop of her own blood in. When the two blood blended, a pissed sound was made. Shi Qiu Shuang's blood started to boil, bubbling at the size of a rice grain. Once the bubble burst, a pungent smell hit her. Sima Yu couldn't help but cover her nose, but she didn't leave and continued to observe the situation. 1. In the popular story Journey to the West, the monk Tang Sanzang is also known as Tripitaka. He is the master of Sun Wukong, monkey god. Various monsters and demons believe that by consuming his flesh, they would be able to attain immortality. The blood kept boiling as black vapor arose. The blood became watery, and wasn't as thick as before. Sima Yu observed closely and recorded the results every 2 minutes. After 10 minutes, the reaction started to cool down. It worked. As she stirred it with a jade stick, the blood changed. "Emin, you can continue to study it," Mo Sha said. Sima Yu nodded and started to research it. Mo Sha went back to his quiet self, seeing her research over and over. Once he was happy, he said, "Shi Qianji's poisons technique is good. If you want to cure poison with poison, you can ask him." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Sima Yu glared at him and went back to researching. "Wait, I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, then I'll go find him." Since he didn't have faith in her, she didn't believe that she wouldn't be able to find the antidote. Mo Sha took her thoughts to heart. He smiled and didn't say anything. Mo Sha watched as Sima Yu studied in the spirit pagoda for many days. He had never wanted to see her so much. All he needed was to look at her and he was content. Time flew by and it was now the 7th day. In the spirit pagoda, it was already 70 to 80 days, and Sima Yu had finally found some rough ideas. Today, Han Miao Shuang came looking for her. She had no choice but to stop her research and head out. "Senior sister, why are you here?" Sima Yu asked while ushering her in. "I know you were busy recently. If there wasn't anything up, I wouldn't have come to look for you." Han Miao Shuang continued. "Do you know what's happening tomorrow?" "Tomorrow? What's on tomorrow?" Sima Yu blinked. "I knew you wouldn't know." Han Miao Shuang rolled her eyes. "Tomorrow is round 2 of the contest. As a rank 1 for the qualifying round, you need to attend the contest tomorrow." "The first round is already over?" "That's fast." Sima Yu said with shock. "It's not fast, it's already been 10 over days." Han Shuang Miao said, "I knew you were inside and didn't notice the time passing, so your friends asked me to come over to remind you so you wouldn't be held up." "I understand, thank you, senior sister." "It's nothing. I'll get going now, you can continue with your stuff." Sima Yu sent Han Miao Shuang off and went back into the spirit pagoda. She asked Little Spirit to take note of the time and continued researching her antidote. On the 2nd day, Little Spirit reminded her and she reached the contest venue on time. Seeing faces that she hadn't seen for a long time, everybody smiled and greeted her. You're finally here." He Feng held her shoulder and said, "If you took any longer to show up, we would have thought that you forfeited. We were worried for 2 days." Sima Yu smiled at him and said, "Relax, I promise that I'll compete with you. Even if we didn't compete this round, I'll still compete with you next time." "Really?" He Feng radiated with joy and said, "You should have said earlier, then I wouldn't have been anxious for 2 days. You made yourself anxious. We already told you, Yu was busy, but you still want to be anxious." Fatty Chu walked over and pulled his hands away from Yu's shoulder. "I wouldn't be at ease if I don't see him here," He Feng said. "What a battle-crazed fool." Actually, in his heart, he knew he wouldn't win Yu in the contest. But he couldn't let it go if he didn't compete with her at least once. A group of people walked into the plaza, followed by the teachers. Teachers announced the rules. This time, it wouldn't be according to ranking, everyone would have to draw lots, then rank them together. Those unlucky one would have to compete with those who were stronger. Everybody drew their lots accordingly, including those 500 people who got eliminated the previous round, totaling 600 people. Sima Yu followed and queued up. When it was her turn, she put her hands in the box and drew a paper. Number 20, set to compete with number 19. Sima Yu was satisfied with the number because she would be queuing as the first few and could go back to her research after the contest. She waited in the field for a while. It would take slightly more than an hour plus if a match was fast, and slightly more than 2 hours if it was slow. She just happened to be in the second round, and she already finished her contest in the morning. She was lucky, her opponent wasn't strong. When the opponent saw her, he didn't pay attention to her as she was just a freshman. He thought that she won first place in the qualification round by chance, thinking she wouldn't be strong. As such, he didn't even mention his name and said to her, "Let's start." He thought that he would win this round easily, but even before a minute passed, he was already standing below the ring. Seeing Yu who was standing at his position, he didn't have time to respond. "How did I come down here?" It felt like he had suddenly stood in front of himself, held himself up and was thrown out of the ring. Ring number 5, Sima Yu wins. The judge's voice rang in his ears, as he came back to his senses in shock. He was eliminated just like this. He didn't believe it, but the judges already announced the result, so he could only accept it. It was the first time in the Billboard's ranking contests that someone got eliminated this quickly. The people on the viewing platform were stunned. Sima Yu turned around and walked down from the ring. As she was walking past her opponent, she told him that he did well, shaming her opponent till he was all red. When she returned to the viewing platform, Sima Yu and her friends weren't surprised that her contest ended fast, but Tang Yan and the rest were shocked. Yu, you're amazing. You are totally how do I put it, idol, yes, idol. Tang Yan looked at her with respect. How could someone finish a contest so fast? Moreover, it was a freshman versus a senior. Most importantly, she didn't use any spiritual energy in her fight at all, nobody knew how powerful she was. Idol? I make you want to puke? TL note, it's just lost in translation, Sima Yu frowned. PFFF. He Feng and the rest laughed. Previously, when Fatty Chu and the rest used the word idol, they didn't tell him that it had that connotation as well. I didn't mean that, Yu, don't misunderstand me. Tang Yan said. Just kidding. Sima Yu continued, I'm done with the contest, I'll go back first. After this contest is over, remember to let me know. Okay. He Feng watched as Sima Yu left just like that. He felt curious deep down, what was she up to, why was she so busy that she didn't even have time to watch the contest? Tang Yan asked Sima Yu who was beside her. Sima Yu watched Yu's back, feeling sorry and said, he's busy with something that we can't help with. Is he always this busy? Yes, he's always busy, ever since I first knew him, he was always this busy, to the extent that he doesn't even have time for himself. Previous chapter. Everybody could see how much hard work and effort Sima Yu put in, and they felt sorry for her. They knew that she shouldered all the responsibilities, so nobody tried to persuade her to slow down. They could only stay by her side, hoping to go through this together with her. This was her personality trait. She made it a delight to be around her, and made everyone look forward to their future. Because, from what they could see, she would make their future even better. Sima Yu went back to the parting garden and headed back to the spirit pagoda. There was some progress for the research on Shirqiu Shuang's poison, and she had to strike when the iron was hot so it could help with her findings on the antidote. When she went in, Mo Sha was playing with Ling Long, her lips actually curled into a slight smile. You finished your contest? He looked up at her. Yeah, I happened to be one of the first few matches, so I came back straight after I was done. You want to continue with the research? Mo Sha asked. Yes. Sima Yu walked over, patting Ling Long, it would be best if you could finish this within the contest period. After the contest is over, you can take leave to do other things. The other things referred to Mo Sha's matter and her establishing her own influence. She went into her pill refining room. Seeing the equipment on the table, she let out a sigh. Ever since she entered the inner sect, she knew about the billboard ranking competition and she always wanted to join the contest to see where she ranked among the younger people in the continent. She wanted to see how capable these youngsters were. But she didn't expect something like this to happen before the contest, which made her put all her focus on researching for the antidote. She then had no time or energy to watch the contest. When she thought of this, her heart felt helpless. But thoughts were just thoughts. She still had to continue fighting so she could settle this issue quickly. So, even after the second round of contest, she never once stepped out. Before the third round of contest, Han Miao Shuang came to look for her again, reminding her to participate in the third round of contest the next day. After the second round of elimination, there were only 300 people left. The rules were the same, and everybody queued up on the stage and drew their own lots. This time, her number was at the back and it was a number that she hated a lot, 250. 250 this time it's actually 250. She mocked herself while looking at her number. 150 rounds of competition, it wouldn't be her turn in the first 3 days, so she went back into the spirit pagoda for 3 days. It was her turn on the 4th day morning. Even right before her contest, she didn't even know who her opponent was. I am Luo Ji Yuan, ranked 96 on the previous billboard's ranking competition. Yu's opponent said, I know you, you're the genius among the freshmen. I saw your fight with Thunderbolt's team leader. I know you have strengths that a freshman shouldn't have, so I won't let my guard down like the previous guy did. Being valued by her own opponent, Sima Yu felt honored. The opponent did not despise her, was not arrogant and didn't back down, she admired these points about him. I am Sima Yu. Senior, please advise me. She cupped her hands and greeted him. Please. Although Luo Ji Yuan didn't lower his guard on her, but his strength was greatly subdued by her. There was no suspense as she took her opponent down in half an hour. I admit my defeat. Luo Ji Yuan said calmly while he saw the blade at his neck. Sima Yu didn't make things difficult for him. Once he conceded, she sheathed her sword and said, good fight. Judges saw from afar that Luo Ji Yuan conceded and announced loudly, ring number 2, Sima Yu wins. After hearing the judge's announcement, they both walked down the ring together. Sima Yu's impression on him was good, so she chatted with him. In the spirit pagoda, Mo Sha saw her talking and laughing with a guy, and he felt rather odd in his heart. He was extremely tempted to go outside and give the guy a good slap. Although he felt uncomfortable seeing her talking to other guys in the past, the urge wasn't as strong as it was now. Hey, don't cause the pressure to fall here. Little Spirit saw Mo Sha upsurging the strong wing and whined. Mo Sha ignored him, only looking at Sima Yu who was outside. He felt very angry deep down. Sima Yu felt the changes in spirit pagoda. Feeling puzzled, she said to Luo Ji Yuan, I have something on, I'll get going first. Aren't you staying to watch the contest? Luo Zhiyuan saw her going back and asked with shock. The billboard's ranking competition was something all the students didn't want to miss, but she wasn't going to watch. I want to watch too, but I have something urgent that I need to settle. Goodbye. Sima Yu waved and left quickly. On the way back, she could sense that the spirit pagoda was in a mess and asked Little Spirit, what happened? The big devil is venting his anger. Little Spirit continued, luckily, he didn't startle those who were in closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, his identity would have been exposed. Sima Yu thought about the elders in the Egret clan and the four-winged rocks, along with grandfather and Auntie Lan that were in closed-door cultivation. This movement might have startled them. What provoked this guy? Why was he so careless? She criticized, I'll deal with him when I get inside. Mo Sha heard her but didn't respond. She wants to deal with him? He had yet to settle the scores with her. How could she get so intimate with other guys? Sima Yu returned to the parting garden and entered her spirit pagoda, making sure that nobody was being alarmed. She asked sullenly, don't you know that they don't know about your existence? You still dared to make such a big movement, what if the others found out about you? Then so be it. Mo Sha said without hesitation. You know what kind of identity you possess, why would you let so many people find out about it? Sima Yu said. Since they can't leave this place anyway, they won't be able to spread the news. But your existence will affect their state of mind. They won't be able to cultivate in peace. Have you not provoked them enough? Mo Sha continued, the amount of provocation you've already given them is enough to let them strengthen their hearts. Even if you don't mind letting them know your identity, why would you mess up my place? Sima Yu glared at him. She still dared to ask about this. Who asked you to remain there and not come back to conduct more research on your antidote after your contest ended? The contest is already half done, and you still haven't had any progress, what if you delay my things? Mo Sha continued, not only did you not come back, you still chatted away happily with other guys. I'm angry, so you naturally have to suffer my wrath. What do you mean that I happily chatted away with other guys? We only talked about the contest today. You call this happily chatting away? No, this is not the main point, other guys. Mo Sha, you're jealous, aren't you? Previous chapter. Next. Jealous? Why would I, this king, do something so senseless? This king is just angry. Mo Sha glanced at her and didn't want to admit that he was jealous. Jealousy, how could this emotion happen to him? He was only angry at her because she didn't take his matter seriously. Yes, that was it. Sima Yu saw him nodding with added emphasis, and the anger in her heart disappeared immediately. Your Majesty, Devil King, I know, you weren't being jealous. You're just angry, you're pretending to be angry to hide your jealousy. She said while beaming at him. Rubbish. Which part of it is rubbish? Sima Yu continued, every time you say this king, you're just pretending. Nonsense. Mo Sha turned his face away. If you're jealous then just say so, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Sima Yu held out her hand to poke at his spirit, though it just went through, I am smart, clever, pretty and intelligent, it's normal that you would fall for me. Who will like you? You're weak, and although your rate of growth is not too bad, your temper isn't good at all. Compared to other girls, you still lack charm and attractiveness. Mo Sha saw her poking his heart with her hands, and he felt weird. It was as if she had really caught his heart. Sima Yu was unhappy, and she continued to prod at him. So you're saying that you've been with many women in the past? How many did you have last time? How many of them were graceful? How many of them were aloof? How many of them were charming? How many of them were cute? Every year has 365 days, so did you change 2 girls every day? Maybe, since you are the Devil Emperor, there will be a lot of girls surrounding you. What am I? How can I make you, who's surrounded by all the beautiful women, jealous? Indeed, I was thinking too much. The more she thought about it, the more disappointed she felt, and just laughed at herself at the end. Mo Sha saw her smiling and grinning earlier, but in a blink of the eye, she became disappointed and hurt. He didn't understand why. Although he didn't know the reason, he didn't want to see her in this state. His heart felt empty when he saw her that way. The more anxious he was, the more he didn't know what to do. Seeing her drawing her arms back, he subconsciously materialized his body and held onto her arm with one hand as another hand circled around her neck, stopping her from backing away. Then he kissed her ruthlessly. Oh. Sima Yu immediately opened her eyes wide. Another forced kiss. Mo Sha didn't know how to kiss, so he instinctively bit her soft lips. The sweet touch between their lips made him feel like his heart was going to melt. But Sima Yu was uncomfortable. Her lips hurt. Was this guy born in the year of the dog? Her lips were probably torn from his biting. She wanted to push him away, but Mo Sha thought she didn't want to kiss him, so he strengthened his arms and held her down as his lips became even more overbearing. The more she wanted to push him away, the stronger he held her down. The more he held her down, the more she wanted to push him away. That was how the both of them struggled, and they had already forgotten that they were kissing. This was the first time that Mo Sha materialized his full body, and it was the first time that Sima Yu felt his embrace. Sadly, she didn't have the mood to feel if his embrace was warm, courageous and strong. She was just completely focused on resisting him. Materializing his full body required a huge amount of strength, so Mo Sha only materialized it for a few minutes before he was drained and turned back into a spirit state. With his strength from the body abruptly disappearing, Sima Yu almost fell on the floor from her resistance. Luckily, she responded quickly and she stepped a few steps backwards and dispersed her strength. Are you born in the year of the dog? She stood steadily and shouted at him. She touched her lips and, as expected, it was bleeding. Mo Sha saw that he had torn her lips, and that they were swollen and red. All the unhappiness from before vanished into thin air and he curled his lips into an enticing smile. You're laughing? Sima Yu stared at him and continued shouting, what the hell are you doing? Why did you bite me all of a sudden? Kiss. Mo Sha corrected her. Damn your kiss, who kisses like that? A kiss is gentle and sentimental. This is biting. No, why am I even telling you this? Who allowed you to touch me? You damned big stallion. Sima Yu cursed angrily. Having followed Sima Yu for so many years, he knew exactly what it meant when she called him stallion. He wrinkled his eyebrows and said seriously, I'm not a stallion. Humph, nobody believes you. Sima Yu didn't believe him as she took out some ointment and a small mirror, applying the ointment on her lips with the help of the mirror. Another forced kiss, again and again. How many times has it been already? She held the jade bottle in her hands and repeatedly told herself not to be angry. However, when she saw her swollen lips in the mirror, the jade bottle shattered with a loud bang. She threw the shards away from her hands and took out another bottle of ointment, intending to apply it again. The last time that she was being forced to kiss, it was only lips touching, it wasn't anything like this. That time, she thought to herself that it was just a forced kiss and she took it as being bitten by a dog. It was only now that she knew being forced to kiss could literally feel like she was being bitten by a dog. When she had this thought, she hadn't even finished applying the ointment before the jade bottle shattered again. She threw the shards away. Another bottle. Mo Sha hovered over, materialized both his hands and took the jade from her hands and dabbed some of the ointment. Ignoring her cold-blooded eyes, he gently applied the ointment on her. I've never been with a woman. He was done applying it, as he gently caressed her soft lips and said, I've never been with a woman, never contacted any woman and, needless to say, I've never kissed any woman. You are the first. Humph. Sima Yu slapped his hands away and ignored him. She already knew that. Having experienced his clumsy kissing technique, a kiss that could actually become a dog bite, it would be weird if he had actually been with a woman. However, her anger was not because of whether he had a woman or not, but because this guy forced a kiss on her again. She hated being forced to kiss. Mo Sha felt her anger and knew the reason because of their contract. He placed the jade bottle back in her hands and said, if you are angry at me because of this, I will let you force kiss me back, I won't mind. Force kiss him back. He didn't mind. Damn you. Who wants to force kiss you? You may not mind it, but I mind it. She snarled and slapped him, but it swept through his head. I'll give you a chance to force kiss me. If you want to do it, this chance will last your entire life. Mo Sha said firmly. Sima Yu wanted to give him a slap again, but seeing his firm look, she stopped. He was serious. He was serious. He was serious. Such a cheesy line, but he said it so seriously. She was really defeated by this guy. She wanted to give him 2 punches, but he was in a spirit state, so it wouldn't hit him. But if she didn't beat him up, the anger in her wouldn't go away. She bore with it again and again. She kept trying and finally she held it down, then she went into the pill refining room. She tried to get him out of sight, out of mind. Wasn't it just a forced kiss? Just you wait. Previous chapter. While Sima Yu was banging in the alchemy room, Mo Sha was joyous outside. Although he consumed a lot of power, he hadn't felt such a real touch for a long time. The feeling of holding her was especially memorable. Sigh, the time was too short. His body couldn't hold for him to savor it. However, kissing really is not like this? He didn't understand. It could only be blamed for his inexperience. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made her so angry. He couldn't help but come up with this reason. However, if he was really inexperienced, wouldn't you be more angry? Little Spirit waited for the storm to pass before appearing in front of Mo Sha along with Ling Long. Little Spirit didn't say anything but quietly packed up the messy space. After tidying up, he glanced at Mo Sha and left with Ling Long. Sigh, in front of him, Yu's combat power dropped low. If they really got together in the future, Yu would be bullied. Yu is really pitiful. Ling Long said. Humph, it is unknown who will bully who in the future. Little Spirit held on this thought. Yu is still powerful. We have to believe her. Although I think the possibility is very small, there is always a chance. Ling Long nodded. If Sima Yu who was in the alchemy room heard them, it was uncertain if she would crush the pill bottle in her hand. Were they growing her aspiration or extinguishing her prestige? In the 4th round, the top 75 of 150 advanced. In the 5th round, 1 person from the 75 will directly advance to the next round while 37 of the remaining 74 would advance. Yu didn't have good luck to advance directly, but still killed to the top 20. At this time, she was the only left in the freshman group. Sima Yulin and them were eliminated in the 150 to 75. They could no longer participate in the next round, but they could participate in the subsequent ranking challenge to determine their final ranking. Since the last round of promotion to 19th position, 1 person would be drawn again. Yu was lucky this time. She won the promotion lottery and went to the top 10. A freshman advanced to the top 10. Everyone in the sect was in an uproar, and they all knew that she was strong. TSK, what's the fuss? Although she did not fully use her spirit power, I heard she is a lower divine saint rank. How many of you can reach the lower divine saint rank? If so, can you enter the top 20? Lower divine saint rank? Not really. So, that guy is powerful. I don't know which force he is from to be so powerful. So powerful at such a young age. Not only that, he's also a body refinement master. Took the body refinement path? Didn't you see she used her physical strength to defeat the opponent in the previous rounds? Seems like it. Then she is too good. He is so powerful. I am afraid that only those ahead of her in rank can resist him. That's not necessarily. I also heard that she has a lot of contract beasts. Each one of them is powerful. Yes, I also heard that. He has a legendary great rock which is the king of rocks. To put it this way, then wouldn't he be able to order all the birds? That's right. God, who else can be his opponent in this continent? His original strength was already very strong and possessed such a strong outside force. Sima Yu is simply a divine person. Sigh, I used to think entering Heavenly Sect was already amazing. Now when I compare myself to him, I find myself unworthy. That's true. It's too shocking. He has a powerful strength. He's also an alchemist. How are we going to live? Fortunately, there are not many maniacs like him, otherwise we won't be able to survive. Speaking of this, the people in there are all maniacs. Bei Gong Tang, Ouyang Fei, Sima Yulin and the others are very powerful. A freshman can enter the top 10 and enter the 100 ranking. Sima Yu's brothers are also. Their cultivation is obviously like regular students, but their combat power is stronger than regular. The worst in the group is in the top 200. When are freshmen so powerful? I heard that crazy he, Tang Yen and them also joined the team. Presently, the team has the least people, but the most popular. Yeah, most people wouldn't be able to join. I don't think he has used all his strength to fight with them. I think when the finals are over, there will be a feast before my eyes. You can see it tomorrow. At this time, Sima Yu was sitting behind these people and listening to their discussion. As the competition advanced further, she could no longer continue to study in the Spirit Pagoda. With this final competition, she also had to come to investigate the situation around her opponent. Today's competition would pick out 19 to enter the top 10. Of the 9 pairs of competitors, 5 had already gone. This Hefeng is worthy of being a fighting maniac. His combat power is really good. He frequently went to challenge others who were deemed good in these years, and he got beaten a lot too. I think this combat power is a result of being beaten. It's fortunate he was in the inner sect. If he was in the outer and looked for people to fight everywhere, I'm afraid he would be dead already. Tang Yen is also strong. His opponent is Lai Xiao Tian, who is rank 15th. This battle is not too difficult for him. For today's competition, most of the participants were the previous top 20. Every one of them had extraordinary combat power. A battle could last for 3 to 4 hours and all kinds of spirit beasts and pills were revealed. The treatment of the top 10 and top 20 were very different. These people's combat power is extraordinary. I had good luck before and haven't met a capable opponent. Sima Yu said. But it won't be luck later. The experts in the billboard are people with power. She hadn't watched the billboard competitions before. She left every time right after she finished. Her opponents had all been like flowing water, and she had not encountered any with real strength. But she did not think the students were all inexperienced. The experts were in the back. Didn't Hua Piao Miao look down on us all this time? If you encounter her, you must beat her up. Fatty Chu said. Little Seven was mad, very mad. She had clearly not participated in any of the competitions earlier, so how did the old coots let her directly join the current competition? Competition? He said something about how he didn't think of it earlier, but she couldn't back out now even if she wanted to, so she just had to participate. She was mad, extremely mad. The outcome was very serious. She had no idea who her opponent was right now, but no matter who it was, it could become the scapegoat. She would beat him up so badly that he would cry and wail for his mother and father, make him feel so good that he would go crazy. Why was it that Yu could watch from up top while she could only wait to go on stage from below? This was not fair. Look at Little Seven. She looks like she's going to explode. Fatty Chu pointed at her and said with a laugh. Fatty Chu, Little Seven has a belly full of anger. If you tease her now, you should worry that she'll beat you so badly you won't be able to leave the bed for 3 days. Sima Yulu was standing beside Fatty Chu and said jovially when he saw the look in her eyes. Little Seven looked over when she felt their eyes on her and glared hatefully at Fatty Chu when she saw that he was laughing at her. Fatty Chu didn't take his words to heart at all, but the look in Little Seven's eyes caused him to shrink his neck in. Those eyes of her said that she would beat him up if he continued to tease her. He totally believed that, if Little Seven was to beat him up, being unable to walk for 3 days was considered light. When Sima Yu and the others saw the way Fatty Chu was acting, they couldn't help but laugh. As long as it involved Little Seven, Fatty Chu would be completely terrified. However, the way little 7 is, she must be really angry. I wonder who's so unlucky as to become her opponent. Sima Yu joked. No matter who it is, I'm afraid that the outcome won't be good. Sima Yu sighed. Unless the other party admits his loss immediately and doesn't give her a chance to act, he may not even get the chance to speak later on. It was finally little 7's turn, and she immediately flew onto the elevated stage. Her hands were crossed over her chest as she glared at the opponent. Her aura could be felt even by the judging teacher. He coughed lightly and said, "This round, little 7 will be fighting against. I admit defeat." What did you say? They hadn't even competed. How could he just admit defeat like that? The judge looked at that person and asked, "Are you sure?" "Yes, I am." He said, "I admit defeat." It wasn't like he didn't recognize little 7. Whose strength was comparable to hers. Furthermore, she had evolved even further. He was not her opponent at all. Seeing the vicious aura pouring from her body, even if he used his but to think, he knew that she was enraged right now and looking for someone to take it out on. "You're not allowed to give up." Little 7 roared, "If you do you believe that I'll beat you up?" When he saw little 7 acting this way, he immediately told the judge, "I've admitted my defeat. Hurry and announce the verdict." When the judge saw this, he did not offer any more advice. With little 7 acting this way, it was no wonder the opponent wanted to admit defeat right away. Third arena, little 7 wins. After hearing the announcement, he immediately escaped. He dared not spare another glance at little 7. Too scary. Too scary, humph. Without getting the chance to beat someone up, little 7 stomped her feet angrily and had to stomp down the stairs. Ka-cha dash. Sounds of breaking reached everyone's ears as they looked to the elevated stage. What they saw was the elevated stage that was completely made of stone, was split apart in the center where little 7 had just stepped. The stage was broken. However, nobody dared to say a thing to little 7. They could only watch blankly as she walked down the elevated stage. Broken? Fatty Chu said with disbelief. Initially, he had wanted to set breaking the stage as his personal goal, but little 7 had accomplished it with a single step. This was too big of a blow to him. Mao Sanquan and Fan Lei, who were sitting in their platform, were filled with heartache. That was the 9th star sea stone that could only be found in the 9th star ocean. There were only that few of them, but it had actually been broken with a single step. This guy, why is he so angry? Mao Sanquan's heart was dripping blood. At least it's just the elevated stage. Based on her character, that step would have ended up on our bodies instead. Is this method reliable? Mao Sanquan said rather tentatively, "We shouldn't suffer a loss trying to trick the enemy. Whether or not it's reliable, things have already reached this stage. We just have to wait for the results." Fan Lei sighed. "Sigh, I hope it won't go to waste." On the other side, little 7 returned to the observatory and sat down beside Sima Yu with a crestfallen expression. Sima Yu saw her darkened expression and smiled, pinching her nose. "Alright, don't be mad anymore. See, you've already broken the elevated stage. Shouldn't you have vented your anger?" She was probably the only one who would dare to pink little 7's nose. "Humph, if you let me break the 5 elevated stages, I won't be mad anymore." Instructor Mao and the others should already be heartbroken by the single one you've destroyed. Look at their faces. Doesn't it look like they're in pain? Sima Yu said. Little 7 followed her line of sight and saw how sad Mao Sanquan looked. When she saw his eyebrows quivering, she couldn't help but snicker. "Pfft, I just want him to suffer. I'll see whether or not he dares continue to treat me this way next time." Little 7 said this, but she wasn't that mad anymore. With the lesson this time, they definitely won't dare to anymore. Sima Yu said, "So don't be mad anymore. Yu, you're still the best. The others can't wait to hide far away from me, but only you've come to accompany me." Bei Gong Tang and the others who were standing at the side couldn't help but purse their lips. She was radiating such a strong malicious energy, of course they would hide far away. It wasn't like they were all Yu, who had a special place in her heart. Whatever Yu said was advice, but if they said it, they would just be adding oil to the fire. They may even set themselves on fire and be given a beating. Maybe not for the others, but if it were Fatty Chu, he would definitely be beaten up. That was why not just anyone could give her advice. "Alright, continue to watch the competition," Sima Yu said as she patted her hand. The elevated stage in the center was broken and the sect didn't plan to change it for the time being, so they set it aside. Wang Ximiao, Peng Jianan and Hua Piao Miao had already finished their competitions and they all rose to the top 10. Later on, Tang Yen and Mo Bin had advanced as well. Adding little 7 to the mix, there was also Sima Yu who had directly advanced. When noon came and He-Feng was competing, he managed to defeat his opponent and landed himself in the top 10. These were the top 10 of the Billboard ranking competition. The sect declared that the competition would end there for the day, and they would let everyone take a day to recover. The next day, they would decide the 5 out of 10. All the contestants rested for a day. It was still alright for the contestants. They could rest on their own. However, the other students were impassioned as the entire sect was abuzz with discussion about the competition. Nobody was too surprised about the old seeds. The one they spoke the most about was Sima Yu. This new student was so strong it was perverse. The first place was obvious without thinking. It would definitely be little 7. This point was unsuspenseful and nobody could fight over it. It was on who the second place would be that everyone started fighting. Some said that it would be Wang Ximiao, but others said it would be Hua Piao Miao. Some said that Wang Ximiao was the previous second place, so it would definitely be him. Others said that the last time they competed, Hua Piao Miao had only lost to Wang Ximiao by half a move. She had improved so much since then, so she would definitely triumph over Wang Ximiao and end up as second place. Yet others said that it would be Peng Jianan or Mo Bin, because they had performed extremely well in their previous matches. They didn't do any poorer than Wang Si Miao or Hua Piao Miao. This was why it was possible that it would be them. 10 years was not a long period of time, but neither was it short. Especially for youths in their prime, 10 years could enable a vast improvement, or they could also have remained where they were. This was why the second place was such a hot topic. Amidst the cacophony of voices, there was a tiny one that spoke of a different idea. I feel like the second place might be Sima Yu. Towards this train of thought, there were those who agreed, and those who mocked at it. At this very moment in an unknown place by the mountains behind the sect, Peng Jianan looked to his left and right before stopping in front of a hill. He looked behind him and entered the cave at the foot of the mountain after ascertaining that there was nobody behind him. This cave was deep, and new traces of markings were left on the side of the walls. After entering the cave and going down a few forks, he entered a stone house deep inside. Inside the stone house sat an old man. When he heard him coming, he opened his eyes and asked, "What are you doing here?" Peng Jianan bowed in greeting as he said, "I've already checked into the situation from before." At that time, Sima Yu and Little Seven were the ones who gave Wang Si Miao the poison. The ones who overheard us speaking the last time was Fatty Chu, the guy from their team. I'm guessing that he told Sima Yu about it, which was why Sima Yu gave him the poison to hinder us from acting again. Sima Yu, just who is that person that he is able to refine poison capable of killing a monarch ranked? Peng Jianan told him about what he found out about Sima Yu and the others, letting the old man form his own conclusions. The fact that the person was able to get so close to us the last time means that he knows how to conceal himself well. The old man said, "He's called Fatty Chu, is he? This person has ruined our plans. Find a chance to get rid of him." "Yes, Elder Peng. Since his friends know about it as well, just get rid of all of them together. That Little Seven." Who would have thought that, after looking in the inner sect for so many years, the eye of the earth would actually be in human form? Elder Peng sighed, "It is no wonder that we couldn't find it after searching for so many years. This is truly shocking. Since we have already decided, we should act quickly. Then we shall act quicker." Peng Jianan said, "If we delay, we may not be able to get away. It would be unlikely for us to be able to take the eye of the earth away under the sect's nose. We have to come up with a thorough plan and carry it out immediately. Should we ask for external help?" "Not for now." Elder Peng said, "Those in the sect have been keeping a watchful eye recently. I dare not casually do anything. I'm afraid that, if we make contact with the outside, those old coots will discover us." "Alright, I'll definitely think of a way to lead Little Seven to the back of the mountain." Peng Jianan said, "But, Elder Peng, that Wang Si Miao, the information that you gave that person the last time. Did he believe it?" "He did." "Then let him continue." Elder Peng said, "It'll be best if he can succeed. If he cannot, as long as we can obtain the eye of the earth, everything else is inconsequential." "I understand." Peng Jianan said, "But, Elder Peng, we can look for them if we want to kill Wang Si Miao. However, if we want to kill Sima Yu and the others, it wouldn't be good for us to approach them. After all, it'll be hard to come up with an excuse." Elder Peng gave a thought before saying, "The situation is different now. Everything weighs heavily on the eye of the earth. We cannot let other things affect this." "Understood. Alright, you can head back first. If you don't hear from me anymore, just carry on with the plan. Don't come here anymore in case you leak my location." Elder Peng said, "Okay." Peng Jianan left the cave and looked around him. When he was sure that nobody was around, he left the mountains and rushed back to the sect. What he didn't know was that amidst the dense leaves of a large tree at the outside of the cave, hid 2 scarlet bees. One scarlet bee followed him as he left the mountains while the other remained on the tree, continuing to watch that cave. Parting garden. Sima Yu, Little Seven and Wang Si Miao were seated in a pavilion at the courtyard. "What is it? Did you receive any news?" Sima Yu shook his head, saying, "The other side had a very strong expert, so the scarlet bees did not dare draw near. They merely eavesdropped on a little bit stealthily." "What did they hear?" "They mentioned you and the principal." Sima Yu said, "As to what about, I don't know. Who would have thought that such a strong expert would be hiding in the sect? I wonder whether or not the sect knows about this. Whether or not they know, we have to notify Instructor Mao and the others." She took a look at Little Seven, knowing that the other party was definitely here for her. She had to tell the sect about this point. If Little Seven got caught up in trouble, the consequences would be dire. Sima Yu went to look for Mao Sanquan, thinking of letting him know, but his reaction was surprising. Mao Sanquan said, "It's better for you not to let Little Seven wander around on her own for now." So what he meant was that he already knew there was someone hiding in the sect grounds. However, he did not wait for her to ask before he waved his hand, saying, "You should head back to prepare for the competition tomorrow. I have high hopes for you. Remember, don't let Little Seven go out on her own." "I got it." Sima Yu nodded as she left. "How did it go?" Little Seven waited for her below the office and hopped over to ask when she saw her come out. She didn't go along with her because she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to stop herself from beating him up if she saw him. "I think the sect knew a long time ago. They just have not acted yet. They must be waiting for something." Sima Yu said, "Instructor Mao said that you should not go to the back of the mountains alone. It would be best for you not to wander around the sect grounds by yourself. So they did come here for Little Seven after all." Wang Si Miao said, "You know it as well?" Sima Yu was on guard as she looked at him. "Calm down." Wang Si Miao said, "I don't have any ulterior motive." "No ulterior motives?" Sima Yu stared at him. If he actually dared to plot against Little Seven, she would have to think properly on what to do. "Yeah." Wang Si Miao looked at her calmly, "I know that Little Seven is the eye of the earth. However, I've never planned to tell this piece of information to anybody else and I don't plan to kidnap her either. Also, I don't have the ability. How did you find out? Little Seven's ability supersedes human capacity, this is already an anomaly. Little Seven was so powerful even when she was very young, so at that time, we were already suspicious. Wang Ximiao said, at that time, we still thought it Little Seven was a beast who had transformed. However, when we asked the teachers, they said that there are no transformed beasts in the sect. At that time, we guessed that Little Seven was the eye of the earth. Sima Yu looked at him, evaluating whether or not he was telling the truth. Later on, Little Seven and I interacted quite a bit, but I didn't think too much about it. Later on when I saw her evolved state, I ascertained her real identity. Wang Ximiao said, but I've never told anybody else. That is why, the fact that you're able to guess it means that Pang Jianan is able to as well. Or you can say that a bunch of you will be able to. Sima Yu said. Not necessarily. Wang Ximiao sighed, Pang Jianan knows because his purpose for coming here was to get Little Seven. It is because I have interacted quite a bit with Little Seven that I guessed it. That's why not everyone will be able to make the connections. If others don't pay attention to this, they won't necessarily find out. Yu, he won't hurt me. Little Seven said. Sima Yu saw how confident she was in Wang Ximiao and thought of how she had gotten her to give him the antidote. This proved that Little Seven trusted him. Since Little Seven didn't say anything, she didn't either. She just had to pay a bit more attention to him. Her expression changed and she had a new discovery. What's up, Yu? Little Seven asked. Sima Yu glanced at Wang Ximiao saying, the Scarlet Bees have sent word back that Pang Jianan has met up with that cloaked man. Where are they? Wang Ximiao asked. Back mountains. When Sima Yu went to the back mountains, she saw the long stretch of mountains and couldn't help but sigh. These back mountains were really the ideal place to conduct bad deeds. Those who plotted evil just had to hide here and nobody would be the wiser. She led Little Seven and Wang Ximiao to the front of the mountains and said, the other party isn't powerful. Can you withdraw your aura? Wang Ximiao nodded as he used one of his martial arts. His initially faint aura immediately withdrew. If he were not standing in front of her, she would not notice him at all. Such a powerful concealing art. It was even more powerful than her own. If she were able to learn it, and then pass the art on to her own people from her organization, she would be a lot more powerful. She just didn't know if this guy would be willing to form a deal with her. Wang Ximiao noticed Sima Yu staring at him and a bad feeling arose. He felt like a mouse who had been locked onto by a cat. What? Nothing. Sima Yu beamed at him, since you've properly concealed your aura, we can go ahead. The three of them stealthily creeped nearer as they found a secret place to hide in as they eavesdropped on what Pang Jianan was saying to the cloaked man. Do you remember what I've told you? I already committed those people you've mentioned to memory, but the price. The voice of the cloaked man was raspy. They didn't know if that was his original voice, or if he had disguised it. 100,000 middle-ranked crystals per person. Pang Jianan said, this is already a reasonable price. 100,000 middle-ranked crystals? It's barely adequate. The black-clothed person replied, we'll act based on our past rules, pay half upfront the remaining when you see their heads. Pang Jianan took out a crystal card and tossed it at him, saying, I hope that you'll do it as soon as possible. Even if you want to do it soon, it won't be that much quicker. We can't act within the sect grounds. Once they head outside, we will definitely arrange it properly. Alright, I got it. Pang Jianan said, you may return. However, the black-cloaked man did not move. What wrong? The previous situation. You actually hid Wang Ximiao's identity. The black-cloaked man said, you used the excuse that he was your love rival to get us to kill him, but our recent information tells us that it isn't the case. What news? Wang Ximiao is a person from the Wang clan. Just like your Pang clan, it's a strong influence. You didn't want to bring to light the rivalry between your two clans. However, you used us and kept the truth of the situation from us, causing us to lose so many comrades. Do you not feel that you owe us due compensation? The black-cloaked man said. Wang Ximiao's situation had nothing to do with his identity. It is because Sima Yu gave him the poison before he left the Karma Desert. You men fell because they were poisoned, only then were they killed by Wang Ximiao. That is why, if you want to blame anybody, you can only blame him. Pang Jianan shrugged, saying unconcerned, Sima Yu. That's right. I got you to kill him not only because of me, but because he knows about what we're doing. If you kill him, you'll keep your own secret as well. Pang Jianan said, if you don't leave, then I will. If someone sees us, the situation will be problematic. After speaking, he flew away and left the black-cloaked man behind. This is the assassin clan hidden in the sect grounds? Sima Yu looked at Wang Ximiao with puzzlement. Wang Ximiao shook his head, I don't know either. It's my first time hearing of it. That person is leaving, what are we going to do? Little Seven said as she pulled on Sima Yu's sleeve. What else can we do? We'll catch him, then we'll talk. Sima Yu flew out of their hiding place after she spoke. Pang Jianan was already out of sight, and the black-cloaked man was pondering over the information he had just gotten about Sima Yu. He felt like this person would be rather thorny. He was actually able to refine this kind of poison, which wasn't something the average person could do. Who? He could feel someone's aura, and when he turned around, he saw three silhouettes fly out from the back of the huge bolt. He recognized Wang Ximiao, but who were the other two? He actually didn't know that they were so close by. The three of them were extremely quick and landed beside him in the blink of an eye. He was already surrounded at three ends. Wang Ximiao. The person looked at Wang Ximiao, not thinking that he had already been discovered. Who are you? Wang Si Miao looked at him, his black cloak hid him completely. He, you don't have the qualifications to know who I am. The black-cloaked man said, I didn't think that those people would actually fail to kill you, and that you would be standing here in front of me. So you are the one who sent those people to kill me. Wang Si Miao sighed, however, they didn't manage to kill me. Instead, I sent them to their graves. It's a pity that I didn't find out who you were from them. They're my people, so how would you be able to find out my identity from them? The man called out, since they failed to kill you, then you can die by my hands. You, didn't they say that they were going to kill you just now? Wang Si Miao was speechless. What did she mean that he could kill him, but couldn't kill you? You're Sima Yu. The black-cloaked male immediately recognized Yue. You guys knew that he would look for me here, so you came along, didn't you? I'll say it, you sure are gutsy. Your damned auntie guts aren't small either. Otherwise, you wouldn't have run out here where we would catch you. You should obediently crawl back home to your nursemaid. Who knows, we might even give you an easy death. Sima Yu felt as if there were 3 black lines on her forehead. When did this brat learn to say such things? Ha ha ha. The black-cloaked male's raspy voice really made one feel uncomfortable. It was as if it were grating against the heart. Although I rarely personally act, since you've encountered me, I might as well one of the missions. I'll kill Wang Si Miao, then I'll clean up the both of you. Then we'll have to see whether or not you have the capability. Little Seven pulled up her sleeves as she sent a punch flying over. Sima Yu pulled Wang Si Miao backwards to avoid him being injured in the crossfire. Little Seven's strength was far from average. Even Lei Tianquan, who was an advanced monarch ranked, was killed in a single punch. This person is strong. It's no wonder that he can move as he wishes throughout the sect grounds. People like the one in contact with Pang Jianan would not dare to casually walk around. Maybe he dares to walk around the sect grounds because he's familiar with it. He wouldn't be worried about being exposed. Do you think that he might be a teacher of the sect? Sima Yu asked. That's my guess. Why would a teacher of the sect do something like that? Killing students? Nobody would believe you if you tried to tell them. Sima Yu said, if it was really true, how would so many outsiders manage to get in? The sect isn't that low, right? Low? Noob shit. Sima Yu changed her words. Noob shit? What is that? I'm just saying the sect is really bad, it's weak. That's why so many outsiders could infiltrate the sect. No way, the sect wouldn't be that low. Wang Si Miao wanted to learn this new word. Although I've never seen how powerful the sect really is, I've heard it before that the sect has many powerful defenses. Not just anybody can enter. What about that person from the Pang clan? He's an exception. Instructor Mao's body suddenly flashed beside them, giving them a huge shock. Instructor Mao, what are you doing here? You guys caused such a huge commotion. How could I not be here? Mao Sanquan said, this guy appears and disappears unpredictably. How did you manage to find him? We followed Pang Jianan. He contacted this person, and we encountered him after tailing him. Wang Si Miao explained, Instructor Mao, you know him? I do. Not only him, but about the few of which you spoke about before. There are still many others like him hiding in the sect grounds. Since the sect already knows, why did you not do anything? She didn't understand. Isn't this considered doing something? Mao Sanquan sighed, it's only after agitating the top of the waters that those hiding in the bottom of the pot will come to the surface. Little Seven? It's no wonder you let Little Seven join the competition. It was to force these people to act. She thought about Little Seven and looked at him puzzledly. Something like that. Mao Sanquan said. Little Seven was listening to the conversation from the side and almost stomped her feet in anger. You damn old Mao, you still dare join the fun here. Who's joining the fun? I specifically rushed here. Then why aren't you taking this guy down yet? I believe you can do it. The black-cloaked man was a little anxious when he saw Mao Sanquan appear. How did he come here so quickly? This wouldn't do. He had to escape. Little Seven could sense what he was thinking as she grabbed his arm, saying, I haven't seen your true appearance. Why are you leaving so quickly? If I let you leave just like this, wouldn't I be too muddle-headed? When he was grabbed, he subconsciously resisted, but it was futile. He had collapsed in front of Mao Sanquan. How passionate. Mao Sanquan took out a tope and tossed it over, tying him up tightly. Swish dash. It was like the rope was alive, as it tied him up so tightly that he couldn't break free. Come, let me take a look. Let's see just who you are that you're actually so talented and able to hide in the sect and do these things, trying to kill my students. Sima Yu followed after him, very curious as to what his identity was. Mao Sanquan walked over to him and squatted down. He stretched forth a hand and pulled off his cloak. It's you? Mao Sanquan cried out with shock. Sima Yu rushed over and took a look. She was stunned as she pointed at him and said, Isn't this? It's not. Mao Sanquan knew who she was referring to. He denied it before taking something out to contact the others. Sima Yu looked doubtfully at Mao Sanquan. This old face was clearly the old coot from the outer library. Why did Mao Sanquan say it wasn't? Although Sima Yu recognized him, he didn't seem to remember her. He looked at Sima Yu like he was looking at a stranger. It seemed as if he had never seen her before. Something was off. She would often go borrow books, and could be considered to be a close acquaintance of that old man. How could he forget her? This was definitely impossible for a spirit master. Unless he had amnesia and did not remember things from the past. But could a spirit master even get amnesia? It's not him. Little Seven knew what Sima Yu was thinking. I've seen that old man before. He never comes out from the outer library. Their auras are different. So they only looked the same? That old man had a twin? A short moment later, Fan Lei came over and was extremely puzzled when he saw the person tied up and lying on the floor. He walked over with Mao San Quan and they muttered something before leaving. Weird. After catching the person who was wreaking havoc in the sect, should Mao San Quan and him not settle it? Why did they ignore the person lying on the ground and walk off to the side to talk? It seemed that they really recognized this person. After another moment passed, there was some movement in the space and Sima Yu looked over. She happened to see a spatial portal opening and an old man walking out. It was that old man from the library, elderly. Li Laoan nodded towards them, then ignored the person lying on the floor. Instead, he looked at Sima Yu. Mao San Quan and the others had already greeted him, so the three of them had to greet him obediently as well. Elderly. Not bad. Elderly looked at Sima Yu. She had improved in such a short period of time, and was indeed a great young seedling. Thank you very much for your care during the outer courts, elderly. When she went to borrow books, he would occasionally speak with her and give her pointers. Later on, because she was busy and had to settle Shimin Feng's ISIS, she rarely went to the library. She didn't think that she would meet him here today. I can't say that I've taken care of you, but I have chatted with you occasionally. It's a pity that you didn't come visit this old man later on. Sir Lao said with a sigh. After all these years, finding a youth that he liked was no easy feat. What have you been doing recently? He asked. Sima Yu was about to answer. Elderly, he. Fan Lei reminded him as he looked at the person on the ground. What was up with elderly? Should he not first settle this? Why did he have to chit-chat with Sima Yu during this juncture? Elderly looked at Fan Lei and saw that he was rather anxious and said, okay, I'll catch up with this kid when we return. I'll settle this first. After speaking, he walked in front of the person. When the person on the ground saw elderly come over, his expression turned extremely pale. He trembled non-stop when he saw him stop in front of him. Li Jiu, stay away. He shouted at elderly. Li. Elderly stood still after walking up to him and saw him trembling. Li Ying, you're still alive. Li Ying turned his head away, refusing to continue the conversation. I thought that you were dead all this time. Who would have thought that you were not only alive, but concealed yourself in the sect to set up your assassin's guild, lobbying for the students to enter the sect then digging up their fresh blood? Li Jiu said. How did you know? We're twins, after all. Whatever you're doing, I just have to glance at you to know. Li Jiu sighed, little Mao and the others are young and can't settle you properly, so they called me over. You already knew long ago that you would be caught one day. Elder Li's voice was light. It was neither hurried nor anxious, but his words were cutting. However, Sima Yu and the others couldn't help but want to laugh. The students had to respectfully address Mao San Quan as Instructor Mao, Fan Lei and the others had to address him as Old Mao, and he was truly aged. However, someone had actually called him Little Mao. Little Mao. When she thought of this form of address, she couldn't help but want to laugh. Mao San Quan glared at the three of them, and they immediately wiped the gurney off their faces. You guys should head back first. We'll do whatever needs to be done. Li Jiu sighed, we've already broken off our sibling relationships long ago. You guys don't have to worry about me. Yes, elderly. Li. Mao San Quan replied. Elderly, will you not leave with us? Fan Lei asked. Elderly glanced at the mountains behind them and said, there are still a few houseflies hiding inside there, but since they've already come outside, we might as well give you guys a look. Otherwise, when those old guys return, they will say that we didn't take care of you guys properly. Those old guys that Elderly was referring to were definitely not the principals. Elderly, did you guys know about it long ago? Sima Yu asked tentatively. We knew. Li Jiu said, however, they were just a few houseflies and couldn't do much. So we left them there and didn't care about them. Who would have known that those guys actually didn't do anything after so long, so we didn't know if they found out or not. We haven't dug all of them out yet. We initially wanted to smoke them all out and get rid of them all at the same time. Mao San Quan said. It's been so many years, it seems that we should properly teach you guys a lesson. I've been too lax on you these few years, and you've messed around with the sect too much. Li Jiu sighed, don't think that I don't know anything just because I've been hanging around outside. After being reprimanded, Mao San Quan and Fan Lei lowered their heads. I'll continue this once I'm back. Li Jiu did not want to shame them in front of the younger generation either. Little Fan, take Li Ying back and keep an eye on him. Little Mao, follow me. We'll splat some houseflies. You three kids can go back on your own. After speaking, he went to the back of the mountains with Mao San Quan. Fan Lei picked the person up from the ground and left. At the same time, he reminded the three of them to leave quickly. The three of them agreed on the surface, but once they were gone, they still remained where they were. Elderly. He's so domineering. Sima Yu sighed, in the past, I thought that he was just in charge of the library. I didn't think that even Instructor Mao and the rest would treat him with such respect. Hearing what he said, Old Mao and the others may have been under his tutelage. I wonder what his identity is. Little Seven said. It said that the previous vice president had the surname Li. Wang Si Miao said. Could it be him? Little Seven said with disbelief, didn't they say that the previous generation of oldies aren't around anymore? There will always be that one or two. The person that Pang Jia Nan met with has been caught. Sima Yu said. The Scarlet Bees sent the news? Yeah. Seems like Elderly really did know about the others. Little 7 said, then he should know about Li Ying as well? He probably doesn't know. Sima Yu said, Li Ying and elderly are twins, so he should know him very well. Based on how long he knows his brother, this shouldn't be too difficult. It's true. Little 7 nodded. She smiled, old Mao and the others are in trouble. Elderly said that he will clean them up. Their future days will not be that great, ha 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 dash. What a gleeful guy. Sima Yu slapped her on the head. She was also a little excited to see how Mao Sanquan and the others would end up. On the second day of finals, Pang Jianan didn't show up. The sect stated that he went to a forbidden area yesterday, which violated the sect's rule, causing him to get expelled from the sect. The Billboard's third-ranked got expelled just like that. Moreover, it happened during the Billboard's contest. It caused a commotion after all the students in the sect heard about the news. This was a big deal. Those who went to the forbidden area were afraid that the sect would find out about them and expel them too. However, some people doubted the sect's statement. After all, at this timing, Pang Jianan should be preparing for the second day's contest. Why would he go to the forbidden area? It didn't make sense. So the fact that he didn't show up for the contest meant that there must be something hidden. But if the sect didn't want to announce it, they wouldn't know either. Although Pang Jianan was strong, he didn't have any followers. Those who followed him in the past knew that he was someone who was arrogant. He looked warm on the outside, but in fact, he was someone who looked down on people. With that said, no one really cared for or was close with him at all. So, when he left in the midst of the contest, since one person had been disqualified, those 9 people that were eliminated from before drew lots. One of them would take his place to make up 10 people, enough for the contest. Now, all of you come up here to draw lots to decide who your opponent will be. The teacher said to those 10 people. The one who got the lot to get in was happy. Initially, he was depressed that he had gotten eliminated, and never expected that he would have a chance to compete again. However, his happiness didn't last long and his excitement was doused by a pail of cold water. His opponent was Little 7. In the ring, Little 7 looked at him and said, if you surrender then I won't beat you. No. His opponent had backbone, although you are strong, I want to try fighting with you. Alright. Little 7 said, since you are so bold, I won't make it difficult for you. Can we start? She turned around and looked at the judges. The judges nodded, she rushed over at high speed. And punched her opponent, which made him fly away. It was a perfect curve that made him fall from the ring to the bottom of the ring. She controlled her strength well, such that when the opponent fell, he didn't have many injuries. Another match that was settled in one hit. After everybody saw her like that, they weren't excited anymore. Ring number 1, Little 7 wins. The judges announced. After it was announced, Little 7 gently jumped down the ring and smiled at Sima Yu, who was below the ring. Yu, come down quickly. The middle ring was destroyed by Little 7, so there were now only 4 rings that were usable. I'll do my best. Hefeng was excited. After waiting for so long, finally he was able to fight her. He went up the ring and called out his contract beast. We'll fight by ourselves, we won't use our spirit beasts. If they used their contract beasts, there was nothing to compare. Hefeng agreed and kept his contract beast away. Let's begin. Both of them mobilized their spiritual energy at the same time, and Yu's beginner divine saint strength was revealed. It really is a beginner divine saint. I always thought that was a rumor, but it was real. A freshman is so much stronger than me, it's too much. Stop bawling, let's watch their battle. Hefeng was a beginner divine saint too. His attacking attribute belonged to the gold color, which was a metal attribute. Sima Yu was of the fire attribute, and she materialized a flaming sword. A knife versus hundreds of small swords, can he handle it? He's so young, he probably doesn't have much experience in battle. Those in the viewing platform were nervous for her and some of them were discussing. Go! Hefeng controlled his spirit sword and attacked as Sima Yu waved her huge sword and charged. Suddenly the clumsy huge sword was wielded swiftly, looking like there were multiple copies of the swords as it scattered. Everybody was shocked at her skills. The sword scattered, but the sword had yet to be dispelled even after she scattered all the swords. Under her control, the large sword lunged towards him. Hefeng saw the huge sword coming towards him, and a shield appeared on his left hand in a flash, blocking the huge sword in front of him. Instant spirit energy evasion. This reaction, this speed. If it were not for his experience, it would be impossible to do. His left hand blocked the sword as he took out a long sword and inserted his spiritual energy into it. He cut the huge sword several times before it finally fell apart. Sima Yu didn't think that one spirit skill could defeat Hefeng either. She watched as the huge sword fell apart while he took out a long sword, and she quickly materialized a fiery dragon whip. Pow! As the fiery dragon whip hit, Hefeng waved his sword and cut off a part of it. However, this wasn't the real length of the whip. After a part of it was cut, it back and speedily wrapped around his long sword. He pulled back hard, but the sword was tightly wrapped too tightly around it. So powerful. 1 hour later, Hefeng had used up all his spiritual energy, but Sima Yu didn't show any signs of exhaustion and difference. The dagger was already pointed at his neck, and he couldn't do anything but concede defeat. To him, he had battled to his heart's content, but he knew that Sima Yu didn't use much energy. If she wanted to, she could have finished him in a shorter time. She was only accompanying him in the fight. I concede, you are awesome indeed. This was his first time he had so willingly conceded defeat. Last time, no matter how badly he was beaten, deep down in his heart, he never once conceded defeat. He always thought that he could improve his strength and fight with them again. Sima Yu kept Ling Long away, saying with a laugh, "You're not bad yourself." When the judges saw this, they announced, "Ring number 1, Sima Yu wins." Both of them walked down the ring. After the students in the viewing platform watched their battle, they all looked at Sima Yu differently. Although last time the students watched Lu Mingyuan and her fight in the sect often, they didn't last long. She always aimed to end the battle quickly. Today, however, was different. Previous chapter. Because there were few people, this round of contests ended before the afternoon. However, because everyone had to recover their spiritual energy, there was no contest in this ranking list. Other than Sima Yu, the others weren't much of a surprise. There wasn't much difference in the current top 5 rankings as compared to the previous batch. Because Little 7 was too heaven-defying, she was promoted and became top 3 without having to compete. According to the sect's reasoning, she was supposed to be top 1 in ranking. Little Ancestor, previously, because it was needed, I let you join the contest. If you fought up level by level, wouldn't you still take first place? But she just had to insist on fighting her last battle. On the second day, it was the official semi-finals. Because Little 7 got promoted straight away, there were only 4 people that had to draw lots to decide on their opponents. Yu, who is your opponent? Sima Yu shook her head and showed her paper to Little 7. Number 2. Hua Piaomiao waved the lot in her hands. You're number 2. Hua Piaomiao nodded. She thought Little 7 was about to say something, but she ended up pulling Sima Yu away and left. There was no need to fight at the same time in this contest. It was 1 versus 1, starting with number 1 then number 2. Sima Yu and Little 7 headed back to the resting area. Yu, in the contest later, don't show mercy. Huh. The other time in Karma Dessert, she bad-mouthed you. I have always remembered it. Little 7 continued, I always wanted to beat her up but I didn't have a chance, isn't this the chance now? That's why you have to make use of this chance. Sima Yu was speechless at her words. Previously, a certain somebody kept calling them freshmen, totally disregarding their feelings. Since it was a good chance to kill her spirit, so she would stop looking down on people. In the ring, Mo Bin and Wang Si Miao's battle wasn't world-shaking but it was outstanding. Wang Si Miao was second in the previous billboard, and that strength wasn't fake. Yu, who do you think will win? Hard to say. Sima Yu said, but I think, no matter who wins, they won't win by much. If it's not in the ring but in a real battle, I think both sides will suffer. Yeah, the difference is not much. Little 7 continued, but they are no match for you. You think too highly of me. Sima Yu said. Of course, I know your strength, your battle abilities are sharp and strong. Little 7 said confidently. But that's still no match for you. But, how high is your current strength exactly? Sima Yu looked at her curiously. Previously, she saw how Little 7 defeated the 2 monarch-ranked opponents with a punch and thought that her strength was around monarch rank as well. But she killed Lei Tianquan, that monarch-ranked expert. At that time, she realized that Little 7's strength was stronger than monarch rank. However, she felt like her strength was still around there. But, that day she fought with Li Ying for so long and still hadn't fallen. It was then that she knew Little 7's strength wasn't as little as she thought. Hehe, I won't tell you. Little 7 laughed cheekily and held her arm and said, just remember me as a weakling that needs your protection. Sima Yu looked at her speechlessly. This girl intended to hide her strength to act as a weakling? But which part of her looked like a weakling? Since she didn't want to say then she'd just leave it be, it wasn't something important anyway. Soon, they determined the winner. Like what Sima Yu guessed, Wang Si Miao won Mo Bin by a little. First group, Wang Si Miao wins. The second group may start. Sima Yu and Hua Piaomiao, who sat at the other side of the resting area, stood up together. Both of them glanced at each other and flew up the ring at the same time. I didn't expect that you would survive up till now. Hua Piaomiao stood, smiling, and said, as a freshman, you set a godlike result. However, your fairy tale is about to end. As a freshman, you're already extraordinary. As your senior sister, I'm proud of you. Sima Yu looked at the smile on her face and thought about that sentence from the previous life. A white lotus, someone who looked pure on the outside but was cunning on the inside, suited her best. Initially she didn't think of hitting her face, but she kept mentioning freshman and even threw in another sentence saying that she was not bad, causing her to feel uncomfortable hearing it. Whether she was good or not, she didn't need someone who was hypocritical to judge. Since Hua Piaomiao was always high above, overlooking all living beings, then she should have a taste of falling into reality and rolling in the mud. In case she saw other freshmen and made them feel self-conscious. Senior sister Hua, let's not talk about other things, let's start. Sima Yu interrupted. It was Hua Piaomiao's first time being cut off in front of numerous people. Even the last time that Mo Bin ignored her, it wasn't like this. This freshman was too disrespectful. Also, a guy shouldn't disrespect a girl. Feeling embarrassed, the smile on her face can't hold it anymore. Don't think that He Feng is the only one remaining before you dominate the sect, I will let you understand. Senior sister, you talk too much. Sima Yu materialized her spiritual power straight away, looked at her thinking if she talks again, she would just start attacking. Hua Piaomiao couldn't maintain her expression anymore, as she said with a frown, freshmen shouldn't be too arrogant, your senior sister shall teach you how to behave on behalf of your parents. After Sima Yu heard this sentence, her face sank immediately. Teaching her how to behave on her parents' behalf. She meant, her parents didn't teach her well. She could put up with her talking about her, but she wouldn't allow anyone to talk bad about her parents. In her previous incarnation, her parents were good, but in this lifetime, regardless whether they were biological parents or parents in name, they weren't there for her. However, she still believed that they had their difficulties so they couldn't grow up with her. Who wouldn't love their own child? Who wouldn't want to grow with their own child? They were already suffering, how could an outsider qualify to judge? Thinking of these, she couldn't stop her rage and threw a fireball and said coldly, "Teach me on behalf of my parents? You don't have such qualifications." Previous chapter. The fireball flew towards Hua Piao Miao, the flame that carried Yu Yu's rage burnt brighter. Hua Piao Miao didn't care about her attack. She put her hands in front of her chest, weaved a beautiful hand knot and a water dragon flowed out of her palm. The water dragon flew a few rounds around her before protecting her in the middle. When the fireball got closer to the water dragon, it gradually extinguished. "Sea dragon!" Hua Piao Miao shouted, as the water dragon that revolved around her flew out and quickly became huge behind her. The tiny water dragon transformed into a huge legendary sea dragon. "Roar!" the legendary dragon cried, and everybody was stunned. It unexpectedly made a sound. Her spirit skills are too powerful. Exactly, usually spirit skills that transformed into beasts don't make any sound, didn't expect that hers would be able to. Indeed, Billboard's rank 3, this strength is indeed different. Is Senior Sister Hua angry? I've never seen her use this technique before. The Sea Dragon technique is Hua Piao Miao's supreme feat. She doesn't usually use it and I didn't expect that she would use this technique to deal with a freshman. I think she is angry. Who asked her to piss Senior Sister Hua off? Exactly, Senior Sister Hua reminded her nicely, but she didn't pay attention to it and still dared to disrespect Senior Sister Hua. She will have a taste of Senior Sister Hua's power. See if she still talks like this. Sima Yu watched the sea dragon getting bigger, but she wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she quickly used both her hands and weaved a seal, as a tiny vermilion bird formed in front of her. Chirp chirp. After the little vermilion bird was formed, it was only less than 1 foot in size. It was like comparing an ant to an elephant, it was incomparable. Look at his spirit skills, he transformed his spirit skill into such a tiny beast, how can that compare to Senior Sister Hua's sea dragon? That dragon will definitely kill that tiny bird in minutes. That goes without saying. Fatty Chu overheard their discussion, angrily said, "A bunch of fools. Wait till Yu Yu's bird finishes that sea dragon, we'll see if you guys can still say that. Since they like to talk, let them be, the results will be a slap in their face." Wei Ziqi said. Both the spirit beasts had successfully transformed. Roar. Chirp chirp. Both beasts met in the air, it didn't dissipate. Since Hua Piao Miao's strength was stronger than Sima Yu, if both the spirit beasts collided, shouldn't the little vermilion bird have scattered? But why did the little vermilion bird only tremble with no signs of being scattered? Sea dragon, eat it. Little vermilion bird, go. Show her that it doesn't have the capability to eat you. With their owner's command in mind, both beasts flew out again. The little vermilion bird flew into the sea dragon's mouth. Roar. The sea dragon swallowed the little vermilion bird and made a resounding noise, but that stage wasn't over yet, as the noise it made became sharper, and it sounded like it was in pain. Chirp chirp. Everybody thought that the little vermilion bird had already scattered, but it made a noise. Chirp chirp. Roar. Little vermilion bird flew out from the sea dragon's stomach, followed by a mournful sound scattered into droplets of water spirit energy, blending into the air. That little bird unexpectedly finished Hua Piao Miao's sea dragon. Although both attributes clashed, water can extinguish fire, fire can also evaporate water into air. Regardless, fire attributes attacks have to be stronger than water attributes. I only won on that point. Hua Piao Miao knew that fire attributes restrained each other. She lost her sea dragon and it wasn't just because the attributes clashed, there were other reasons too. Ice long sword. Is she a dual attribute spirit master? She saw the ice swords coming towards her, but chirp chirp. Little vermilion bird flew up. This was also a defense. Hua Piao Miao didn't expect that little vermilion bird actually had such power to swallow her spirit skill. You've actually got some skill. Hua Piao Miao continued, what a pity, this isn't enough. Whether it is enough or not, Senior Sister Hua will know in a while. Such confidence. After she finished her sentence, both her hands quickly formed a seal. Because there was a spirit barrier at the side of the ring, the water that flowed in the ring didn't spill. Instead, it rose higher and higher. That water looks like it had a little stickiness to it. It stuck to her leg, preventing her from flying up. Frozen miles. She held out her hands with her palms facing upwards. Cold air transmitted out. Sima Yu felt her face become ice cold. She looked up and to her surprise, it was snowing. This wasn't just any top of mountain or any cold place, but she made snow. The snow wasn't made of natural snowflakes. Once they landed on the water, it turned the water into ice rapidly, with ka-cha ka-cha. The sound of water freezing broadened widely. Sima Yu lowered her head, the ice had already frozen up to her ankle. It's not too late to concede defeat now, she was still being so fit. Sima Yu glanced at her and dully rejected. Isn't it too early for me to concede defeat now? Then we shall continue. Sima Yu's body turned into flame, but it still couldn't stop the spread of the ice. This is not a water attribute, your fire doesn't hurt it much. Hua Piao Miao continued, if you turn the ice into water, it will extinguish your fire. If you are thinking of using that, it won't work. Who said that I want to use that method? Previous chapter. Hua Piao Miao glanced at her. She was calm and confident. Could it be that she had other moves that could counter her spirit skill? She saw Sima Yu stretch out her hands, although her palms didn't appear to have any fire, but there was a ball of gold spiritual energy. Gold attribute spiritual energy? You're also a dual-faceted spirit master? Hua Piao Miao was shocked. Nobody ever knew Sima Yu was a dual-faceted spirit master. When she battled with others, she had always used fire attributes spiritual energy. She didn't expect that she would reveal it now. The spectators in the viewing platform were surprised. It wasn't because they had never seen a dual-faceted spirit master, but it was because they had never seen such a low-profile spirit master. If it was others, they would have been well known. The spiritual energy in Sima Yu's hands transformed into a long halberd. It looked the same as Heaven's halberd. She held the halberd and stabbed firmly as the ice ground cracked with the halberd in the middle. After the ice cube around her legs broke into pieces, she stomped her feet, shook the ice off her body and flew into the air. At the same time, her palm congealed a fire-attributed spiritual energy. The spiritual energy transformed into fire and again, a little vermilion bird. But this time, the little vermilion bird didn't remain small the whole way. When it bent down and flew downwards, it became bigger, and by the time that it reached the ring, it was already the size of half the ring. Hua Piao Miao felt the heat released by the flame and dared not be careless. In her opinion, if Sima Yu had to maintain this strong flame, she would need a lot of spiritual energy and that her own defense wouldn't use up a lot of it. After a while, the flame became weaker. She removed the water screen and lifted her head up to see Sima Yu congeal another familiar spiritual energy and looked at her. It's over. Sima Yu used her lightning attributes and struck continuously. One of it struck directly at Hua Piao Miao and the others struck the water. Ist. The ice was an insulator, but water was a good conductor, so all the electric current flowed in the ring, then gathered and flowed towards Hua Piao Miao. Hua Piao Miao blocked the lightning from the air, but she was electrocuted by the electric current in the water. She turned black from the electrocution and her hair rolled up. Ist. The electric current flowed throughout her body, and she thought that she couldn't take it anymore as she fell in the water, twitching. Lightning attributes. God, she is a tri-faceted spirit master. There were a lot of dual-faceted spirit master, but there weren't many tri-faceted spirit master. They are rarely to be seen anywhere. What a low-profile tri-faceted spirit master. Everybody felt like they were too thrilled by her because she kept refreshing everyone's knowledge of her. Sima Yu landed in the water from air, and the electric current flowed into her body, but it didn't seem to hurt her. She looked straight at the person on the floor and said, "Senior Sister Hua, you lost. I'm sorry, as a freshman, I won you accidentally." Hua Piao Miao looked at her in pain and saw the coldness in her eyes, feeling an urge to kill her. "Senior Sister Hua, you want to kill me?" If Hua Piao Miao really wanted to kill her, she wouldn't think twice either. Yu's words almost made Hua Piao Miao's blood boil. Before the contest, she sarcastically insulted her for her lack of manners. She didn't expect that she would strike back so quickly. How could a low life like her slander the Hua's family's honor? Her proud Thousand Crane Clan's people wouldn't let her lose to a mere human. Thinking of this, her body started sprouting some white feathers, and a smell which only appeared on spirit beasts suddenly erupted from her body. Bird clan? Sima Yu didn't expect Hua Piao Miao would become like this, and she felt astonished. She never heard that she was from the bird clan. She was not the only one, even the students and teachers from the sect were flabbergasted. Nobody knew that she was a spirit beast. No, this doesn't smell like a pure bird clan. Sima Yu denied her own thoughts. She has the smell of bird clan, so it should be in her blood. A person who carries a bird clan's blood, oops, isn't that a birdman? Hua Piao Miao's blood almost boiled because of her words. Viewers from the platform laughed because of her sentence. Especially Little Seven and Fatty Chu who were in the resting area, they laughed hysterically as she clutched the bellies. Birdman. Ha ha ha, birdman, this word is good. Hua Piao Miao stood up and looked at Sima Yu. Her eyes flashed with ruthlessness and fierceness. At this point, she was still in a human form, but a pair of wings grew on her back. Her clothes were torn apart and her body was full of snow-white feathers. Not many people can push me this far. You really look like a birdman like this. Humph. A mere lowly human dares to slander my noble Thousand Crane blood, you won't get away with it. The triggered blood in her body was comparable to spirit beasts. Although the Thousand Crane clan's body wasn't the strongest among all the spirit beasts, to deal with a human spirit master, it was definitely enough. But she missed a point. Yu's body wasn't an ordinary body / she had been refining her body and been through training with her lightning bolts for so long that her body's strength is comparable to spirit beasts. Of course, parts like her lips and earlobes were still soft. If not, Mo Sha wouldn't have torn her lips the other time. Yu, go, beat her. Pluck all her feathers. Little Seven jumped onto the group and shouted toward Sima Yu. Everybody looked at Little Seven speechlessly. She had spirit beast's blood, okay. Even though rumors spread that Yu took up body refinement and was stronger than other spirit masters, that didn't mean that she could win someone with spirit beast's blood. Also, who cheered like that? What did she mean by plucking all her feathers? That was so inelegant. If Little Seven knew what they were thinking, she would surely have said, "What is elegance? Is it edible? If not, shut up." Hua Piao Miao was fast. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of Sima Yu. She held out her hands towards Sima Yu, wanting to tear her apart. At this point, Sima Yu noticed that her hands had become claws. That was so ugly. Hua Piao Miao tried to slap her, but Sima Yu used her palm to meet hers. Everybody thought that her palm would definitely be injured, but after both their palms met, they flew back to their own place. It wasn't like what everyone pictured, that Sima Yu's palm would be broken. What a strong body. Wang Si Miao exclaimed in surprise while looking at Sima Yu. It's stronger than our body by 10 times. Mo Bin said. He and Wang Ximiao had been training their body. Although they didn't purely go for body refinement, it was still stronger than the others. But if it was them, they wouldn't even dared to catch Hua Piao Miao's slap, let alone strike back. Hua Piao Miao stepped back a few meters before stopping. Feeling pain in her palm, she stared at Sima Yuyu in shock and disbelief. Sima Yuyu's hand felt painful and shaked it a few times before muttering, "This girl's webbed palm is so stiff, it's so painful." The people around them heard her and looked at both of their hands and were deeply dumbfounded. "It's Hua Piao Miao's hand that was trembling. Your hand didn't even tremble and you still had the cheek to say that yours felt pain? Humph." Hua Piao Miao's evil aura increased greatly as she stomped and flew towards Sima Yuyu. Again. Sima Yuyu shouted and faced off with her again. In a close combat, both their speed was fast. Outsiders realized that their eyes couldn't catch up with their speed. Both of their fights continued for 10 over minutes, to the extent that Sima Yuyu's hands started to hurt. This birdman, so thick-skinned. Yuyu, pluck all her feathers. Hua Piao Miao heard what Little Seven said and she felt even more enraged. Both of them joined together to shame her. Kill her. Kill Sima Yuyu. A voice in her body yelled, which slowly made her lose her rationality and she became even crazier, which made her attacks more ruthless. Sima Yuyu felt the changes in her. Seeing Hua Piao Miao's eyes turned red, she knew her body was completely being controlled by the spirit beast's blood. Try killing me, let's see if you have the capability. Hua Piao Miao threw a kick towards her head, this time Yuyu didn't dodge. She burnt almost her entire leg. Although the fire was extinguished. Ha ha ha, Little Seven laughed hysterically. Shut up. Hua Piao Miao shouted at Little Seven. With that look of irritation, she wasn't at all gentle and graceful compared to her in the past. Little Seven pulled an ugly face at her and said, "Don't want to, I want to laugh. Ha ha ha, Yuyu, burn all her feathers, come on." Hua Piao Miao couldn't go down and kill Little Seven, so she turned her rage towards Sima Yuyu. "How dare you burn my precious feathers, you're asking for it." She pulled her wings backwards, and metamorphosed Thousand Crane appeared behind her. The metamorphosed shadow eyes were closed. Although she couldn't see its eyes, its thriving power could be felt. On the podium, the teacher that was in charge looked at Mao Sanquan and asked, "Instructor Mao, should we?" Mao Sanquan shook his head, indicating that there was no need to care. This little issue shouldn't be hard for her. That teacher didn't say anything, but he was very nervous and stared at the ring. If anything happened, he could respond right away. Sima Yuyu looked at the Thousand Crane which had its eyes closed. Her guts told her that it was very dangerous. "Divine Crane, eat him." Hua Piao Miao looked pale, and she sounded weak when she spoke. Given her current strength, she wouldn't have enough strength to summon Divine Crane, but since she had already lost her rationality, if she could kill Sima Yuyu, she wouldn't care if she received backlash. Divine Crane tilted its head up, looking like it was high and mighty. Although it was unwilling to obey her command, it moved its wings. It moved only slightly, but a gale broke out in the ring. That gale contained a huge force and blew toward Sima Yuyu. Sima Yuyu subconsciously put her hands in front, trying to block the wind power, but it was too powerful that it injured her with scratch. Spatial lock. She locked the surroundings up so no matter how the wind blew, it wouldn't touch her at all. Spatial lock? The teachers on the podium exclaimed. Viewers from the platform felt the power of the wind, but because the spirit barrier on the ring blocked it, the wind wasn't strong. They saw how Sima Yuyu couldn't open her eyes from the wind, but suddenly it looked like the wind couldn't touch her. Feeling curious, when the teacher on the podium shouted spatial lock, they understood what it meant. Spatial lock? Isn't that what an array master does? You are also an array master. Of course, if not I wouldn't know this move. You are wrong, array masters know spatial lock, but it doesn't mean that only array masters know this move. You have to be gifted. Aren't you an alchemist? How did you become an array master? Are you a fool? Of course I am an alchemist and also an array master. Damn. Fire, metal and lightning trifaceted spirit master, also an alchemist and an array master, is that what a normal human should have? No. Someone shaked head. What? Only a perverse genius can do that. But he is totally a demon. PFFF. Fatty Chu overhead and snickered. Perverse genius or demon? He laughed. Which one do you think you would prefer to be called? You can go and ask him. No, he will definitely beat me up. Let's continue watching the contest. That unperturbed illusion beast must be something that wouldn't be easy to handle. She glanced at Mao Sanquan and the rest. They didn't ask the teacher to stop the contest, so they didn't know if it was going to be safe or not. Since Yuyu had so many strategies, she should be able to handle it. That so-called divine crane opened its eyes slightly, cried distinctively and lowered its proud head. It kept its wings and the wind in the ring stopped immediately. You are also an array master, oh. She forcefully summoned divine crane for so long and couldn't take it anymore. Not strong enough, but you want to summon it by force. You're going to lose control, aren't you? Sima Yuyu knew her condition at a glance and spoke out to remind her. Even if I lose control, I'll beat you first. Hua Piao Miao said. That depends on whether or not you have the capability. Sima Yuyu said, actually, you're rather unlucky. What? You're a bird. She was unlucky because she was a bird? What logic was that? Actually, if she had not looked down on Sima Yuyu so much and paid more attention to her, she wouldn't have lost so badly today. After all, there were many in the sect who knew about Yuyu's situation. For example, the fact that the king of birds was her contracted beast. If she knew about this, she would truly understand why Sima Yuyu would call her unlucky. Divine crane, this unknown human dares profane your existence. You definitely have to teach him a lesson. Hua Piao Miao turned around to ask of the divine crane. After speaking, she took out a knife and slit open the palm of her hand before dripping the fresh blood on the divine crane. It was clearly a spirit beast that she had materialized, but once her fresh blood dripped onto its body, it absorbed it. After the divine crane absorbed the blood, its eyes opened and glared at Sima Yuyu, dripping with bloodthirst. Go, divine crane, screeched Dash. Divine crane screeched loudly, charging towards Sima Yuyu. Kill. Kill him, Hua Piao Miao agitatedly thought. However, why did divine crane stop right in front of her? He should continue to attack. Hua Piao Miao spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at divine crane with confusion. She was not the only one who was confused. The others were the same. It was clearly going to attack her, so why did he stop? The judging teacher had already been prepared to interfere, but the divine crane had stopped just before he acted, causing him to stop prematurely. What's going on? Everyone watching the stage was confused. Could it be that the divine crane had suddenly woke up to reality at the final moment? He's trembling. The divine crane is trembling. Really? Hurry, look. The divine crane really is trembling. Everyone took a closer look, and the divine crane was really trembling non-stop. What's going on? Hua Piao Miao cried out. Why was divine crane trembling in front of Sima Yuyu? Humph. Just a tiny little crane, but you dare move against this lord's contracted master. After the first sound of his voice, Little Rock appeared in front of Sima Yuyu. He did not appear in a flowery way, neither did he do so arrogantly. However, just standing in front of Sima Yuyu gave everyone a feeling of suffocating awe. This is the aura of the legendary Great Rock? Legendary Great Rock? Oh damn, that's the King of Birds. We actually managed to see him with our own eyes. He really is the contracted master of the King of Birds. I thought those rumors were false. If that's true, does that mean the other rumors are as well? Damn, that's too perverse. When Hua Piao Miao saw Little Rock appear, she knew it was over. The bloodline in her already subconsciously wanted to prostrate herself in worship when she saw Little Rock, King of Birds. She was already paralyzed on the ground. She just had no energy to stand back up. No wonder. It was no wonder Sima Yuyu said that she was unlucky. For a bird to meet the King of Birds, especially to match up against its master, was it not looking for death? If she was not of the bird clan, and if Sima Yuyu had not contracted the legendary Great Rock, perhaps the outcome would not be like this today. It was a pity that the word did not have room for any ifs. Little Rock watched the divine crane. It was merely an imprint left behind by an old bird, but it was strutting around like it was the real deal. You really are bold, aren't you? You actually dared to act against my master. Little Rock allowed his aura to burst forth, even adding a bit from Crimson Flame. He pressured the old guy till he was half dead. Before he went out, Crimson Flame told him that this guy was very powerful. He had been around for a long time. If he used his own aura alone, he may not have been able to suppress him, so he lent him a bit of his power to suppress the old guy. As expected, the old guy was only stunned for a moment, which caused him to stop his attacks. However, he did not retreat, nor was he afraid. However, when he experienced Crimson Flame's aura, he was definitely terrified of the opponent and his body began to tremble. He now intensified his strength, causing this guy to kneel down. Sima Yuyu stuck her head out from behind Little Rock and said, "Don't make this a big deal. Just finish it." Little Rock nodded, saying to Divine Crane, "I pronounce your sentence. Ignorance means you have no fault. When I return, I will not commit your error to memory." Divine Crane's eyes shone with reluctance, but Little Rock's pressure had already rendered him unable to resist. Much less move to fight back. "No way, you can't give up." Hua Piao Miao cried out from the ground, "You're absorbed my blood, you can't disobey me. I order you to beat them up." Hesitation flashed in Divine Crane's eyes. Hua Piao Miao was different from him. She was not a pure-blooded bird, so Little Rock's bloodline suppression would not have that big of an effect on her. But it wasn't the same for him. Hua Piao Miao could disregard Little Rock's suppression, but he couldn't. However, he had a contract with her right now. They had a connection, and he couldn't ignore her words. Especially when she invoked the blood sacrifice. After receiving her order, he had to act. Although he was afraid, he could only harden his heart. Presumptuous. Little Rock saw that he actually dared to attack them and waved his hand, a majestic wave of power pouring out in attack. Divine Crane had been terrified from the start. Although Hua Piao Miao was unable to give him too much power, it was enough to defeat the people here. However, now that the Little Rock's bloodline had suppressed him, he was only half as strong as he was before. Little Rock inserted a bit of Crimson Flame strength into it. It was merely one hit, but he was already wavering before, and it finished him. Pfft. Divine Crane vanished and Hua Piao Miao spit out a mouthful of blood, fainting right away. At this moment, her boiling blood had finally settled down. Her raging body had regained a human appearance, just that her clothes had already been torn. It didn't cover all of her body. The judge waited for 1 minute, and when he saw that she was no longer moving, he said, "This competition is won by Sima Yuyu." Mao Sanquan got the judge to take her off the stage before turning to Fan Lei, "Principal Fan, I'll have to trouble you." Fan Lei glared at Mao Sanquan, saying, "Go by yourself. You always ask me to do it. I don't have the patience or ability." Mao Sanquan said, "I didn't think that she'd be of the Thousand Crane clan. Her body is now completely revealed. If we don't rescue her, it might be really problematic later on. Those people might transfer their anger onto Yuyu's body. If Su Jin knew." "Enough. I'll go. Don't talk to me about that Shijun. I'll take the people with me. Whether or not I can cure her, I cannot guarantee." Fan Lei took her and left. Previous chapter. After Fan Lei had taken Hua Piao Miao away, the judging teacher went up to the stage and said, "Quiet." The people on the viewing platform were clamoring non-stop because of the outcome. The fact that this was completely outside their expectations aside, they were completely blown away by how strong Sima Yu was. This was the reason for their heated debate. After hearing the teacher speak, everyone finally quieted down. The judging teacher took a look around the stadium, saying, "Following this, will be the competitions for 6th to 10th place. The few of you should stop forward to choose your lots." Sima Yu returned from the contestants' resting area, but Wang Ximiao and Mo Bin had yet to recover their senses. When they saw her walking over, they opened and closed their mouths, wanting to say something. Finally, however, they merely uttered a word of congratulations. Little Seven pounced over as she said happily, "Yu, you're so powerful. You really cleaned the bird person up nice and good. It's just a pity that you only burnt the feathers on her leg instead of taking the whole thing off." Sima Yu smiled as she petted her on the head, saying, "All right, let's sit down and watch the rest of the competition." She pulled Little Seven over to where Mo Bin was sitting, and everyone happily bantered as they watched the next two matched. Tang Yen was lucky. He drew the blank slip, so he didn't need to fight today. He phone lost to his opponent and was only able to get either the 9th or 10th position. Although the competitions were rather exciting, watching it after Sima Yu's competition made it feel lackluster. Sima Yu realized that, even as she was watching the competition, everyone else was watching her. As such, after she finished watching He Feng's competition, she left with Little Seven. Only the second day, the first match was Sima Yu versus Wang Ximiao. The victorious person would battle Little Seven. Wang Ximiao was very powerful, and he was even stronger than Hua Piao Miao. However, he still lost to Sima Yu. Wang Ximiao finally said, "I know that you did not use your full strength. I hope to be able to catch up to you. We'll meet again on the battlefield." After the judging ended, both of them were prepared to get off the stage. Little Seven suddenly flew over, saying, "Wait, let's fight too." Everyone was shocked. Wang Ximiao was the first to react as he hopped off the stage. The referee looked at Little Seven, saying, "Student Sima has just completed a battle. If you compete now, it's fine as long as Yu agrees." Little Seven looked at Sima Yu, "Won't you agree?" Sima Yu didn't know what Little Seven was trying to do, but she saw that she was winking at her, so she nodded, "All right." In any case, she wouldn't be able to defeat her. It didn't matter whether or not she rested. "See," he agreed. Little Seven said to the referee. "Since both sides have agreed, you may begin." The referee retreated to the side after speaking. Sima Yu looked at Little Seven. Although she was curious about how strong Little Seven was, she knew that there was no way she could compare. Just as she was about to surrender, she heard Little Seven speak. "I admit defeat." Little Seven announced loudly. "What?" "I admit defeat." Little Seven repeated herself. "Little Seven." Sima Yu frowned. Little Seven winked at Sima Yu before turning to the judge, "I've lost. You should announce it." "Little Seven, your strength." Nobody declared that the stronger party cannot admit defeat, right? It seemed like, there really wasn't a rule like this. "Little Seven, what are you doing?" Sima Yu frowned. "You'll know once we get back." Little Seven winked at her. Since Little Seven has admitted her defeat, the victory of this match goes to Sima Yu. The referee announced. With his announcement, Sima Yu became the champion of the Billboard ranking competition. There was no need to mention Little Seven. She would definitely be second, and Wang Ximiao third. Sima Yu didn't care for the title, but she was a little uncomfortable about the way Little Seven had given up her first place. "Yu, do you know or not, that once the front of the competition is concluded, there will be a challenge period for half a year?" "Challenge period? What's that?" "The positions in the competition are finite, so the students can issue a challenge to people in the positions ahead of them. If they are successful, you might end up taking their position." Little Seven explained. "You fought too radiantly today, so there will be many finding an opportunity to battle you. Even if they lose, they'll want to give it a try. That is why you'll be incredibly annoyed later on. This way, you won't have the time to research Shi Qiu Shuang's antidote either. If I'm after you, those people won't dare to look for you. You'll have peace." Sima Yu thought about it, and it was true. She no longer minded being gifted first place. When her competition was over, she returned to the Spirit Pagoda to continue her research. When she was more or less done, she successfully found a cure. Mo Sha saw that she was really about to finish creating the antidote, and was still a little puzzled. It seemed that she was a little stronger than he had imagined. Sima Yu took the antidote and went to Memory Restaurant, where Shi Qianji was anxiously waiting for her. "You found the antidote?" Sima Yu nodded. "Although the antidote is successful, if we want to treat her, we'll still need therapy. There's also something that I have to notify you of." "What?" Shi Qianji and Shi Qiu Shuang looked at her, afraid of what they would hear. After half a month had gone by, Shi Qiu Shuang had regained her previous appearance. After the antidote, her body will never go back to the way it was before. Sima Yu said. "Never? Then she can only remain like this forever?" Shi Qianji asked. "It shouldn't be the case." Sima Yu said, "Her body became small because of the poison, but it has not been completely damaged. Whether or not she is able to grow again in the future, I do not know. What I am certain is that she can only be like this for now. Shi Qianji saw how hurt Shi Qiushuang was and said, whether or not she will be able to return to her former appearance, let's speak again after the antidote is administered. Alright then, you should wait outside. You have to make sure that nobody interrupts me halfway. If I am interrupted, I cannot ensure that she survives this. Sima Yu sighed. Relax, nobody will bother you. Shi Qianji said, junior sister, I will be heading out. Relax, you will be well soon. That brat, Jiang Junjie, said that he never does anything he is unsure of. Shi Qiushuang nodded, and he left. Little 7, guard the door. Do not let anyone enter. Sima Yu had just spoken when Little 7 covered the entire house with a barrier. Then, she turned to look at her. Sima Yu was speechless. She had initially wanted to stop her from seeing a gruesome scene, but this brat really. Then don't be frightened later on. Little 7 nodded. She had seen much of the real world after all, she had to stop treating her like a child. Sima Yu turned around and said to Shi Qiushuang, before treating you, you have to promise me something. Say it. Shi Qiushuang's voice was weak. Do not tell anybody about my treatment method. Especially about my identity. Sima Yu was extremely serious. Her identity? Could it be that the antidote would reveal her identity? What was her identity? She was puzzled, but she still said, okay. I swear, I will not tell anybody else about your treatment. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Once Shi Qiushuang had sworn her oath, Sima Yu continued, all the flesh on your body has already rotted. The fact that you were able to survive up till now was based completely on your inner spirit energy. As she spoke, Shi Qiushuang awkwardly shifted, causing fresh blood to pour out. The blood leaked onto the bed, and it was truly a disgusting sight. Don't move. Sima Yu said, it looks gross right now, but it will be fine once you're treated. You were poisoned. There's nothing to be awkward about. Shi Qiushuang saw that Sima Yu did not care or avoid it, and was a lot more comfortable. Later on, we'll have to cut off all the flesh from your body. Sima Yu continued to explain, at this point, I will numb your senses and you will not feel any pain. However, you will have to relax. I understand. Shi Qiushuang said. Cough cough, that. Because I have to cut off all the flesh on your body, I will have to touch a few places that I shouldn't. However, we're all women here, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Sima Yu said. You're a woman. Shi Qiushuang looked at her suspiciously. Sima Yu twisted her ring, allowing Shi Qiushuang to see her previous appearance. If it were not for the fact that she would have to touch some sensitive areas, she would not have revealed her identity. Because of some reasons, I cannot reveal my female status. That is why I have kept it a secret. Sima Yu said. Relax, I have sworn to secrecy. Shi Qiushuang now understood why she would make her swear. Thank you. Sima Yu said, after this part, it will be more painful. However, you just have to trust me. We will definitely walk this road to the end. I trust you. Although your age really causes one to mistrust you. Shi Qiushuang said. Alright. Sima Yu liked having this amount of trust, just leave the rest to me. Then, let us get ready to begin. Sima Yu took out a large metal bucket. She has specially requested for Fatty Chu to refine it, wanting to use it for Shi Qiushuang. She had placed a lot of herbs inside, adding water and getting Little 7 to boil some water. Later on, she fed Shi Qiushuang some pills, took out some knives that were all gleaming coldly and looking incomparably sharp. Shi Qiushuang watched as she held a small knife. She saw herself in the reflection, and her appearance was terrifying. She looked like she had been vomited out. Because of this, she had a newfound appreciation for the way Sima Yu treated her. Once Sima Yu had finished waiting for the herbs to activate, she walked beside her, I'm going to begin. She took out a metal bucket and placed it by her bedside. She tossed in the rotten flesh that she had cut off, filling the metal bucket. Once it had been done, more than half the day had passed. Only a pile of white bones remained on the bed. I will use my spirit energy to protect your heart. You will be fine. Sima Yu said, I'm going to give you the antidote now. Shi Qiushuang was unable to move or speak. She could only blink her eyes in response. This will be a little painful, you have to hold on. After Sima Yu finished speaking, she took out a pill that she had refined and fed it to her. Then, she picked her up and placed her in a metal pail. She got Little 7 to stop fanning the flame. NGH-. Searing pain racked her entire body. The pill that she had just eaten was no longer effective, and Shi Qiushuang was in so much pain that she trembled, but she did not cry out. Shi Qianji sensed something when he was outside and wanted to run in a few times, but Little 7's barrier kept him outside. Sima Yu was observing Shi Qiushuang's current condition when she could control the medicine inside, she sensed the movements outside. She said to Little 7, let him come in. As the barrier disappeared, Shi Qianji could feel it immediately as he pushed the door open. He immediately saw Shi Qiushuang sitting inside the metal bucket. Junior sister. He ran over and held onto the metal bucket, but was scalded by the heat. She's fine. Sima Yu said, but if you do not retract your hands, she will not be for much longer. Shi Qianji kept his hands as his palms had already been mangled. Are you an idiot? The bucket is so hot, but you boldly pounced on it. Little Seven looked at him like he was a fool. It was only now that Shi Qianji noticed the pain. He hurriedly took out some medicine and applied it on his palms. A few minutes later, his hand had recovered. The results really weren't bad. Sima Yu glanced at him before she continued to focus on Shi Shuang. She looks like she is in a lot of pain. Shi Qianji said with heartache, is there anything I can do to soothe her? What can you do to soothe her? Sima Yu said, she needs to completely change her flesh. You're a poison master, you should know what this is like. Shi Qianji didn't speak anymore. He was too familiar with its process. He has seen Jiang Junja being cooked with his own eyes, which was how he had acknowledged him from the bottom of his heart. He never thought that the same curse would happen to his own junior sister. After a moment passed, Sima Yu took out a golden snake fruit, placing it directly into the water after refining it into juice. Golden snake fruit? Shi Qianji was incredibly surprised when he saw the golden snake fruit. Sima Yu did not bother herself with him. As this was the time for her to add in ingredients, she had to continuously add in a few ingredients that she had already refined. She had no time to entertain him. Shi Qianji saw the ingredients that Sima Yu had taken out and they were all rare ingredients. Ones that had already gone extinct, or those that could not be found. Even as she added all these things in, they were worth more than 10 million crystal stones. He watched as she put them in without blinking an eye and his first thought was, this is so interesting. His second thought was, she's really rich. His third thought was, how much would she force them to pay up? However, no matter how much he had to spend, as long as his junior sister could be cured, he would do it gladly. Sima Yu had one reason for letting him enter. She wanted him to see how many things she would need. Only then would he understand how difficult a feat it was to cure his junior sister. She had the antidote inside her while the essences of many herbs on the outside. Shi Shuang could feel that her body was going through monumental changes. She was weak, disgusting and smelly. But now, her body was graceful and full of energy. She could feel the changes in her body bit by bit, and it was as if she had gone from hell to heaven. The world around her was no longer dark, and she could see the light once again. However, the fact that she was able to have this new opportunity was all thanks to the one by her bedside. Honestly, Shi Shuang, had the blood of many on her hands. She was not a good person. However, after this, she felt like she had been reborn. Perhaps, even if she were to be cold-blooded in the future, she would always be the most sincere to Yu. Later on, Sima Yu placed a few more herbs in. Once Shi Shuang was able to absorb it all, her flesh would have finished regrowing. Take a look. Sima Yu took out a mirror and placed it in front of her. While there was broken flesh floating on the water, the one sitting inside was like a newborn baby. She did not have any of the rot left over from before, and was no longer disgusting. The ugly pus and blood that once used to cover her, no longer remained. The one who appeared in front of everyone was a brand new her. She touched her face as tears flowed down her cheeks. Previous. Sima Yu got Shi Qianji to go outside before she carried Shi Shuang out from the metal bucket. Fresh and clean covers covered the bed as she placed Shi Shuang on it. She looked to be extremely small. Sima Yu took out some of Little Seven's clothes and let her put it on. She was soft and weak, without a bit of strength. Sima Yu had to help her put on her clothes. Nobody had ever treated her like this since before she was born, causing her cold and expressionless face to blush red. These are Little Seven's clothes. They're a little small on you, but they'll do for now. Let your senior brother buy a few sets for you on your way back. Sima Yu said as she finished dressing her. It will be expected for you to feel a little out of sorts. After all, you'll take a while to get used to the newly grown flesh. You'll be fine in a few days. Also, it'll be a little special for you during this period of time. Although your body is weak, it's still as good a time as any for you to cultivate. It will be painful after the medicinal bath, but it will lay a good foundation for you. If you can withstand it, you can try. Sima Yu said. I got it. Shi Shuang said. Her throat was better now, and her voice was not as raspy as it was before. It was even a little low. Your senior brother is a poison master and should know how to prepare it for you. You just have to get him to brew some recovery medication. Sima Yu said. Could you help me make it? Shi Shuang asked. What's wrong? After all, senior brother is a guy. I'm weak now, so when the time comes. You could find a servant girl. I am not used to others being by my side. I've never used a servant girl before. Shi Shuang said. There were some who truly did not like that. She didn't find it strange at all. Alright then. I can help you. Sima Yu sighed. It just happens that the sex competition is ending soon, so I have the time. Once it's over, I won't be able to help anymore. Why? I have things I need to do and will leave this place. Sima Yu said, but do not worry, you will definitely be fine by then. You might even depart before I do. Thank you, Yu. May I call you Yu? Of course. Aren't names given for calling? Sima Yu didn't mind. Shi Shuang smiled, saying, you may call me Qiu Shuang. Qiu Shuang. Sima Yu was ready to accept her good intentions and called out. Yu, I got it. You have used a lot of expensive ingredients while curing me. I will get the sect to compensate you properly. Shi Shuang said. Although she was touched, Sima Yu still said truthfully, I have an arrangement with your sect. I know about that arrangement. Shi Qiushuang glanced at little 7, although the eye of the earth is valuable, since we have already agreed on that, we will not go back on our word. Do not just look at us as a group of hired assassins. We are still Mora. There are exceptions. Sima Yu said. When a sect grows large, there will definitely be worms. Shi Qiushuang did not deny, but only the few at the top know about little 7. We are still able to limit that. I will trust you for the time being. Sima Yu said. As for the compensation, I will not speak of it for the time being. You will know when the time comes. Shi Qiushuang did not take offense as she said, also, we have something we still need your help with. How can I help you? Sima Yu blinked. I'm guessing that you should know of a very good prescription for a medicinal bath? Sima Yu raised her eyebrows. She didn't speak, waiting for her to continue. I hope for you to compete against my senior brother before choosing the one with the best results. Shi Qiushuang said, I want to be stronger. Your gaze is sharp and filled with hatred. You plan to seek revenge. For what happened in Devil Cave? Sima Yu said confidently. Shi Qiushuang hesitated for a moment, but she nodded. However, she did not speak further. For things that others did not want to speak about, she did not like to pry. As such, she did not continue to ask and continued discussing what they did before. Why do you feel like I have a prescription for a medicinal bath? When speaking of it, you did not hesitate. That proves that you are familiar with it. Shi Qiushuang said confidently, you used so many good ingredients when treating me that I believe your medicinal bath should be excellent as well. That is your ability. If you are able to provide me with a better medicinal bath, I will be able to recover even better in the future. I have to first take a look at your senior brother's method for preparing the medicinal bath. Sima Yu said, if his method is better than mine, you have no use for mine. Alright. Then I will invite him in. After Shi Qianji entered and heard their discussion, he was put in a difficult spot at first. After all, they usually did not show this to outsiders. You don't have to tell me the foundations of me. You just have to tell me what ingredients you will be using. Sima Yu understood his issue as she said. Shi Qianji was grateful for Sima Yu's understanding as he told her the ingredients he used without telling her the quantities he used or the sequence. How is it, Yu, which of yours is better? Sima Yu said to Shi Qianji, the ingredients you use are more or less similar to mine. We just differ in a few places. To reciprocate is etiquette, I will tell you my prescription today as well. Sima Yu told him the ingredients in her own method as Shi Qianji's eyes shone. Your method is truly more peculiar than mine. He said as he clapped his hands, I'll have to trouble you with junior sister's medicinal bathe. I will prepare your ingredients well. Alright. Then I will return again tomorrow. Sima Yu replied quickly. It was best for them to be the ones preparing the ingredients. After all, they only knew the herbs that she would be using. Without knowing the process, it was useless. If Shi Qianji was really powerful enough to be able to research it based on the ingredients alone, there was nothing she could do anyway. Wait a minute. Shi Qianji called out after her, I'll send you off. Junior sister, we will be back soon. The three of them left together and came to a house where Shi Qianji said, could you tell me how you managed to find a cure for junior sister? I couldn't find out after tens of years, but you did in just 2. Sima Yu glanced at him, saying, secret. I can't tell you. Shi Qianji was just giving it a try. He didn't really think that she would tell him. Sima Yu smiled as she turned around to leave. How did she discover it? Of course, she used her own blood. If it were not because she first used her blood and mixed it with Shi Qianji's blood, she would never have found the antidote. However, there was no way she could tell this to somebody else. Shi Qianji sent her to the main entrance of Memory Restaurant. Sima Yu held on to little 7, preparing to return, when a familiar silhouette appeared in front of her. Brilliant and handsome, talented with limitless potential. He leaned casually against a big tree, and how many ladies were captivated by his presence. When he saw her appear, he gave a light smile as his eyes still carried traces of unconcealable weariness. He said, Junior brother, I have returned. Sima Yu didn't think that he would suddenly appear in front of her, and was momentarily stunned. Senior brother? What are you doing here? Wu Lingyu walked over and held onto her small face, saying with a smile, I heard that there was somebody trying to find out news about me, worrying about me. So I came over. I missed you, so I came. These were the words in his heart that he didn't say. Sima Yu came back to her senses after her sudden shock and joy from seeing him, when she heard what he said. It was rare for her not to fight him. Was it all fine for you before? She kept feeling like there was something off about it, not something as simple as closed-door cultivation. I was fine. Wu Lingyu said with a light smile. When he saw the concern in her eyes, he said while smiling gently, even if there was something wrong, it's all good now. When Sima Yu heard what he said, she knew that there was definitely something wrong before. It was no wonder he looked so tired. When did you arrive? Where do you live now? I just arrived in the city. I haven't found a place yet. Then just stay here. Wu Lingyu shook his head, saying, I want to stay with junior brother. Let's stay over at your place. My place. Sima Yu wanted to tell him that nobody was home, but seeing how tired he was, it would be good for him to stay in a quieter place anyway. Nodding her head, she said, let me take you there. Wu Lingyu only knew that Sima Lai and the others weren't around when they arrived at her place. He watched as Sima Yu busied about for his sake, setting up a house for him quickly. Senior brother, it's all cleaned up now. Sima Yu changed the bed sheets before turning around to speak to Wu Lingyu, who was at the door. The bed sheets are fresh, so you should rest for a while. Wu Lingyu walked over. Yu thought that he would rest on the bed for a moment. However, he stopped beside her, stretched out his hands and hugged her. Yu, I really missed you. I thought that I would never see you again. His tone was calm, but it carried a dense wave of longing and fear. Sima Yu lifted her hands, but put it down again when she heard what he said. After he hugged her, he nestled his head into the side of her neck. You. She wanted to ask him what happened, but she swallowed her words, just stretching her hands forth to hug him. Wu Lingyu was stunned as his weary eyes shone with joy and surprise. Sorry, senior brother. I wasn't by your side when something happened to you. Sima Yu said guiltily. Apart from her family, he treated her the best. However, because of what happened when she was young, she had forgiven him but still didn't care for him. Even when she felt like he was in danger, it was but an afterthought. She also knew very little about his condition, and was unable to locate him when something happened to him. The more she thought about it, the guiltier she felt. Wu Lingyu could sense her mood, and left a light kiss on her cheek. You don't have to feel guilty. He said lightly into her ear, as long as I can see you and hug you, that's more than enough for me. She had changed her attitude towards him. He had not come to find her in vain. Sima Yu could feel like her ears were getting a little red. They were obviously the same person, so how could one half of his soul be so cold, while the other so romantic? You look tired. You should rest. She stuttered. Let him sleep in his room. Wu Lingyu smirked as he hugged her and spun 2 rounds before they both landed in a heap on the bed. He was still holding her in his embrace. You look tired as well. Why don't we rest together? You. Sima Yu wanted to escape his hold, but he trapped both of her hands in front of her and she heard him mutter, You, don't move. Let me hug you for a while. Then, she felt his heavy breaths by her ear. She was shocked. He fell asleep so quickly. She wanted to take his hands away, but that light movement woke him up and he hugged her tighter. You, don't move. He mumbled before falling back to sleep. A few more minutes passed and she tried again, but the result was the same. The moment she tried to leave, he would wake up, mutter a sentence and fall back asleep. Sigh. She sighed inwardly. Her right hand happened to be resting on his left wrist, so she wanted to help him take his pulse and check out his current condition. After taking it, she was so angry she was ready to spit fire. Did he know what his current condition had deteriorated to? Did he know how badly his mental state was damaged? Did he not know how to rest and recuperate? Of course he knew. However, he didn't do it because the moment he had found out that she had asked for news of him, and knew that she was worried about him, he couldn't help but rush over, in order to see her sooner. Sigh. She was angry and her heart ached at the same time. She turned around to look at him before taking out some pills and feeding them to him. Then, she looked at his face and zoned out. She hemmed and hawed, wondering why he treated her so well. She had also spent a lot of her mental energy on her treatment of Shi Shuang today, and felt rather tired now that she had relaxed. Leaning on his chest, she fell asleep as well. When she had fallen asleep, Wu Lingyu opened his eyes as his eyes hooked into a victorious smile, as if he had gotten away with it. He kissed her lightly on her forehead before he closed his eyes and fell back asleep. As the two of them lay there, they lay there until the afternoon of the second day. When little Seven came to the house, Sima Yu woke up. She raised her head and the first thing she saw was his perfect chin. Looking up further, she saw his brilliant eyes. Morning. His musical voice revealed the good mood of its owner. What time is it now? Afternoon. What? Sima Yu cried out as she sat up. The afternoon of the next day, done resting? Yeah. Sima Yu nodded. He looked to be more energetic now. Thinking of how she had taken his pulse yesterday, her anger bubbled once again. I took your pulse yesterday. Yeah. He wasn't flustered as he stretched forth a hand to play with her hair. Do you know what the state of your body is right now? Seeing the way he stared at her, she raged even more. Even if I was worried about you, I wouldn't die if I saw you a few days later. I wanted to see you. Knowing that you were looking for me, I couldn't sit still. Wu Lingyu said, Don't be mad, I know the condition of my body. I only pressed on because I knew I could. Sima Yu turned away in a huff. Wu Lingyu saw that she was really mad as he stood up and walked over. He leaned his head on her shoulder. I won't do it anymore. You said it before last time. Sima Yu said. Last time? The last time, you went to look for an array book for my sake. You were trapped for 1 to 2 years. At that time, you said the same thing. You're a man whose words can't be trusted. She scolded him. I won't do it next time. Wu Lingyu said softly, really? Sima Yu pushed his head away and got off the bed. Turning around to glare pointedly at him, she said, as if I'd believe you. Wu Lingyu laughed. Actually, he didn't feel like it was possible either. As long as he thought of her, how could he care for himself? Sima Yu glared at him, straightened her clothes, opened the door and left. Little Seven was currently watching the ants moving their home. When she saw her come out, she beamed as she asked, Yu, did you sleep well yesterday? Sima Yu did not feel anything initially, but being questioned like this set her face aflame. Cough cough, where did you run off to yesterday? Little Seven stood up and tossed away the stick in her hand, saying with a smirk, after seeing your senior brother, you forgot all about me, so I went off to play on my own. When did this brat learn how to be so cheeky? Then why did you come here? I came to remind you that we should go over to treat Shi Shuang. Little Seven said, after seeing how excited you were yesterday, I was afraid you would go too hard at it and forget. Go too hard at it? Sima Yu pinched her little face, who taught you this rubbish? Hee, it's not rubbish. Little Seven whipped her face out of her grasp and said, when are we going over to Shirqiu Shuang's place? Let's go now. Sima Yu sighed, it'll be exactly a day after Fig we go now. We can set up the medicinal bath. Where are you going? Wu Elinjiu came out from the house. Although he revitalized a bit, his eyes still held traces of weariness. I have something I need to do. You should wait in the house. I want to go too. What would you go for? I've already improved a lot. Just let me come with you. No way, you have to rest at home to heal. Sima Yu said, you told me just now that you would take care of your body. What? Are you going to go back on your word now? Alright, he couldn't go back on his words right now. Otherwise, she really wouldn't trust him anymore. Then when will you return? I'll be back at night. I'm just going over to set up a medicinal bath. Sima Yu sighed, didn't you head over to Memory Restaurant to wait for me? How could you not know what I was doing there? I only knew you were there because of your aura. I didn't know what you were doing there. Wu Lingyu said, also, I had just arrived when I heard that you were about to come out, so I didn't head in. Ah, so that's what happened. It's getting late. Let's talk again once we reach home. About what I'm doing there. Alright, then I'll wait for you to come home. We'll set off now. Remember to strengthen your body when you're home. I fed you a pill last night, so you're still under its effects now. I got it. Wu Lingyu was beaming till his eyes were crescents. This brat, did she forget that he was an alchemist as well? Right, do you have any more of those golden snake fruits? Yes, do you need it? Yeah, my little Qilin got injured, so the golden snake fruit will help it to recover quicker. Sima Yu nodded and took out a golden snake fruit from her spirit pagoda and handed it over to him before leaving with Little Seven. Once they reached Memory Restaurant, they found Shi Qianji already waiting there for her. We found most of the ingredients that you asked for. However, a few of them are rarer and we couldn't find any. Shi Qianji said, see if you have any of those missing ingredients. Sima Yu didn't think that Shi Qianji would prepare the ingredients for her. She had merely mentioned it yesterday, and he had remembered them all. He had even prepared most of them. Based on this point alone you could see that his personality wasn't bad. She inspected the ingredients and realized that they were missing a few of the rarer ones. However, she had them all in her spirit pagoda, and it would not affect her treatment today. She got someone to move all the items over to the house when Shirqiu Shuang was living in, then she chased everyone out. Shi Qianji, you have to go out as well. Don't poke around here. You'll see the result at the end. As she spoke, she chased Shi Qianji out. Shi Qianji could not relax as he looked at Shirqiu Shuang, who also chased him out. Senior brother, relax. It will be fine with you hear. Shi Qianji looked at her speechlessly. How could she have so much faith in this guy? However, since she was chasing him out as well, he could only head outside. They had already finished preparing the medicinal bath, and Sima Yu only had to place the things in the correct quantities. Then, she had to see whether or not the medicinal bath was going well, and if it wasn't, she would have to add in a few more refined ingredients. She prepared the slurry of medication and came to the bedside. She told Shirqiu Shuang that they were about to begin, and she carried her up and placed her into the wooden bucket. Using medicine to strengthen your body will be more painful. You have to persevere. Sima Yu said as she placed her inside. Shirqiu Shuang understood what Sima Yu meant the moment she got in. Pain. Too painful. Every part of her body cried out in agony that shot right to her bones as she almost wanted to give up on the medicinal bath immediately. Think about why you want to do this. Sima Yu reminded her. I will not give up. No matter how much it hurts, I will hold on. Shirqiu Shuang ground out. I believe you. Sima Yu said. Shirqiu Shuang was in so much pain that she was trembling. She noticed how Sima Yu looked uncomfortable. She asked, did you use this medicinal bath before? I did. In the beginning, I took one once a day. At the end, I took it once every 10 days. Now I take it once a month. Sima Yu said, if you know how to refine ingredients, you can continue to persevere. This is very useful for cultivation. Okay. The black-colored water slowly turned clear, and Sima Yu was waiting for this moment as she refined many herbs. Once the water was clear, she placed them all in. After repeating this 3 times, the medicinal bath was considered done today. The moon was already high in the sky by the time that Sima Yu got home, and Wu Lingyu was at the window, absorbing the essence from the moon. He knew the moment that she stepped through the door and opened her eyes, waiting for her to come in. Sima Yu found that it was rather strange for him to be sitting at the roof. Seeing him wave, she flew over to sit beside him. What are you doing on the roof? Aren't I being obedient and recuperating? Wu Lingyu said, you look a lot better than you did yesterday. I was helping someone purge themselves of poison yesterday, so I used up quite a bit of my energy. I just went to make a medicinal bath for her today, so I didn't need to do that much. How is your body now? Let me check. As she said, she moved to grab his wrist, but her hand was wrapped inside his palm instead. Previous chapter. Don't be problematic. Let me examine you. Sima Yu said after struggling for a while. I'm fine, there's no need to check. Wu Lingyu didn't let go of her hand. He didn't want to let her take his pulse. You're afraid that I'll scold you, right? I already took it yesterday, I know how bad your condition is right now. Sima Yu said as she glared daggers at him. Let go of me. Give me your hand. Wu Lingyu couldn't beat her as he sighed and obediently let her take his pulse. Sima Yu checked him thoroughly before realizing that his condition was even worse than it was yesterday. How did you end up in this state? She retracted her hand and asked with heartache. Actually, it's nothing much. Senior brother. Sima Yu interrupted his excuses, tell me about how you got injured. I want to know. Wu Lingyu watched her for a few seconds before answering, okay. Sima Yu sat still and upright as she prepared to listen to what happened to him back then. Who would have known that he would finish telling the story after a few sentences? Using his own words, what happened was that, after he went back the last time, the old guy from the Sage Pavilion had called him over for the sake of helping him cultivate his mental strength. He had absorbed his consciousness into his body in an attempt to take over him. However, he had been injured by him and the old thing even came up with excuses like how his mental strength was too strong and so on and so forth. Although Wu Lingyu said it simply, Sima Yu could imagine what it was like, and how dangerous that moment really was. Then, since you're out right now, you won't be going back, right? Not for the time being. That old guy wasn't lightly injured either. I think he'll need to go through a period of seclusion for the time being. I'll be fine as long as he doesn't come out. For the time being? So you'll still have to go back. Sima Yu frowned, things have already gotten this way, so why are you still going to go back? Are you not afraid that he'll take over your body? I have things I have yet to finish doing. Wu Lingyu said, he managed to get a foothold this time because my soul is not yet complete. Once my soul is complete, he won't be the one eating me. I'll be the one devouring him. Then you should hurry and fuse with Mo Sha. Mo Sha's condition has been better lately. He wanted to do something without care for his life, so how was she to convince him to give it up? She could only encourage them to fuse together earlier. Then, he'd be safer. Wu Lingyu wanted to fuse earlier as well. It was too dangerous the last time. It was also because the old man was too cocky, only then could he fight back. Otherwise, the situation would have been a lot worse. How long can you stay out here? 1, 2 years. 3 or 5 years. I don't know. It depends on the condition of that old man. Wu Lingyu said, as long as he doesn't come out, I don't have to go back. You've been out for a long time. Will nobody notice? Just because I'm not there, doesn't mean the Holy Sun isn't. As long as they find whoever they're looking for, it'll be okay. You found a double? Sima Yu was stunned. You use the smartest. Wu Lingyu said with a smile. You let the body double live in your place while you wander and play around outside. This way, I'll have time to accompany you. I don't need you to accompany me. Sima Yu said, in any case, I'm in the sect. You can't accompany me. But aren't you heading out later? How did this guy know that? Where Yu is, there I will be. A certain someone added on. Do whatever you want. Sima Yu sighed, in any case, the next part of my plan is to get you and Mo Sha to fuse together. It'll be better with you here. Once the Devil Realm has finished its preparations, we can prepare for the fusion. Then when will we set off? Once you've finished healing. Meanwhile, I'll complete my current task. She still had to help Shi Shuang with her medicinal bath for 10 days. Since she promised, she would not leave halfway. Yu, I want to eat your home-cooked meal. For the next few days, Sima Yu remained here without returning to the sect. She would always take out some time from her day to go to the memory restaurant to prepare Shi Shuang's medicinal bath. She would spend the remaining time thinking of how to help Wu Lingyu strengthen his body. Although he was an alchemist as well, with his current condition, a doctor would be better at determining how he could heal faster. 10 days later. Shi Shuang took off her clothing in front of Sima Yu and entered the wooden bucket. The familiar pain immediately rushed back, but she didn't react to it like she did the first time. In the beginning, she wasn't used to being naked in front of somebody else. After she had been weak for the first 2 to 3 days and had to have Sima Yu help her take off her clothes, she was already used to being open in front of Sima Yu. This will be the last time that I will help you with your medicinal bath. Sima Yu said as she added the medicinal juice in. You're leaving. Shi Shuang was a little reluctant when she heard the news as she leaned on the side of the wooden bucket and looked at her. I asked the school for a year's leave, 2 days ago. Sima Yu used her leg to pull a chair over as she sat down. The first round of the medicinal bath is done. You won't have to do this every day in the future. I'll give you the method of this medicinal bath later on. Just do as the instructions say. Say. Didn't you say that you wouldn't give this method to just anyone? That's why I asked your senior brother for a lot of money, Sima Yu said with a smile. Although I don't know what you've gone through, I'm guessing that if it's something that causes you to want to endure the pain of the medicinal bath, it must be a huge grudge. Since I can earn a large sum of money and help you as well, I'm more than willing to help us both out. Thank you, Yu. Shi Shuang said gratefully, I, Shi Shuang, do not have many friends. You are my friend from now on. Then you have to take care of me when I head to the inner region in the future. Sima Yu didn't hold back as she accepted the help. Sigh, my name is not well known in the inner regions. If others know that you are my friend, it might bring you trouble instead. Yeah? Then I'll just secretly be your friend. You really are straightforward. You're too kind. Sima Yu said with a smile, it's better for a person to be a little honest. I realize that your skin is rather thick. It's good to be thick. Helps one resist the cold. It was like Shi Shuang only knew her now. In the beginning, she thought that she was normal, so why did it seem like the more she knew her, the more different she was from her first impression? When do you plan to leave? She asked. I'll set off the moment I'm back home. Time is tight. Sima Yu said, your body just regenerated, so you shouldn't wear thin clothes for now. You should recuperate for 2 more months before returning. Shi Shuang initially thought of heading back once Yu left, but it seemed like it wasn't possible now. She had to wait another 2 months. Who knew how that dog couple would be like by then? 2 months. She could afford to wait. No matter what you want to do when you return, you should not attempt the impossible. Don't die before I reach the inner regions and waste my precious medicinal ingredients. Understand? Oh right, didn't you say that you would compensate me? I'm lacking in cash recently and need a lot of money. If you want to compensate me, give me money. The amount doesn't matter, the more the merrier. Previous chapter. Once Sima Yu returned home, she saw an unknown male sitting in the house. Little Seven was sitting, bored, by the side sleeping. Your new look isn't bad. She walked over and stretched out a hand to mess with his face, no human mask. Wu Lingyu enjoyed the way she messed with him, a human mask is too easily recognized. Then you changed your look? How did you do it? Yu released him and sat down beside him. Easy. Wu Lingyu pointed to the ring on his finger. Illusion ring? That's right. Wu Lingyu pulled her hand, your ring allows you to change your gender and aura, but mine can change my appearance and aura. Sima Yu swatted his hand away, it's good that you look this way. Things will be more convenient. Let's go then. Yu, old Mo sent word saying that 1 year is the limit. Once you've done what you must do, you have to hurry back. Little Seven said. A year's time is rather right, but the fusion shouldn't be a problem. Sima Yu said, let's not delay. We should go. Wu Lingyu opened the portal through space as he led Yu and Little Seven through. A few days later, the group of 3 reached the northern 6th prefecture, a city near the blood tunnel. When they arrived, they headed straight towards a shop that Mo Sha told them about. Greetings, may I ask what you require? The shopkeeper saw that some people had entered as he stepped forward to welcome them. We have many Devil Realm tools here, if you wield them, your battle prowess will definitely improve. They're definitely quality tools. Yu looked at the tools inside his shop. There really were a few Devil Realm tools, along with some from the human realm. In a few of the cities near the blood tunnel, there really were a few shops that sold Devil Realm tools. These tools were taken out from the blood tunnel. However, the ones in this shop were not. This shop was in a place that was not flourishing at all. Its business was bad, and they were the only 3 customers in the shop. Sima Yu took out a carving of a devil's snare and said, I want to see your head. The shopkeeper's gaze turned wary when he saw that flower. Who are you? What do you want with our shop manager? No, not your shop manager. I want to see the person in charge. Sima Yu toyed with the flower in her hand, since I've taken the flower out, I naturally am the one you are waiting for. As she spoke, she tossed the flower over to the shopkeeper, saying, you can take me there or ask them to come out. The shopkeeper took the flower, saying, wait here. After speaking, he turned around and headed into the courtyard behind. The 3 of them wandered around the shop, but before they finished taking a good look at the tools from the Devil Realm, a gust of wind blew in front of the 3 of them. The moment I saw that flower, I knew that you had come. Huaxiu? How could it be you? Sima Yu didn't think that the manager waiting here would be him. How did he come to the human realm? It is. It's me. Isn't it really unexpected? Huaxiu beamed at them. He was similar to how he looked back then as a guard of the blood tunnel. He looked just like a human. Very unexpected. Sima Yu nodded, I thought that the person in charge here would be a mature and steady person. Hey, don't hurt me like this. Huaxiu countered. What she was saying was that he wasn't a mature and steady person, right? I'm just saying it like it is. If other humans find out about this place, it will be really problematic. It would be better for them to find someone who knew how to get things done. For you, you should leave this place and get as far away as possible. In order to add to her credibility, she even said it while nodding very seriously. I'm mature and steady as well, and I know how to get things done, okay? At that time, I had been hiding amongst you people for many years. Huaxiu said, disgruntled. Being a guard and being the manager of this place. Is it the same thing? Sima Yu said. We did spend some time together after all. Do you have to hurt me like this upon meeting me? I'm good at bearing grudges. Who asked you to kidnap me? Lord Sima is right. When will you grow up a little? Hua Jing came from the back and looked at Sima Yu. He bowed in greeting, we have been waiting here for a long time. Sima Yu nodded, let's find a more secure place and speak, please follow me. Hua Jing and Huaxiu led the 3 of them to the back courtyard. Sima Yu casually set up a boundary as Mo Sha came out from the devil's snare bracelet. Greetings to the Emperor. Huaxiu and Hua Jing knelt down. Rise. Mo Sha waved his hand, his kingly aura clear for all to see. Little Seven saw Mo Sha and her eyes were wide opened. Yu, a devil king was by your side all this while? How did I not know? This is just too cool. She grabbed onto Yu Yu's arm and cried out animatedly while looking at Emo Sha. Don't you know what we're doing? I just know that you're here to help some souls fuse. I didn't know it was the Devil King, okay. Emo Sha glanced at Little Seven, and she immediately quieted down. What are the king's orders today? Hua Jing asked. The things I asked you to prepare last time. How are they? Almost done. We've brought a few things over when we came this time, and a few more arrived yesterday. However, there are still a few things that we are tracking down. Hua Jing replied. Let me see those items. Hua Jing took out the things that they had prepared as Mo Sha examined them one by one. His speed was even faster than they had imagined. It seemed that he had really employed some kind of kung fu. We have a rough idea of the remaining items and are doing our best to obtain them. In 1 or 2 more years. No need. Mo Sha interrupted them. Notify that place. I will be entering there to fuse with my soul. But we have yet to complete the search for those items. If you fuse right now, will you not be at risk? Hua Xiao asked. Mo Sha didn't want to reply, but saw that Sima Yu was looking at him worriedly, so he said, those items are to strengthen my soul later on. Initially, I got you to search for them because my soul was weak. After fusing with Azure's soul, my soul is a lot different from how it was back then. Therefore, I will not be in need of those items. Then I will now notify the clan leader. Hua Jing said rather emotionally. When he saw Mo Sha nod, he turned around and left. Will we be going to the Devil Realm now? Little Seven asked Yu. She had yet to go to the Devil Realm before. It wouldn't be bad to take a look. Sima Yu didn't know either, so she looked questioningly at Mo Sha. No, we're going to fuse in the human realm. The body is human, so it will be safer to fuse here. Mo Sha said. Also, the fusion will not attract the attention of those people. They couldn't go. Little Seven felt like her happiness was in vain. As for Sima Yu, she noticed what Mo Sha said. Those people? The working efficiency of the Devil Realm was pretty high. Sima Yu didn't stay for a few days when the clan elders of Hua Clan and Black Jade Clan came over. Greetings to my king. Get up. Mo Sha said. Do you know the situation? Yes, I have already prepared. As soon as my king breaks the contract, you can fuse. Hua Clan elder replied. Let's confirm again and then fuse 10 days later. Mo Sha said. Wait another 10 days. Wasn't the timing just right? The two heads of the clan left the room and noticed the puzzlement in each other's eyes. Is king? Clan head, what's wrong? Hua Jing and Hua Xiao were waiting outside and asked, and they saw their frowns. We have done all the preparation work, but king wants to begin fusing 10 days later. I don't understand why. It's very simple. You understand? King must be reluctant to break contact with the young master. Reluctant? The young master is a female. King likes her and doesn't want to cut off contact with her all at once, so he's reluctant. It's possible to stay together after fusing. Hua Jing said. That's different. Hua Xiao rebutted. You haven't been to the human realm for a long time, so you don't understand about emotions. Although King can still meet with the young master after fusing, there is no contact. The contract can let them know each other's feelings, the feeling of mutual communication. Haha, it's normal for King to be reluctant. Hearing this, these people realized this and sighed and shook their heads while walking away. Since they have to wait another 10 days, they might confirm their preparations. In another courtyard, Sima Yu was chatting with Little Seven. Suddenly, she felt someone entered. Little Seven wanted to catch the person, but Sima Yu held her back. An acquaintance. Sima Yu told Little Seven. Afterwards, she spoke towards the entrance of the courtyard. Ba Jiazi, why don't you enter? What are you hiding outside for? When Ba Jiazi, who was in a struggle, heard Sima Yu, she entered. Why's your spirit sense so acute? You already noticed me when I arrived. Sima Yu smiled. You were at the entrance, why didn't you enter? Ba Jiazi glanced at Little Seven. Didn't I see you have a guest here? This is Little Seven, my friend. Sima Yu introduced. This is Ba Jiazi, a friend I met in the Devil Realm and is the princess of Black Jade Clan. The two nodded and greeted each other. Sima Yu took out a chair and indicated Ba Jiazi to sit down. You came with your grandfather? She asked. Ba Jiazi sat down and picked up the snack that was set aside. Grandfather didn't let me come at first. But under my unceasingly pester, he had to take me along. This is my first time to the human realm. Sure enough, our human resources are so abundant that I am dazzled. Grandpa didn't want to bring me to such a good place. Your grandfather is worried about your safety. Sima Yu said. If people know you're from the Devil Realm, I'm afraid they'll pursue and kill you. Your human race rejects our Devil Clan. Ba Jiazi said. Doesn't your Devil Clan reject the human race as well? Sima Yu said. This is a long-standing issue. Human race and Devil and Ghost Clan are in opposition. No one can accept the other. If they were like you more. My situation is special. Sima Yu said. If it wasn't for Mo Sha at the beginning, I wouldn't have accepted the Devil Clan. That's true. Ba Jiazi sighed. If not for King, we probably wouldn't accept you all. Therefore, the hostility was inborn. Sima Yu smiled. If the human race and Devil and Ghost Clan were so easy to reconcile, there would not be a bloody tunnel of thousands of years. By the way, I heard you want to break the contract with King? Ba Jiazi asked. Without terminating the contract, he and my senior brother can't merge. Sima Yu said. Will the termination of contract affect you? Will you be injured? It's possible. Sima Yu replied. By forcibly terminating the contract, the active party will be hurt. Mo Sha's soul fusion is a very dangerous thing, so it is only me who can guarantee his soul power. Yu, don't worry. I will protect you. Fortunately, nothing bad will happen. Sima Yu said. The contract between me and Mo Sha is not the serious kind. Even if there is harm, it shouldn't be that severe. If it is a life contract, such a serious soul contract, the damage from the termination would be severe. After talking, she let out a long sigh. After so many years, she had long accustomed to the life of him guiding her whether he's in slumber or sober. As long as she sensed the contract connection, she would be more at ease. They agreed to terminate the contract after being acquainted for not long, and now it was time to terminate. She suddenly felt empty inside. After the fusion, she wasn't sure how he would appear. Wu Lingyu's body contained half a soul. She wasn't sure how it would look like. Little Seven was also thinking about this issue. Yu, your senior brother is human and the body is also human. I didn't know after King and he fused, would he possess Devil Clan characteristics? Ba Jia Zi was taken back. If your senior brother doesn't have the Devil Clan characteristics, can you still be the Devil King? Little Seven continued. This probably won't happen. Sima Yu said. It's still possible. Little Seven said. Your senior brother's body is human and doesn't possess any Devil Clan characteristics. The soul fusing is internal, and probably won't affect the body. Will not? Ba Jia Zi's eyes widened. If King is not a devil, but a human, what would they do? Accept a human as the Devil King? This is too impossible. Yu, what Little Seven said, will it come true? She looked at Sima Yu, hoping for a negative answer. Probably not. Sima Yu was not sure about this matter and said uncertainly, Mo Sha will definitely consider this matter. Since he came back to find you, it means he has considered this issue. Ba Jia Zi also thought so. If he was a human in the future, he wouldn't go find them. Since he looked for them, this shouldn't happen. Thinking so, she slowly settled down. Previous chapter. Ba Jia Zi left to find her grandfather, Ba Liangqi, and expressed her concerns. Ba Liangzi and them really didn't think of this issue. Now they were asked such, they lost their resolution. If after fusing, the Devil King is not of the Devil Clan, what should they do after waiting for so many years? It was impossible to follow a human as a Devil King. But if they gave up their resolution, they didn't dare to imagine this scenario. They haven't merged yet, everything is not certain. Hua Di said. Since we thought of it now, it's still early. We still have to wait after the fusion to discuss this. You are right. Ba Liangqi nodded. We can't come to a conclusion now. If we think too much, everyone's mindset might be shaken. So let's wait and see the situation after fusing. Knock, 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 dash. The knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Hua Jing went to open the door and was shocked to see the person standing outside. Hua Jing, who is it? Everyone was puzzled when they saw Hua Jing's expression, who was usually steady. Hua Jing respectfully moved aside. A person wrapped in a red cloak entered. He scanned the surroundings and removed his hood. A stunning face appeared in front of everyone. The silver eyes and silver hair were particularly eye-catching. Everyone was stunned before bending forward in a salute. Greeting to the High Priest. High Priest, why are you here? Where's our king? The High Priest, Hong Yuan, asked. His voice was clear and high. If not for his devil characteristics and by listening only to this voice, one would think it was a holy human. Our king is with young Master Yu. Hua Di answered. Young Master Yu? King's contract master? Hong Yuan frowned slightly, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. He was unhappy with the Devil King's contract master. Yes, High Priest. Hua Di confirmed. Take me to see him. Hong Yuan finished and pulled his hood back on and turned to leave. Hua Di and Bao Liangqi quickly followed while Hua Xiao and the others remained in the room. They did not have the qualifications to follow. After Hong Yuan left, Ba Jia Zi took a long breath and patted her chest with a terrified look. High Priest was standing there and I almost couldn't breathe. It's scary. Why did he come to the human realm? It should be for the fusing of the king's soul. Hua Jing replied. He frowned at the thought of it. High Priest is here. If the human race found out, I'm not worried about him being discovered by the human race. I am more worried about his reaction when he sees Yu. Hua Xiao said. In the hearts of priests throughout history, the king is supreme, and now he knows his soul got contracted, I'm afraid. Yeah, won't Yu be in danger? Ba Jia Zi shouted. No, I have to go and see. Hua Jing held her back. Young Master Yu won't be in danger for now. If you rush over now and hit the High Priest, the problem would be big. That's right, as long as Yu and the king have not terminated the contract, he will be safe. Then there will be danger after termination of contract. You can't go now. Go when the High Priest is not there. Ba Jia Zi recalled Hong Yuan's aura and nodded. It was better to avoid such a powerful person. I hope nothing will happen to Yu. She looked out the door worriedly, unsure of what would happen when Hong Yuan saw Sima Yu. Hua Jing and Hua Xiao were nervous for Sima Yu. Surprisingly, when Hong Yuan saw Sima Yu, he didn't harm her immediately. You all go out first. This. Yes, High Priest. Hua Di and Bao Liangqi replied before leaving. Hua Di shot Sima Yu a glance, but the time was relatively short. He wasn't sure if she understood. You also go out. Hong Yuan looked at Little Seven and Wu Lingyu, but the two didn't seem to hear or heed him. Mo Sha appeared from the devil snare bracelet. He glanced at Hong Yuan and then at Wu Lingyu and Little Seven. Go out first. No. Little Seven took Sima Yu's hand. This person's eyes are murderous. He doesn't look like a good person. He might hurt you. I won't go out. Wu Lingyu didn't speak, but his immobile body had already shown his attitude. Mo Sha looked at Sima Yu. Sima Yu patted Little Seven's hand. Mo Sha and I haven't terminated the contract yet. Even if he wants to kill me, he doesn't dare. It's alright, you go out. Hong Yuan finally glanced at Sima Yu. She dared to say this in front of him. She had guts. Really? Little Seven said worriedly. There's Mo Sha. If I die, he'll die too. Sima Yu affirmed. Go tour the city with senior brother and we'll be done by then. Senior brother. Wu Lingyu hesitated and said, since I am one of the parties, I want to stay. No matter even if she said there would be no danger, he wouldn't leave her alone. Hong Yuan had no objections, and only looked at Little Seven. Little Seven, be good and go. Go play with Ba Jia Zi. Okay. Little Seven reluctantly left. She didn't go far from the courtyard when she saw Ba Jia Zi and them waiting outside. Little Seven, what's the situation inside? High Priest didn't hurt you. Little Seven walked over and came before Hua Di to ask, what's the man's identity? Even you all respect him so much. That's the High Priest. Besides the Devil King in the Devil Realm, he has the highest reputation in the Devil Clan's heart. He follows the Devil King, offers sacrifices to heaven and earth for him, and asks for blessing from the Divine Devil for the Devil Clan. A person beside the Devil King? I heard the current Devil King isn't of the same path as you. Isn't this High Priest helping the current Devil King kill Mo Sha? No. High Priest is loyal to the king, not the person sitting in the palace now. Little Seven pouted. I saw killing intent in his eyes. He wanted to kill you. Humph, if he dares to, we will overturn your Devil Realm. It's very quiet inside. I can't hear what they're saying. Hua Xiu said. There's movement is frightening and no movement can make one flustered. Ba Jia Zi exclaimed, I'm so anxious. Okay, stay here obediently. If you disturb them inside, grandfather won't be able to cover you. Inside the courtyard, Yu, Wu Lingyu and Hong Yuan were in a stalemate. Their eyes were like torches as they secretly contested. No one spoke first. A staring contest competing with each other's concentration. It took a while for Hong Yuan to withdraw his gaze and nod to Mo Sha. Hong Yuan greets my king. After he retracted his gaze, Sima Yu felt her surrounding air rushed up again. Sweat was forming on her back. Such a strong aura. She secretly thought. If he continued, she's afraid she might be defeated. Descendant of Hong Ming, you are this generation's high priest? Yes. Hong Yuan said as he removed his hood, revealing silver hair and silver eyes. The silver hair glowed dazzlingly in the sunlight and was extremely supple. Silver eyes? Just then, when she looked at him, she felt his gaze was unfathomable and deep, but she didn't see the color of his eyes. Thank you my king for the compliment. Hong Yuan said. That year, your ancestor answered this king the same way. The same words, the same tone. If ancestor knew that king is back, he would be very happy. Hong Yuan spoke lightly. The next time I go to the Devil Realm, I'll go and see him. Congratulations to my king's return. Hong Yuan said. King, the generations of priests have always supported king, please let me follow you. I know what you want to say. Mo Sha said. I already swore to the Divine Devil that after the contract is lifted, would not bother him, his family and friends. What you want to do can't be done. King, how can you? For the first time Hong Yuan came in, he showed a surprised expression. Obviously, he did not expect Mo Sha to do so. When Sima Yu who was aside heard Mo Sha's words, she recalled the time when he went to the Devil Realm, he made an oath in order to make her feel at ease. At that time, she didn't think much about it. Now it seems that he was not only reassuring herself, but also letting his subordinates understand. They did not want their king to have this stain of life, so they would kill her. Everyone knew about this. Now that he swore to the Divine Devil, he naturally dared not act lightly. The matter of killing Yu was small, but it would hurt Mo Sha badly. Although it was in Wu Lingyu's body at that time whose soul was asleep, so he didn't know about the oath. He looked at Sima Yu's calm expression, wondering why she was so calm. It turned out that Mo Sha had already given his life to her. Don't pursue the matter about Yu in the future. Mo Sha said. You don't need to manage the things about me and him. Yes, king. Hong Yuan replied, but his murderous gaze toward Sima Yu still remained. I don't want to explain this to everyone, so I'll leave it to you to deal with in the future. He trusted Hong Yuan such that he trusted Hong Ming. I, Hong Ming, swears to the Divine Devil that in this life, I will only be loyal to my king. My descendants will also only be loyal to the king's descendants. Despite hundreds of thousands of years past, the voice of the oath was as if it were in the years and had never disappeared. Perhaps it was the original oath that the descendants of Hong Ming had inherited this legacy, loyal only to the Devil King for generations, waiting for the Devil King to return, and remaining loyal. You have the aura of Hong Ming. Are you his inheritor? Mo Sha asked. Yes. Hong Yuan admitted. Now that you are here, it is up to you to handle the matter of fusing. Mo Sha didn't continue to ask the matter about Hong Ming. Maybe without asking, he could guess the latter. Yes. Yu, give him the devil crystal stone you got last time. Sima Yu was stunned for a while, and then remembered the huge devil crystal stone, which she obtained from the little realm of One High. At that time, Mo Sha said that this thing could provide a lot of devil power when he and senior brother merged. Later. Didn't he store it in the devil snare bracelet himself? Why did he want her to take it out now? Fortunately, the devil snare bracelet was connected to her. With a single thought, the huge devil crystal stone appeared in front of everyone. This devil crystal stone. Hong Yuan, who was used to all kinds of treasure, was taken aback by the size of this devil crystal stone. According to records, the largest devil crystal stone that King once obtained is the size of the human head. Unexpectedly, there's actually a devil crystal stone that's twice the size. There is no need to worry about the fusion lacking devil power. When King's soul merges, there won't be any problem. Sima Yu handed the devil crystal stone to Hong Yuan. This is something that I've worked hard to dig up. You have to store it well. You go check with Hua Di and them and make sure there are no other factors that will affect the fusion. Then Hong Yuan will leave first. Hong Yuan paid his respects to Mo Sha before leaving. Knowing that the treasure was obtained by Sima Yu, he saw she was less obtrusive. However, it was still impossible to accept her. At most his killing intent diminished a bit. Sima Yu watched the red cloak figure leave. Thinking of his eyes on her when he left, she understood why Mo Sha asked her to take out the devil crystal stone. Hong Ming's relationship to me is very different, so I cannot force his descendants. Mo Sha explained. I understand. Sima Yu said. I didn't say anything particular. As long as they don't seek my life, I won't bother your people. That Hong Yuan's strength was high, but with all of her power, it was not impossible to perish together, merely saying, she can attract a lightning tribulation and the little vermilion bird which was enough for her to sweep the entire devil realm. Mo Sha understood this point, so it was Hong Yuan who needed defending, not her. Mo Sha nodded and returned to the devil snare bracelet. Sima Yu looked at Wu Lingyu and said a bit sadly, senior brother, no matter what you become after you merge with Mo Sha, you are still my senior brother. Wu Lingyu raised an eyebrow. How come you are so sad all of a sudden? Sima Yu sighed. I just realized something that after fusion, you may become their devil king, no longer the holy son of Sage Pavilion. If the Divine Devil Valley cannot accept you and you are no longer someone of Divine Devil Valley, but no matter how, you are still my senior brother. Wu Lingyu chuckled, aren't you going to establish a force? If the Devil Realm and the sect don't want me, you take me in. Okay. Sima Yu nodded without hesitation. Then she noticed his smile. Why did she feel strange about it? You must remember what you said today, you promised me, so you have to take me in. Wu Lingyu looked at her and grinned like a cat who stole a fish. He leaned in front of her and stared closed up. In the future, I'm yours. Sima Yu felt a chill, and the sadness suddenly disappeared. She slapped his face away, somewhat regretting what she just agreed. Hong Yuan exited, and the people who were waiting outside stood straight. They didn't dare to breathe loudly. Little Seven glared at him and ran into the courtyard to check on Yu's situation. When she ran past Hong Yuan, he narrowed his eyes but did not look at her deeply as she rushed into the courtyard. Even after she disappeared, he didn't retract his gaze. High Priest. Hua Di whispered softly. Hong Yuan retracted his gaze. You two come with me. These two were the two clan elders. Yes. The two clan elders followed Hong Yuan obediently. Ba Jia Zi gave her grandpa a sympathetic look, then, she quickly pushed him to back of her mind and ran to find Sima Yu. Hua Xiu and Hua Jing also followed. Wu Lingyu already returned to his room. Only Sima Yu and Little Seven were left in the courtyard. Yu, are you okay? Ba Jia Zi walked over and looked at Sima Yu worriedly. I'm okay. Sima Yu replied. Really? Ba Jia Zi didn't believe it. I heard this high priest has the strangest temper. He hates humans in particular. Now he knows of your contract with King. He didn't harm you. Look at me, do I look harmed? Sima Yu spread her hands and shrugged. It looks like, you are really fine. Hua Xiu rubbed his chin in puzzlement. It stands to reason that even if he doesn't kill you, he won't let you be in comfort. Why did you just leave without doing anything? Strange. Strange. Shu Yu. Sima Yu slapped her hand down. You want to see me hurt? No, how would I dare? I am just curious. Hua Xiu quickly smiled. He was just kidding. This was the woman that King likes. If he was hated by her and King knew, that wouldn't be any good days left. Yu, how did you make him let you go? Ba Jia Zi curiously asked. I didn't do anything. Sima Yu said. And he didn't do anything to me. Why are you all nervous like that? That's why you don't know what kind of person the high priest is. Ba Jia Zi said. If you knew, you would understand why we were anxious then and shocked now. Alright. Sima Yu said. Anyways, thank you for your concern. What's there to thank? Ba Jia Zi held her hand and spoke, although you're human, we're still friends. On the other hand, Hua Di and Ba Liangqi followed Hong Yuan to the meeting hall. Have you prepared everything for King's fusion? Hong Yuan sat in the center, and the two clan elders sat beside them. Replying to High Priest, it's all prepared. Hua Di answered. But the energy is a little low. I have sent people back to get more crystals. No need. Hong Yuan said. High Priest, if the energy is not enough, it may affect King's fusion. That's right. Hua Di chimed in. King delayed the fusion time, so we can go to the devil realm to get more for overprotection. I said no need. Hong Yuan said again. The devil power matter has been solved. Solved? Hong Yuan brought out the devil crystal stone, and the two old guys' eyes lit up. They stepped closer with trembling hands. Such a large devil crystal stone. High Priest, where did you find it? It's 2 to 3 times bigger than the one before. With this, there is no need to worry about the lack of energy for the fusion. Hua Di said. High priest, such a large devil crystal stone, why wasn't there any commotion? I wonder where you dug it from. I didn't find it. Hong Yuan said. You didn't find it? Hong Yuan stored away the devil crystal stone and continued, this was found by Sima Yu from a little realm. Young Master Yu found it? Bao Yangqi was stunned for a moment before exclaiming, young Master Yu is the king's blessing. If it weren't for him, King's soul would still be asleep, and would have dissipated in sleep. Now we have such a large devil crystal stone, it will help King's fusion greatly. Hua Di frowned at Hong Yuan and shot Bao Yangqi a look, who immediately stopped and shut up. Unexpectedly, Hong Yuan was not angry at the two. He just said, since King has handed the preparations to you, you must check it several times in person and you cannot make a mistake. Got it? Yes, High Priest. High Priest, since you came to the human realm, then there's no issue with the Devil King side? They won't find out, right? I've already arranged everything. Mo Luo has no suspicions for the time being. Now let's check those things again. In the following days, everyone was busy. Hua Jing and them ran left and right, while Hua Di and them were so busy that their figures hardly appeared. Even Wu Lingyu and Mo Sha left together and did not return for several days. Only Sima Yu and Little Seven were free in the entire courtyard. Yu. Little Seven ran in front of Sima Yu, placing a flower in her book. What's wrong? Sima Yu closed the book and asked. Tomorrow is the day of fusion, aren't you worried? How can you still read books? If we don't read books, what can we do? You can go and see what you can do. You have to express your worry. Unfortunately, I'm worried that it's useless. We're not preparing or part of the fusion. So what we can do now is wait and see the changes. Wait until tomorrow's time and after termination of contract. You're really open. Little Seven said, you're not worried about your senior brother's safety. You two even shared a bed. What are you saying? Sima Yu poked Little Seven's head. No matter what happens later, senior brother must take this step. His soul is incomplete, which will affect his future, and will give the old guys of Sage Pavilion a chance to hurt him. So senior brother doesn't have a choice. After this step, he might start a new life. If he cannot. I don't know what to tell master if he asked of senior brother. Since Old Man Devil told them he was going to find Feng Ruyen, his news had disappeared. He forgot about the possible dangers his two disciples might encounter and what they would do. Sigh, what an incompetent master. Ah Chu. An old man who was thousands of miles away felt his nose was itchy. He rubbed his nose as he muttered under his breath, who is badmouthing me? Previous chapter. The day still came worrying or not. Neither Mo Sha or Wu Lingyu appeared. Ba Jia Zi and Hua Xiu came to find her and took her to a secret chamber. Little Seven was not assured that she had to follow. But she was not allowed to enter. Only young Master Yu can enter. Sima Yu let go of Little Seven's. The secret chamber was very dark. Through this faint light, Sima Yu could make out the secret chamber layout. There were two huge stone platforms. Wu Lingyu sat cross-legged on the left stone platform with his eyes closed. Hong Yuan stood behind him and was doing something to him. Mo Sha sat aside. When Yu looked over, he opened his eyes, and the two glanced at each other. Are you prepared? You'll get injured. Injuries can heal. They had thought of terminating the contract earlier, but during the termination of contract, the two did not have anything to say. Hong Yuan waved his hand, and the secret chamber was neatly filled with all kinds of things, including medicinal herbs and the huge devil crystal stone she gave. Now that you are ready, let's begin. Hong Yuan glanced at Sima Yu. Sima Yu nodded, ready to release to the contract between them. Mo Sha floated in front of her, stopping her action. Hong Yuan frowned, not knowing what he wanted to do. What are you going to do by condensing your soul? Sima Yu murmured anxiously, wasn't it a waste of soul power? Mo Sha hugged her, leaning over and kissed her lips. Knowing you'll be hurt, you still don't mind. But I don't want you to be hurt. Yu was shocked. Knowing his decision, she wanted to stop him, but she did not know what Mo Sha did to her. Her vision darkened and she fainted. Mo Sha caught her slipping body and carried her to the right of the stone platform. His hands lingered on her face, reluctant. My king. Hong Yuan looked at him in disapproval. He made Yu unconscious, intending to take the initiative to cancel the contract. In this case, wouldn't his soul be hurt? Once the soul power is weakened, it would definitely affect the fusion. This king has decided. Mo Sha raised his hand, stopping Hong Yuan from continuing. But this king is not willing to hurt her, let alone let her get hurt because of me. Mo Sha said. Let's start now. Hong Yuan couldn't help glancing at her unwillingly. Mo Sha initiated terminating the contract, forcibly cutting off the contract relationship, which caused him to suffer serious injury. Hong Yuan rushed over, bringing the prepared spirit fluid over. Mo Sha soaked in the spirit fluid for a while, waiting for the critical condition to pass. Start fusing. The contracted soul once released was the best time to fuse. It was best to merge immediately. In this way, the soul can merge best and eliminate the traces left by tearing the soul to the maximum extent. Sima Yu didn't know how long she slept. But she knew she dreamed again, but this time it was about Mo Sha and Wu Lingyu and how well they treated her. Suddenly, the scenery changed. She saw two cracked souls staring at her, telling her that the fusion failed. Their souls were broken, and they would no longer exist in the world in the future. She burst into tears in her dream. Her heart was crying and her tears kept falling. Mo Sha told her, her strength was too low. The physical problems of her body were unsolved and she had to figure it out herself in the future. Wu Lingyu told her, Yu, in the future, senior brother cannot protect her. She have to take care of herself. The two souls split apart at the same time, and their final words also shattered. They both said, Yu, I love you. Mo Shah, senior brother. She screamed, but her voice didn't seem to be hers. She chased after the shattered pieces, but she could only watch them dissipate in front of her eyes. Mo Shah, senior brother. Don't let go, don't. On the stone platform, she kept calling their names, and tears kept falling from her eyes. Useless woman. Hong Yuan looked at her in disdain. Human women only know how to cry, not any better than women of the devil realm. With disdain and disgust, he still wanted to wake her up. He was surprised to see that Yu had broken through the unwakeable dream on her own. With tears in her eyes, she looked at the wall above her head and was still immersed in After a few seconds, she sat up suddenly. The oil lamp was still dim, and the space was still inside the secret chamber. The people were gone except Hong Yuan packing up. Where are they? She asked. Hong Yuan glanced at the front and did not speak. His head was lowered. Sima Yu followed his gaze. There was a crystal bed beside the wall, and Wu Lingyu laid on it, unknowingly dead or alive. She came down from the stone platform and ran over in double strides. Seeing Wu Lingyu's body still possessed life, her suspended heart fell slightly. How's their fusion? Mo Shah, he. Not successful. Hong Yuan beat down her hesitation. Was it really a failure? Hong Yuan looked at her pale face and continued, but it has not failed completely. What do you mean? Sima Yu looked back at him with tears filled with hope. The soul fusion is successful and they've completely merged, but what? In order to prevent you from being injured, King took the initiative to break the contract and his soul suffered damage, and in addition, body changes. After the fusion, there is some repulsion from the body. I don't know when he'll wake up, and what'll happen after he wakes up. It would have been good if he stopped King at that time. But was it useful to persuade King with his stubborn personality? I heard you are a doctor, so stay here. Either Sima Yu didn't care about his attitude to her or she didn't see his dissatisfaction and disdain at all. There was only the person lying on the crystal bed in her eyes. How could she see him? His breathing was weaker. His soul was unstable. What's more, the soul fusion was perfect, which was better than what she imagined. Before fainting, she understood his thoughts. She was worried that his injury would affect fusion, so she had that nightmare. Fortune within misfortune, her dream didn't come true. Although the situation was not good now, there was hope as long as he's alive. Outside the secret chamber, everyone waited anxiously for 2 days before the door finally opened. In order to prevent devil power from escaping, they set up enchantments in the secret chamber and completely enclosed the happenings inside. So no one knew what occurred in these 2 days. The door opened, and only Hong Yuan came out alone. Everyone felt awkward. Failed? High Priest? Is King? Where's Yu? Something happened during the fusion. King's soul had fused but there's some incompatibility with the body. Now he's in a coma. Little Seven ran in first. This guy didn't say anything about Yu. Did he take advantage of the situation to hurt her? Everyone had their misgivings. According to their understanding, Yu, are you okay? Sima Yu's face was still wet with tears. She wiped her tears and smiled reluctantly. I'm okay. How can you be alright? I didn't break the contract, didn't? Then Sima Yu nodded. Mo Shah knocked me unconscious and initiated the termination of the contract. His soul got damaged, so there's some deviation. Mo Shah, Little Seven was stunned. Hua Di and the others finally understood why there was some deviation from the result. How's King's situation now? By the way, Yu, how's he now? I haven't checked his condition yet. Then quickly check. Sima Yu nodded and took his pulse. How is it? Like what your priest said, their souls fused well. I can't detect anything strange. However, the body and soul didn't fit well, so he's unconscious. Then do you have a way to save him? Ba Jiazi asked. I can try, but I can't guarantee the Then what's your plan? It's considered one. Sima Yu said. I'll try using a silver needle method complemented with pills. Little Seven had seen her silver needle method before. Hearing her say it, she knew she had a degree of confidence. Then you start now. Sima Yu looked at the others and cautioned, those who feel disturbed by needles, please step aside for a bit. Little Seven, stay and be my assistant. Hua Di and Ba Liangqi glanced at each other with uncertainty. Hua Jing spoke aside, clan elder, young master you will not hurt King. Then let's go outside and wait. Hua Di said. As everyone went out, Ba Jiazi suddenly stopped at the entrance of the secret chamber. She turned around, what attribute is King? Human or devil? As soon as she said that, the secret chamber suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at Yu. I don't know what attribute he is now, but it will certainly not insult the title of the Devil King. Sima Yu replied. He has the dark attribute. Listening to her say this, the Devil clan members were assured and excited. Yu, I don't know how. Why did you want me to stay? Little Seven asked. Yes. Sima Yu said. Little Seven, I want you to save him. Me? How do I save him? I need a little bit of your blood essence and flesh. Sima Yu said. Okay, how much? Little Seven asked. 2 drops of blood essence and a half kilogram of flesh. Little Seven bit her finger and squeezed 2 drops of blood essence to the bowl. Then she took out a half kilogram of flesh and placed it in a jade basin that Yu took out. Thank you, Little Seven. Sima Yu gratefully and guiltily said. When she was with her, she didn't think of asking for her blood and flesh, but now it was required to save someone. We are together. Little Seven said. Furthermore, this bit of thing is not important to me. It's just a drop in the bucket. Thank you anyway. Sima Yu said. Quickly go save him. Little Seven urged. It's because of how good he treated you. I'll go refine the pill. Sima Yu took out the pill furnace. Besides the eye of Earth's blood and flesh, she added a lot of precious herbs. She put in especially a lot of spirit fluid. This kind of pill was not a normal pill with a particular effect, but it was to specially extract and absorb the medicinal ingredients. After refining the pill, she let Little Seven go out and prepared to inject Wu Lingyu. Little Seven winked at her with a smirk and ran out grinning. Sima Yu, who was usually calm, became embarrassed by this. It wasn't the first time she saw someone else's body, but she felt awkward at the thought that she wanted to strip him. This damn girl has been taught bad by Little Roar when she was in the spirit pagoda. She smiled and scolded. She took out a silver needle and prepared to apply the needle. She took 2 deep breaths and tried to calm down her mind. After she calmed down, she began to remove his clothes. Undressing and piercing needles, she would regard him as her patient at this time. 3 hours later, she dressed him with her last effort and slumped on the ground. Little Seven, who had been waiting outside, heard the movement inside and was the first to rush in. Ba Jia and Hua Xiu also ran in. Yu, how are you? Hua Xiu noticed Sima Yu's pale face and asked. I'm fine. With Little Seven's help, Sima Yu leaned against the crystal bed. It consumes too much mental power, so I'm a bit tired. She used the highest level method of applying the needles to Wu Lingyi. Each needle not only pierces acupuncture points, but pours spirit power in, allowing the spirit power to circulate throughout the body to achieve the best effect. The effect of this needle technique was increased by 10 times the average, and the mental consumption was much larger than average. She took out the pill she just refined. Little Seven, give him this. Little Seven nodded and fed the pill to Wu Lingyu. If I don't wake up after a day, remember to call me. I will have to apply another tomorrow. Yu's voice turned fainter and finally she fell asleep. Saw the person sleeping on the crystal bed, everyone was speechless. Ba Jia, carry Yu back. Hua Jing said. The king's woman, they dared not to touch. Little Seven's body was too small too, so Ba Jia was the only one suitable. Just carry her to the stone stage. Little Seven said, if you carry her back, she'll still need to return again tomorrow. It'll be more convenient here. Okay. Ba Jia carried her to the stone stage. The 4 of them dared not leave. One was still sleeping and another was unconscious. Sima Yu slept very deeply, but on the second day at the exact time, she woke up. Yu, how are you doing? Not bad. Sima Yu said, is senior brother awake? No. He hasn't made a single movement the entire day. Hua Jing said, however, we can see that he has improved. This proves that your method was effective. Alright then. Sima Yu got off the stone stage as she came beside him. She saw that Wu Lingyu's complexion had gotten better. She examined him once over, and his body and soul had indeed fused together slightly better. After examining him thoroughly, she felt a lot better. She was afraid that it would have been fruitless. Since there were results, that meant that she just had to continue working hard in the right direction. You guys go outside. I'll help him to perform acupuncture. She said to everyone. They all went out and waited for her to call them back in before they returned. This time, Yu was unconscious for a shorter period of time. When they went in, they saw her faint across Wu Lingyu. She didn't even finish putting on his last bit of clothing. There was a bottle of medicine beside him. It seemed that she had prepared it before performing the acupuncture. Little Seven walked over, took out a pill and fed it to Wu Lingyu. How are things now? Hua Jing walked over and helped Wu Lingyu put his clothes back on, saying, let's continue as we did yesterday. Ba Jia placed Sima Yu on the stone stage and the 4 of them began to wait. This time, Sima Yu did not ask them to wake her up. That was why, after a day had passed, Little Seven did not wake her up even though she was still asleep. After another day passed, Sima Yu was still in a deep sleep. Little Seven, with Yu this way, will there be any problems? No problem. She's just tired. Little Seven said, it'll be fine once she wakes up. Really? I've never seen her perform acupuncture on anyone to the point of falling unconscious. It seems like she is very tired. Ba Jia said, but the king's condition is truly a lot better than before. Indeed. Yu is very talented. At this time, Hua Di and Ba Lang Qi came in from the outside. When they saw the 2 fast asleep, they asked, how are things today? Has she not woken up yet? These few days, the 2 had come over often to see how Wu Lingyu was doing. When they saw that Sima Yu's acupuncture was working, they had some hope that she would help him to get better. Grandfather. Clan leader. Hua Di and Ba Lang Qi came to the side of the crystal bed. They saw that Wu Lingyu's color was quickly returning to his face and said, he's much better than he was yesterday. If his honor, the high priest, were to come today, he would not be so angry. Oh right, how come his honor has not yet come to visit king? His honor had to return to the devil realm. Ba Lang Qi said. He had to return. He had to go back to retrieve the black snow lotus. Black snow lotus? Isn't that the Mo-Lu's treasure? He wanted to take it to the human realm to treat king, but I'm afraid that it won't be easy. The way king was before, it was hard enough to place his soul back in, but then his body and soul refused to fuse together. He was worried and had no other way and could only go back to obtain the black snow lotus. That's right. King's previous condition was very scary. We all thought. Ba Lang Qi said, but I never thought that young Master Sima would be so proficient in medical arts. King's condition has improved a lot since then. If this continues, a complete fusion will not be a problem. So aren't you saying that His Highness would have made that trip in vain? Ba Jiazi was in a good mood since Wu Lingyu's condition was getting better, and laughed as she made fun of Hong Yuan. It's a good thing His Highness is not here. Otherwise, he would definitely scold you. Hua Xiu said. It's because he's not here that I dare to say it. Ba Jiazi said gleefully, I'm not an idiot. Ugh. Yu, who was sleeping on the stone stage, let out a light groan and everyone looked over. Yu, you're awake. Little Seven was initially sitting on the stone stage board, and lifted her head to look at her the moment she heard sounds of her movement. Sima Yu opened her eyes and felt like her head was still throbbing, so she lifted her hands to massage her temples. Yu, you're finally awake. Ba Jiazi went over, you've been sleeping the past 2 nights. If you took any longer to wake up, we'd all be worried for you. Yesterday, when I helped him perform acupuncture the day before, I consumed all my mental energy. I'm a little tired, so I slept a little longer. Sima Yu sat up, looked at Hua Di and Ba Langqi and nodded. Young Master Yu, are you okay now? You still look bad. I'm fine. I'll be better with a bit of rest, thank you, Clan Leader Hua, for your concern. Although it is very important to treat our king, you have to take care of your own health. If King woke up to find you in this state, he might skin us all. If he really does, I won't stop him. Sima Yu said, I'll go take a look at his situation. She took his pulse and sensed that his condition was improving. She could finally relax somewhat. She didn't care about how much energy she used to treat him. How is the king's condition? Hua Di asked. His soul and body have already begun to fuse. The compatibility is improving. How much better has he recovered? How much better? Sima Yu thought for a moment, if you take the fusion process to be like drawing a circle, it's already 2/3 done. Then when will the king awaken? He will awaken once the circle is complete. Sima Yu said, it's just that the last third will take the longest. He will need more time. Then will you be performing acupuncture again today? Yes. However, it will have to be 10 days later. Sima Yu said, the time in between will depend all on him. We can't do anything. I wonder how His Highness will be when he returns. If he has the black snow lotus, the king will be able to wake up quicker. Sima Yu didn't ask what the black snow lotus was. She figured it was something useful for Wu Lingyu. Otherwise, that Hong Yuan would not go back for it. Since the king is out of deep waters, we will return for now. Everyone, do not remain here. It would not do to awaken the king. Dear Jia, come back with me. Ba Langqi sighed. Let's go off as well. Hua Di said to Hua Jing and Hua Xiu. Little Seven looked at everyone and followed them out. It was better to leave this period of time for just the two of them. Yu had yet to spend some proper quality time with him since she woke up. Sima Yu sat on the crystal bed as she looked at the person whose expression was covered with weariness. She stretched forth a hand and touched his brows. It was clearly the same as it was before, but the soul inside him had completely changed. She could tell even when she sensed him with her 5 senses. When she thought of how Mo Shah had knocked her unconscious so that he could cut the contract on his own, her heart was moved but also filled with anger. Really an impulsive guy. She heaved a sigh as she felt like she had so much to say. However, seeing the way he was, she condensed it all into that sigh. She ate the pill and crossed her legs as she sat down and began to move her qi to heal herself. 8 days later, the acupuncture would need even more of her energy. She wanted to ensure its success, so she needed to adjust her state of mind. These few days, nobody disturbed her. They only came once in between to check on Wu Lingyu's condition and left after ascertaining that he was fine. On this day, Sima Yu had opened her eyes and she seemed to be in quite a good state. She climbed off the crystal bed and came in front of the secret house. As expected, she saw the group of people waiting for her. Yu, you've awakened? Why did you come out? I'm preparing to perform the last round of acupuncture. In order to ensure that I will not be interrupted, I will be setting up a barrier. That's why I came out to inform you all. Sima Yu sighed. Is there anything you need us to prepare? Hua Jing asked. Nothing much. Sima Yu said, you just have to ensure that nobody forcefully breaks my barrier. We can assure you of that. You can relax. Hua Jing said. Sima Yu nodded at them before she turned around and headed back into the secret room. The final round of the acupuncture was the most important and she would have to focus the most. If this round succeeds, you will be able to fuse successfully. She stretched forth a hand and touched his face before she stood up and began the process. This round of acupuncture would require her absolute attention for every needle. 2 hours later, she finally put in all the needles, then she began to keep them away slowly. Ugh. She blacked out a few times and almost fainted. She took out a pill and ate it, but the pill was not as good as the ones she refined personally. By the time she finished keeping all the needles away, she was already lightheaded. She took his clothes and wanted to help him to put it on, but as her hands flitted across his body, the world went dark and she fainted towards the bedside. Before there was the thump of her hitting the side of the bed, a long arm grabbed onto her just as she fell. It pulled her upwards as she lay across him instead. The eyes that had been shut for tens of days finally opened, and the blood-red pupils released a kingly aura. However, the red quickly faded away as his eyes returned to their normal black. He lowered his head and looked at the weary person, then looked at his naked body. The corner of his mouth hooked into an extremely enticing smile. You've seen all of me. This time, you can't shirk the responsibility. He turned towards the inner part of the bed, and Sima Yu was carried onto the crystal bed. Ugh. Yu furrowed her eyebrows due to the discomfort, mumbling a sound of discontent but did not wake up. Wu Lingyu wrapped her in his embrace and placed a kiss filled with heartache on her forehead. It's been hard on you. Rest well. Sima Yu moved in his embrace and found a comfortable position to lie in. Wu Lingyu used a hand for her pillow, and caressed her face gently with the other. His eyes trailed along her hands, lingering along her face. Although he was not conscious back then, his soul and consciousness were clear. He knew about every time she had done acupuncture for him, and naturally knew how many times she had stripped him bare. Yu. He kissed her once again, and this time, it wasn't on her forehead, but on the very pair of lips that he had been longing for so long. His lips gently took hers and he sucked them lightly, tasting every bit of her sweetness. It turned out that this was kissing. He had truly bitten her too hard the last time. It was no wonder that she was so mad. If Yu knew about what he was thinking, she might have even woken up. She was clearly mad at being forced to kiss him, okay? How was she mad at how he did it roughly? However, she did not know this. She was now in a deep sleep and would not wake up until she had finished recovering. She really tempted him to ravage her. However, he did not go any further. He merely heard her grunt once in discomfort and he let her go unwillingly. She was too tired. It was better to let her rest. Outside the secret room, everyone was still waiting outside the barrier. However, there wasn't a single sound inside the room, causing everyone to worry. What are you all doing out here? Hong Yuan's voice came from outside, and it was only now that everyone realized that he had come back at an unknown time. Your Honor. Apart from Little Seven, everyone on site bowed to him. I asked what you are all doing outside? How is the king's condition? Hong Yuan's tone carried his rage. They were all waiting outside, so if something happened to the king, who was going to take responsibility? Your Honor, quell your anger. The king is doing very well now. Lord Sima is performing acupuncture. Because we cannot disturb them, we have been waiting outside. Hua Di explained. Acupuncture? This was the first time that Hong Yuan had heard of this. Acupuncture uses needles to activate the pressure points, linking up all the meridians in the body. Accompanying it with spirit energy, it achieves a healing effect. Ba Jia Zi told him what Sima Yu told them. This is useful for the king. Hong Yuan did not feel like there would be any miraculous healing on the earth. It is. King has improved much these few days. He has also regained his color. Ba Jia Zi said, Yu said that if it succeeds today, the king will gain consciousness. If it fails? What then of the king? Hong Yuan asked. This. Hua Di fell deep into contemplation. They did not think to ask of it. You do not know? This, the most important thing is that she succeeded the previous 2 times. King's condition has indeed improved a lot. This is why we didn't ask. Rubbish. Hong Yuan berated them, how old is she? How could you leave King's treatment to her? Did I not say that I would come back with the black snow lotus? Why did you not wait for me? Hua Di and the others did not have anything to say as they lowered their heads. Yu will not fail. Little Seven retorted, only those who don't understand her will not trust her. Humph, strength has nothing to do with age. She met his rage-filled eyes without backing down at all. The others might be afraid of him, but she wasn't. She wasn't his subordinate. Yu. The barrier of the secret room was suddenly dispersed as the door opened. Wu Lingyu carried Yu as he walked out. Wu Lingyu's devil clan aura was unmistakable. King. Greetings to the king. Everyone knelt down in joy. It was truly the aura of the devil clan. He was still their king. Wu Lingyu, are you healed? Little Seven rushed over and poked at his body. Wu Lingyu did not scold her. He merely looked at her lightly as she coughed twice and took her hand away. Hee, since you're well, wouldn't a certain someone's efforts to get the black snow lotus have been in vain? Little Seven looked pointedly at Hong Yuan. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Ba Jia Zi blinked at Little Seven, telling her not to make her cockiness so apparent. Not only did Little Seven not tone it down, she raised her chin even higher. Are you okay now? Hong Yuan ignored Little Seven, asking as he looked at Wu Lingyu. Satisfactory. Wu Lingyu said, it was tough on you to go back. Keep the black snow lotus with you, we'll use it in the future. Yes. Hong Yuan looked down, but he didn't say anything. Although King has awoken, you should still let your subordinates take a look at you. Yu is too tired. Take her back to rest first. I'll let you examine me once we've helped her settle down. After speaking, he hugged Yu and carried her back to their house from before. Little Seven and Hong Yuan went along with him. The others thought about it as well, but they did not go along. Instead, they went back to their respective houses. Wu Lingyu placed Sima Yu on the bed in their room. He wanted to take advantage of the opportunity, but saw Little Seven watching him with wide open eyes. Do you want to steal a kiss from Yu? Little Seven even looked at him with a sincere expression. No. Wu Lingyu refused to admit it. Really? Your eyes shone the moment you looked at her. Little Seven pointed at his eyes as she spoke, saying, I can't see anything right now. If you want to steal a kiss, do it quickly. Wu Lingyu's head was filled with black lines as he looked at Little Seven, who had grown quite a bit. Your previous state was better. After speaking, he turned around and went out. Little Seven placed her hands down and looked at her back, blinking in confusion. Her previous state was better? Her previous self did not like to speak and did not like interacting with others. After her evolution, her personality changed. She felt like she was rather cute this way, why did he not like it? It must be because he wanted to steal a kiss from you but was unable to. That was why he didn't like her. That must definitely be it. Humph, she had even covered her eyes to let him kiss her. He was the one who didn't want to. Why would he blame it on her? Once you woke up, she definitely had to tell her that this guy wanted to steal a kiss from her. Humph. Wu Lingyu went to the living room where Hong Yuan had been waiting for him since long ago. When he saw him enter, Hong Yuan stood up and bowed. King, may I examine your body? He requested. Wu Lingyu nodded and walked to the main seat and sat down. Hong Yuan went to help him examine his body. How is it? Wu Lingyu's expression was devoid of concern and his tone was light. King's soul and body did not perfectly fuse together. However, to be able to heal you to this state in such a short period of time proves that her medical arts are formidable. Hong Yuan said honestly. Her talent is something that is hard to believe in unless you are by her side. Wu Lingyu said, if you were really to fight in a battle to the death, you might not be her opponent. King has a lot of confidence in her abilities. Hong Yuan smiled faintly. He did not take his words to heart. From his perspective, Sima Yu was only that young. No matter how powerful she was, she couldn't defy heaven, could she? Wu Lingyu must speak this way because his eyes were clouded by love. He was overestimating her abilities. Wu Lingyu did not refute him as he merely said, if the chance ever arises, I'll let you experience it for yourself. Your subordinate looks forward to it. Hong Yuan had Hong Ming's aura on him. Wu Lingyu watched him and felt a little closer. As for Hong Yuan, it was because he had obtained Hong Ming's inheritance along with his dedication to Wu Lingyu and, while the two were not very familiar with each other, they felt like they had known each other for a few thousands of years. King, although your soul has stabilized in the meantime, it has not perfectly fused together. Your body still repels it somewhat. We definitely have to solve this problem. Otherwise, there will be many side effects. Hong Yuan said. You're a devil doctor as well. If there is no solution to this problem, what will happen? Wu Lingyu asked. King's body will enter a deep sleep after a set period of time. During this period, your power will greatly diminish. Hong Yuan said, however, King, there is no need to worry. Every time your body enters a deep sleep, it is because your body and soul are fusing together. When your body and soul finally complete the fusion, the side effect will naturally disappear. Wu Lingyu was not worried about this at all. Actually, the time we have to pay attention to the most will be just before and after. During that time, you will be extremely weak. Your strength will be about 10% its usual. If you encounter an expert during this time, the consequences will be dire. Hong Yuan said, this is why, when you go through the weak seasons, you definitely must have a bodyguard with you. Wu Lingyu did not contest this and Hong Yuan continued to say, my identity has not yet been exposed, so I cannot stay by your side for long. However, many of your past subordinates are waiting for your return. If you, King, return to the Devil Realm, we will definitely have mutual protection. Let us not yet speak of the return to the Devil Realm. Wu Lingyu said, it is not yet time for my return. But everyone is waiting for you. If they knew of your return, they would definitely follow you. What are the developments over with Mo Lu? He has not yet heard of your return. However, after so many years, the royal clan has never given up on looking for your soul. Hong Yuan said, it could be because his ancestor is one of his subordinates, but they did not let me participate in this. I do not even know of their leads. However, this time when I went back, it seemed like something big was happening. Although I fused with my soul in the human realm, there might be some kind of changes that happened in the devil realm. All the Hua clan and Black Jade clan leaders are not in the inner sect, so someone will definitely realize this. Later on, the moment they guess it, it won't be hard to think of me. Wu Lingyu said. We still have to get the Hua and Black Jade clans to hurry back. Hong Yuan said, right now, it's not yet the time to play hardball with the royal clan. Mo Sha's soul had just fused, and he was not that powerful. Right now, he was less than 10% as strong as he used to be. If he wanted to return to his previous powerful state, he would need a lot more time. As for his old subordinates, not all of them were waiting for him to return. There were many who had already flocked under the banner of the current royal family. There were also those who had completely forgotten the instructions of their ancestors. He needed to tidy up the powers from before. He knew without thinking that his current strength was not enough to go against the royal family. That was why, at this moment, Mo Lu and the others definitely could not know that Mo Sha had already returned. Since things are all right now, Hua clan and Black Jade clan's clan leaders can return. You should head back as well. Wu Lingyu said. What about you, King? Me? Wu Lingyu said, my identity is still the holy son of the Sage Pavilion. I will naturally remain in the human realm. Even if they realize my identity, Mo Lu will not be able to send men into the human realm. It will buy me some time. Hong Yuan felt like it was better for him to remain in the human realm as well, and did not disagree with his arrangement. However, it's still better for you, King, to take a group of people with you. If something happened, it would be good to have a helping hand. You don't have to worry too much about this. I have my arrangements. Those from the Devil clan should not come to the human realm for the time being. Mo Sha said. But of your safety, King. I have devil beasts by my side. Wu Lingyu said. He clapped his hands, and although Hong Yuan did not see any devil beast appear, he truly felt its aura. That was a very powerful and ancient aura. The aura of the devil beast disappeared quickly, as if it never appeared. That is the one from the rumors. Hong Yuan asked, confused. Mo Shah nodded. You do not have to bother yourself with the things in the human realm. Just settle things well in the devil realm. Yes, king. Once you have contacted the old subordinates, get their clan leader to meet me. Mo Shah said. Some powers have already concealed themselves for a long time. It will be a little hard to contact them. I will need a bit of time. Hong Yuan said. There is no rush. I have some things to do and will not return to the devil realm for a while. Just manage it well to ensure that Mo Lu does not know anything. You also have to be careful around Mo Lu. Yes, king. Call Hua Di and Bao Liangqi over. Wu Elinjiu said, I have something I need them to do. Understood. Wu Lingyu instructed Hua Di and Bao Liangqi on a few things before warning them a few more times. After promising to go to the devil realm when he had the time, he chased them all back to the devil realm. By the time Sima Yu awoke, her friends had already left. She opened her eyes and found herself lying on the bed. She was no longer in the secret room. You slept a long time, Yu. Wu Lingyu lay beside her. Sima Yu suddenly turned to him and saw his normal expression, crying out with joy, You're awake? Yes, I awoke after you helped to perform acupuncture on me. Wu Lingyu said, When I woke up, I happened to see you ravaging me. When did I ravage you? I was treating you medically, all right. The process may be different, but the result is the same. Wu Lingyu said, Nobody has ever seen me naked before, so, you want to ask me to take responsibility again? Sima Yu understood what he meant once he heard what he said, I have seen many men before. Do you want me to take responsibility for all of them just because I've seen them? You don't have to take responsibility for the others, and you can't see any more guys in the future. Wu Lingyu asserted dominantly, You just have to take responsibility for me alone. If you want me to take responsibility for you, that will depend on my mood. Sima Yu said, Whenever I want to, that's when I'll take responsibility. I believe that you will gladly do it soon. Sima Yu pushed his hands away as she sat up and glared at him. What is your identity right now? Senior brother? Devil King? I am Wu Lingyu when we are in the human realm, and only a devil clansman when we are in the devil realm. Wu Lingyu said. You're also saying that you still have to use senior brother's identity? It's not that I have to use it, but that I am. Oh. Sima Yu understood, what's going on with your body? Our souls merely fused together, like a 2-in-1. We did not devour each other, so Wu Lingyu is still me, and I am also Mo Shah. However, others may not know of the name Mo Shah, so my identity can only be Wu Lingyu. Oh. Sima Yu understood, what's going on with your body? You just fused with your soul, but how did your body really utilize the devil clan's aura? The soul influences the body. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Wu Lingyu said, Let me examine your body again. Sima Yu had calmed down from her initial joy of seeing him awake and said. Wu Lingyu knew that it was useless to resist, so he obediently let her examine him. You have yet to fuse completely. Your soul will still suffer the repercussion because you fused while injured. Sima Yu frowned after her examination, Your body will be weak periodically. I know. Hong Yuan has already told me. Wu Elinjiu said, It's not something that will last forever. You do not have to mind it. You were too rash. Sima Yu disapproved of what he did. Did you ever think what would have happened if you had injured yourself too severely? You would not have been able to fuse? The reason I did that was because I had my own reasons to be confident. Wu Lingyu said, I've said it before. I will not let you injure yourself for my sake. You. Sima Yu felt like she was both happy and angry at the same time. You are not to do anything as dangerous as this in the future. Who knew how worried she was when he had knocked her unconscious? When she woke up and heard that his fusion had been a failure, how terrified she was. Wu Lingyu was no longer under a contract with her, and was unable to directly sense her way of thinking and feeling. However, he could still tell how worried and terrified she was. He sat up and caressed her face before pulling her into his embrace, saying, Don't be mad. I won't do something like this anymore. I don't believe you. Sima Yu mumbled. Really? Wu Lingyu said, Humph. Sima Yu huffed, You won't have to fuse your soul again, and we don't have a contract anymore either. Of course something like this won't happen again. Cough cough, he was found out. Forget it. If the words of you men were reliable, pigs would be flying in the sky. Sima Yu pushed him away as she flipped off the bed. Wu Lingyu was not upset as he let her push him back onto the bed. He smiled as he watched her put her shoes on and leave, heart feeling full. It turned out that being able to embrace her like this was such a blissful feeling. Sima Yu wore her shoes, glared at him, then left. When she went out, she saw Little Seven coming in with a downcast expression. Little Seven, what's got you down? Little Seven walked over and said, Yu, when are we leaving this place? This place isn't fun at all. Bored? You can play with Bia Jia Zi and the others. They've all returned. Sigh, I've already been bored alone for 2 days. They returned to the devil realm? Yeah, they're all gone. Little Seven said, Now that you've woken up, when are we leaving? Go back and ask senior brother. If there's nothing else to do. Creak. The door opened as Wu Lingyu walked out. He leaned on the door, saying, We've already finished what we came here to do. Once you've rested, we can head off. The moment Little Seven heard it, she turned to look at Yu with joy. Sima Yu petted her head, saying, I've already rested enough. We can leave now, then. Where are we going? Sima Yu turned to look at Wu Lingyu. Wu Lingyu shrugged, saying, I've said it before. Where you go, I will go. Then I'll go ahead and do my things. Sima Yu said. Going to recruit people? Haha, finally. Nope, we're not going to recruit anybody yet. We first have to stabilize him. Sima Yu said. A few days later, the group of 3 returned to Heavenly City. They didn't go home, but headed to Memory Restaurant directly. The manager was currently settling the accounts when he felt Sima Yu's aura. He raised his head and saw her, as he expected. Young master. Sima Yu nodded at him, asking, which house is Fenger and the others living in? Heavenly Fragrance Building. The manager replied. Then I'll go ahead and look for them directly. Sima Yu said, right, is Shi Qianji and the others still around? They're already left 2 days ago. The manager replied. I was unable to send them off. Sima Yu mumbled, alright, go ahead with what you need to do. I'll go look for them. Memory Restaurant was a wine shop at the front and an inn at the back. Most of it consisted of lone houses. Shi Qianji and the others stayed in the Moonlight Building. Right now, everyone was in Heavenly Fragrance Building. She and Wu Lingyu went to the Heavenly Fragrance Building where she stopped to take a look. Yu, what do you think? Little Seven puzzled. Nothing much. I just thought of Qiu Shuang. I wonder whether or not she will impulsively do anything stupid when she goes back. Sima Yu said, I hope that she won't, but everyone has their own ways of living. My thoughts can't change her mind. After all, our strength levels are different. If you miss her, you can just look for her when we reach the inner regions. Little Seven said, even if you worry about her here, she will never know. Sima Yu smiled, but she didn't say anything. Was she worried about her? Maybe. However, it was more likely that it wasn't worth it. Nie happened to come out from the house and saw the 3 coming from far away. He shouted excited, boss, you're back. Sima Yu looked over and smiled, and are you guys done too? We reached a few days ago. The brothers and I have been waiting for you. Then let's head in. When they saw that Sima Yu was back, everyone was rather excited. After exchanging greetings for a while, everyone began to discuss. Boss, you sent us out to find a good location, and we found a few in the central regions. Come and take a look. Are all these places ones that you have personally gone to see? Sima Yu selected a few places from the sketch. Yes. Fengji said, we have gone to all of these places to scout them out. They are all places where people are scarce and are rather secretive places. Tell me about the general situation of each place. Alright. We'll talk about this place in the Barren North. Fengji elaborated on a few places, but Sima Yu was dissatisfied with all of them. Barren North, Western Liang, Southern Desolation, Eastern Ridge, they're all huge. Are you afraid of finding an unsuitable place? Wu Elingjiu said, if you feel like it isn't good after hearing about it, why don't you go down to take a look and decide? Fenger, have you seen these places? Shimin Feng shook his head. Then let's go together. Senior brother, I'll have to trouble you. Sima Yu sighed. Wu Lingyu glanced at those placed, then used his hands to form a seal and opened a portal, leading the group through it. They first came to the desert in the barren north. Aside from the endless sand, there was not a single life form. This environment is even more hazardous than the Karma Desert. Little Seven pinched her nose. She didn't like it one bit. What is outside this desert? There are third-ranked powers. Fengji said. This place isn't a natural stronghold. If we set the sect up here, we will be discovered easily. I feel the same. Let's take a look at the next place. The group went to Western Liang, a swamp and a mountainous area. These places were not secretive enough. They would easily be discovered. Are the other places like these? The places are different, but they're around the same. Fengji said. Actually, the sects right now are all in areas like these. If you want secrecy, you'll have to set up your array to block it. Wu Lingyu said. When the time comes, just set up a barrier outside. Sima Yu shook her head, saying, the strength of our group will be different from the others. From the start, we are set to spill blood and kill. Later on, the people that will be enlisting will be those who are being hunted down as well. We have to ensure the secrecy of our sect. This way, we won't be harassed every day. But for places like this, it will be rather difficult to find. Nie said, for a place with a natural stronghold, we'll only be able to get it if we conquer it. However, places like these would have already been conquered by other sections. There were countless powers in the inner regions, both big and small. The better places had long since been occupied. There will always be. Sima Yu said, the continent is only so big, won't it be occupied by others? Then, do you still want to take a look at the other places? Shimin Feng asked. No. Sima Yu said, if the other places are like this one, it will be pointless to go. Your subordinate has failed you. Fengji said rather guiltily. The boss had entrusted them to find a place, and they had spent so much time trying, but they did not find a satisfactory one. She wouldn't doubt their ability because of this, right? There is no need to blame yourself. Sima Yu sighed, actually, the places that you've chosen are all good. However, that is for the average sect. Every single one you chose is possible. However, our circumstances are more unique. That is why these places are unsuitable. If we cannot find a better one, we will use the ones you've chosen. Now that you mention it, I've thought of a place. Shimin Feng said. Where? Shimin Feng hesitated for a moment before saying, that place is a very dangerous place for others. However, for you, that might not be the case. There's a place like that? Nie asked, shocked. Where is this place? Dai Yi was curious as well. Heartbreak Valley. Nie and the others sucked in a breath, crying with surprise, Heartbreak Valley? That place has poisonous insects everywhere. There are even places that are poisonous to each other. Most people die when they go there. Who would be able to set a sect up there? That's right. I heard that most people die upon going close. Even the capable ones can only wander about outside. To set a sect up inside there is too outrageous. If you set the sect up there, the people that we recruit would die before entering. Feng Ji and Feng Kai furrowed their brows as well. They didn't understand why Shimen Feng would suggest this place. Sima Yuyu's eyes lit up as she clapped her hands. This place isn't bad. If we want to set our sect up in the valley, most people wouldn't even be able to come in if they wanted to. Come, let's go there and take a look. Wu Lingyu would grant her every desire. Upon hearing that she wanted to head there, he immediately opened a portal through space. Feng Ji and the others looked at each other. She wasn't for real, was she? Previous chapter. Next, the inner regions were vast. It was mainly divided into North Emo, Western Liang, Eastern Ridge, and Southern Desolation. Besides these 4 regions, there was an uninhabited region in the center. The no man's land was not vast and it wasn't without any creatures. It was mostly the territory of spirit beasts, so there were no human settlements. Broken Heart Valley was centered between Southern Desolation and the no man's land. Standing atop the cliff in Broken Heart Valley, Sima Yuyu saw the scene where she and Shimen Feng were forced apart again. Shimen Feng also stood by her reminiscing. That year, he fell from here, thinking that he would end up in hell. Boss, is this really okay? Nine glanced at the bottom of the valley. Because of the miasma, he couldn't see clearly. Could people live in such a place? Wasn't it nonsensical to establish a force here? Sima Yuyu was not sure too. We'll know after we have a look. Have a look? Of course, it depends if there's a way to solve this problem. Little Seven said. If we can solve the miasma and poisonous insects problem, it would be good to establish a force here. Right, Yuyu? That's right. Sima Yuyu rubbed her head and spoke to everyone. I'll go down and check the situation. You stay here and wait. I'll go down with you. Little Seven said. No, you stay up here and wait. There's too much poisonous gas below. I don't know the exact situation. What if there is any danger? Sima Yuyu refused. What danger is there? Little Seven pouted. Don't forget, I can't be affected by poison. Her body was the eye of earth, a holy object of cultivation. General poisons and poisonous creatures were simply useless to her. When Sima Yuyu heard her mention this, she finally recalled, so she nodded. Then you can go with me. I'll go too. Wu Lingyu said. You? Those poisonous creatures cannot get close to me. Well, let's go together. Sima Yuyu said. You all stay here and wait. Although everyone wanted to follow, but with their strength, they would be incapacitated within 2 steps down. They had to wait for them to come up. Sima Yuyu's party of 3 flew down and encountered a poison barrier after falling for dozens of meters. These poisonous gases were useless to Little Seven, so flew on without taking any measures. When Yuyu and Wu Lingyu encountered the poison barrier, both of them ignited flames, isolating the poisonous gas outside. Once those poisonous gases approached, they would be burned clean. Sima Yuyu's flame was from Mo Sha, while Wu Lingyu's was black, which probably was the flame of Mo Sha, soul. The poison barrier was about 30 to 40 meters thick. The 3 passed through the poison barrier and flew for some hundred of meters before landing safely. The poison barrier atop was so powerful that I didn't expect there would be none below. Little Seven looked at the fresh valley. Sima Yuyu retracted the flames on her and said, the poisonous gas below should be absorbed by the poisonous creatures. This is the outer part of the Heartbreak Valley, and there are not many powerful poisons. Wu Lingyu commented. If you want to establish a force here, you only need to solve 2 problems. But these 2 problems are not easy to solve. Sima Yuyu said. Indeed, but I believe you can. 2 problems? What 2 problems? Little Seven asked. One is the poison barrier and the other is the poisonous creatures. As long as these 2 problems are solved, we can occupy here. Sima Yuyu smiled. Little Seven gazed at her calm appearance and couldn't help and her mouth twitched. What you had summed up was really general. It sounded like 2 problems, but in fact, many problems. The poison barrier was different at every spot. It would require a lot to solve this problem. As for the poisonous creatures, there were thousands of species and thousands of powerful ones. You shouldn't summarize it as one kind of poisonous creature. This is only the periphery, the sect cannot be established here. Let's go inside and see. Sima Yuyu said. She took out 3 jade bottles and handed each one. This is for defense against poisonous insects. Sprinkle it around your body to avoid some trouble. Little Seven wanted to say that she was not afraid of poisonous insects. But when she thought of when the poisonous insects came, they would have to spend time dealing with them, which would waste time. So she accepted it and sprinkled some on her body. Let's go. Wu Lingyu naturally took Sima Yuyu's hand and walked towards the valley. Sima Yuyu struggled twice without being able to remove it and let him lead her. Little Seven pouted, grabbing Sima Yuyu's other hand and proudly jutted her chin at Wu Lingyu. Seeing them like this, Sima Yuyu suddenly felt a sense of confusion amongst the group of 3. The 3 of them walked deep into the valley, which actually was a mountain range that stretched for millions of kilometers. They were numerous steep cliffs, surrounded by poisonous barriers. They started at the periphery of the valley, so the terrain wasn't so dangerous. The poisonous gas wasn't strong, and the poisonous creatures' levels weren't high. The further in they went, the higher the level. There is a water hole. Little Seven pointed to the water hole in front. Sima Yuyu walked over and examined the water hole. This water hole should be the water hole where Fenger fell down from. According to him, there was a particularly strong poisonous creature here. Fortunately it wasn't there at that time, so he safely survived. Rumble. Rumble. As soon as she finished, there was movement in the water hole. First, the water rippled, and then many bubbles appeared on the surface of the water. Suddenly, the water splashed, and a huge toad popped out of the water. When the water splashed, Sima Yu and the group condensed their spirit power to protect themselves. Those water drops dripped on the grass next to them and corroded all the grass. What a strong poisonous water. Little Seven sighed. This poison. Sima Yu's eyes showed distress. When Fenger fell in it, I don't know how much pain he must have suffered. It shouldn't have been this poisonous. Wu Lingyu said. Otherwise, with this level of poison, he can't survive. Sima Yu also thought that if that was the case, Shimen Feng wouldn't survive and wouldn't be able to climb out of it. He wouldn't be able to wait till the people of the Kong Valley to save him. So, the toxicity has increased a lot over the years. That should be. But why? It may be that its strength increased, or something else changed. Seeing the three people who were not panicking but were also discussing so leisurely in its territory, the toad was furious as it kicked on its hind legs and attacked them. Little Seven was thinking about the reason for this change, when she saw the ugly toad flying towards them. She slapped her hand and shouted, "Go away." The toad didn't know what happened and was hit back into the water hole. I hate ugly guys the most. Little Seven shook her hand in disgust. That poor toad hadn't done anything, yet it was severely injured by Little Seven, lying half dead in the water. Forget it, Little Seven. Sima Yu said. Look at the fact that it saved Fenger's life indirectly, so let him go. Okay, since you said to let go. Little Seven still wanted it again. Hearing Sima Yu, she retracted her fist. Come on, let's go inside. Sima Yu said. The three of them left the water pool and went on, leaving the scared toad behind. What the hell was this? A little doll injured itself badly. As a result, because another person survived, it survived. What was saving Fenger's life about? Could someone tell it what happened in the last few minutes? They continued to move forward and encountered some poisonous creatures on the way. What centipedes or vipers, all of them were dealt with Little Seven's fist. Sima Yu couldn't help shaking her head when she saw her fighting spirit. Why was this little guy so aggressive? According to what the little centipede, we should be in the inner regions. Little Seven said, but there are not many poisonous insects. Normally, ordinary poisonous insects are outside. The deeper you go in, the fewer poisonous insects. Sima Yu explained. Because the poisonous creatures inside are much stronger, ordinary poisonous insects are afraid of them and do not dare to come inside. Then we don't have to worry about poisonous insects. Little Seven breathed a sigh of relief. She was not afraid of the poisonous insects, but seeing those poisonous insects being helpless, her fists felt strenuous to deal with the numerous small insects. She wanted to attack a group of them, but Yu said no. It would affect other poisonous creatures. Finally, it was better. There weren't as many insects, which made her happy. Since entering the inner region's Heartbreak Valley, Yu summoned Little Vermilion Bird. With his aura, the poisonous creatures did not dare to come over and the poison gas were burned away by him. Sima Yu's group of them circled around and observed the terrain. They found several wider canyons which were suitable for building houses. The environment here is good. If it can be developed, it'll also be a resort. Wu Lingyu stood on the cliff and looked at the scenery in front of him. Looking from here, you can take in the beautiful scenery nearby. Sima Yu remarked. After having a look around, do you have an understanding of the situation here? Wu Lingyu looked at her sideways. When the setting sun fell on her, it added a warm glow to her. I'm almost completely aware. Sima Yu replied. Besides the poisonous creatures, let's focus on the miasma. I have counted at least 100. And the degrees of each are different. It's a pain to research an antidote for them. Every place has a different miasma which requires a different antidote. Wu Lingyu said. The miasma is not as controllable as the other poisonous creatures, which is more troublesome to handle. It's best to develop a pill that can detoxify all. As long as one take the pill, it will have the same effect no matter where you go. Sima Yu said. Can you do it? I need time. Wu Lingyu knew that she meant that she could do it, but he still reminded her, don't forget, you have less than 10 months. It should be enough. Besides, it doesn't matter if I can't research one. Although it's urgent, it's not at this moment. Sima Yu said. Aren't we going to recruit more people, Yu? Little Seven asked. We'll go again if there's time. Let's solve the problem first. Sima Yu replied. Things need to be done step by step, and you can't eat a fat man at once. I can beat a fat man. Little Seven waved her fist. Pfft, I know you're strong. But girls shouldn't be violent. Sima Yu smiled. Okay, this the end of walk, let's go back. The crowd waited on the cliff for several days and finally saw them coming up. Boss, what's the situation below? Nie asked when he saw they weren't injured. We walked to the center and encountered a lot of miasma and encountered a lot of poisonous creatures, many of which are powerful. Sima Yu said. Can we establish a force there? Poisonous creatures are easier to solve. We just establish some conditions with them. The primary problem now is to solve the miasma problem. Sima Yu explained. We only went in from one side and visited less than a quarter of the place. There are already hundreds of cases of miasma. The poison contained in each place is different. It's a more troublesome problem. The whole Heartbreak Valley is vast and there are too many poisons. It is really not easy to solve this problem. Feng Kai said. There were numerous miasma, and each poison is different. One just couldn't make an antidote for each. If this was the case, for 1 to 2 people would be fine. If it was for a sect, how many antidotes would they need? Furthermore, it was not easy to distinguish which, and it would be bad to take the wrong antidote. Everyone thought so, and immediately felt that it was too much trouble to solve this matter. Will we be building our force here? Ni asked. I will try first to make a pill that can cure 100 poisons, not to mention a pill that can let one travel through the entire Heartbreak Valley, at least it should be reduced to several pills. Sima Yu replied. Wait till I refine the pill, you can start recruiting people. Do we still continue to search for alternative places? Sima Yu thought for a while. No need for the time being. If this place isn't suitable then we'll look again. For now, I have other tasks for you. Boss, we'll complete the task well. Dai Yi said. Sima Yu looked in the distance. This is not far from Nika City. I want you to collect some information. When Shiman Feng heard Nika City, he was stunned momentarily. What kind of information? Zhongzheng clans. Sima Yu murmured these words, but the 10 great evils felt her boundless hatred emitted. Boss, you and Zhongzheng clan. Yu Si asked. Irreconcilable hatred. Sima Yu's voice trembled. I told you at the beginning the purpose for building a force is for revenge. Just to deal with Zhongzheng clan? Not only then, but also the forces above them. Sima Yu sighed. Zhongzheng clan, Yin Yang Palace, and Sage Pavilion. I will not let any of them go. Sage Pavilion? Everyone gave Wu Lingyu a glance. Boss said that in front of the holy son of Sage Pavilion that she'll destroy his whole sect. Be careful if that guy killed you first in the cradle. But from Wu Lingyu's expression, he had no intention of stopping her. Previous chapter. Next. Whatever Yu wants to do, I will accompany him. Wu Lingyu looked at her lovingly. Feng Kai and them were dumbstruck. What the hell? Could this be the legendary? No. Their boss couldn't be bent by this guy. Although this guy looked pretty and attractive, they still found male with male to be unacceptable. Shiman Feng did not care about this. His eyes were sorrowful and his voice trembled as he asked Sima Yu. This is also very close to G City. Do you want to go back and see? Sima Yu lowered her eyes. Can I go back and see? Tears formed in the corners of her eyes. Her voice could not express that sadness. Shiman Feng choked, grabbing her hand and said, You can, they won't blame you. Feng Kai and the group stared at them puzzledly. They were fine just now. Why did they suddenly look like this? It seemed very sad. What's the matter? Everything was just fine then. Ni looked at Sima Yu anxiously. Nothing. Sima Yu remembered that everyone was still here. She wiped the tears away and said, Fenger, have you ever been back? Shiman Feng shook his head. The memories there were all beautiful yet painful. His last memory of there was a sea of fire, and he didn't want to go back and see those broken walls. Then are you going back? Shiman Feng looked at her. If you go back, I will go back. If she didn't go back, he wouldn't go back alone. Sima Yu was silent for a while. Let's go and see. I want to see what it looks like now. Okay. Shiman Feng nodded. They both need a lot of courage to go back. Yu, I will go back with you. We will be beside you. Little Seven grabbed her hand and stared at her. Sima Yu grinned reluctantly. Boss. Ni and the group looked at her. The her now made them really uncomfortable. I'm fine. Sima Yu replied. Be careful when you go to Nika City. The power of Zhongzheng family is relatively large. If they found you are investigating their affairs, you might be in danger. We understand. Fengji said. Then you can go. I'll find you when I'm done with this side. Sima Yu said. Yes, boss. That, boss, no matter what happened in the past, it's better to look forward to the future. Sadness will always pass. Ni turned back and said. Sima Yu smiled at him. I will, thank you. After Feng Kai and them left, Little Seven asked, when are we leaving? Sima Yu hesitated a moment. Let's go now. Since she decided to go back and see, then she should face it early. At this moment, there was a trace of fluctuation in the air. Sima Yu looked up and saw a space channel opened. A person who should not have appeared, came out. You're really here. Shi Qianji descended from the sky and came over to them. Why are you here? Sima Yu asked strangely. Aren't you going back to the inter-regions? We did go back. But I returned. Shi Qianji said. According to your words, you came to find us? Wu Lingyu asked. To be exact, I came to find you. Find me? What did you find me for? Is it Qiu Shuang? No, little junior sister is very well. Shi Qianji said. I was asked to buy someone else. Sima Yu stared at him cautiously. When someone else asked him to find her, how did they know she was here? Hey, don't look at me like that. Shi Qianji watched her expression change and shouted, I'm here to help you. Help me? Sima Yu didn't believe it. Of course, I am not doing it voluntarily. Shi Qianji sighed. However, I promised him and he requested me to do this. Sima Yu narrowed her eyes and could guess who he was talking about. Elder senior brother asked you to come? Sima Yu asked. You're really smart. Shi Qianji looked at her approvingly. He didn't say anything and he already guessed it. Does that need to be guessed? Sima Yu said. Between our contact, there are two people, one is Qiu Shuang and the other is my elder senior brother. Since Qiu Shuang is fine, then do I need to guess the person who asked you to come? That's true. Shi Qianji said. Can you guess what he asked me to do? Sima Yu glanced at the Heartbreak Valley behind him for a moment. He asked you to help me develop an antidote? Although it was a question, the tone was certain. Smart. This can also be guessed. Shi Qianji grinned. What's so difficult about this? I'm from an academy from the outer regions. The average person won't even know I'm here, but you found me. You also came with a purpose. This only shows that you know what I am going to do. Sima Yu said. She didn't know how Jiang Junxian knew she would come here, but since Shi Qianji was here, it meant that he had guessed her plans. You're wondering why he knows? Shi Qianji said. It'll be alright to tell you. At his request, we left some people in Heavenly City. We'll know as soon as you go to Memory Restaurant. The moment we lost news of you, he guessed you were looking for a place. Then based on his knowledge of you, he guessed that you would come here so he asked me to come. Elder senior brother, he. Speaking of this, how does he understand you so much? I still bet with him that you will definitely not come here. If he guessed right, I will help you for free. If he guesses wrong, if I must come, he would have to pay me some treasure. Shi Qianji explained. I didn't expect him to guess correctly. Alas, I'm going to give you such a long time of free labor. Shi Qianji was a master of poison, and if he helped her, they would find a solution very soon. Moreover, since they already knew what she was going to do, it would be useless to cover up, so why not make good use of Shi Qianji, this resource? After thinking it through, Sima Yu looked at Shi Qianji. Then I must trouble you greatly. Easy to say. We still have something to do. You can observe the situation here first. Sima Yu turned and left as soon as she finished. Hey, where are you going? Shi Qianji shouted. I just came, and you're leaving. Have you gone below and check? Forget it, I'll go with you in case you don't choose here. Then I would do it in vain. Sima Yu ignored him. Summoning Halcyon, she flew onto his back. Little Seven and them followed. Shi Qianji was curious at what they were going to do and also flew onto Halcyon's back. Previous chapter. Next. North City district of G City used to be the most bustling town of the zone, because the biggest clan resided there, Shimmer clan. Previously, Shimmer clan's population already took up 1/10 of the city, just the power and resources took up a quarter and houses took up a large area in the district of North City. Their power was well known those years. But today, it became a restricted area in G City, ruins were stretched up to 10 miles, it was rumored that it was burning for days and nights and didn't stop burning until the last day, which was then extinguished by heavy rain. Hearsay, because Shimmer clan offended Yin Palace, that was why the entire clan was exterminated, whoever dared to come in contact with them would be implicated. Slowly, nobody came here, residences nearby moved away, slowly, it became G City's most overgrown ground. Broken well, weeds everywhere. G City rarely had rain, but today there was light rain, once the raindrop landed on the body, it wet their shirt and their hair. Sima Yu and Shimmer Feng stood in front of the ruins and didn't see any movement at all. Wu Lingyu, Little Seven and Shi Qianji who insisted on following, three of them stood far away looking at them. Shi Qianji held onto an oiled paper umbrella, stared at their back and asked, are both of them frozen up? Why are they not moving for so long? Little Seven and Wu Lingyu ignored him. He wouldn't understand Yu and Shimmer Feng's heartache even if they explained to him, why waste their breath? Also, they can't tell him you use stuff. Elder sister, let's go in and take a look. Shimmer Feng's voice was a little hoarse, sounding like it was dispersed with the wind. Look, our family nameplate wasn't completely burnt, there's still a little left. Sima Yu followed his gaze. Half of the nameplate that was written Shimmer clan was burnt, leaving the other half with the word Shi on it. She walked over, picked up the plate, used her sleeve and wiped the droplet on it and said, this nameplate was hand-written by great-grandpa and he hanged it personally. That time, everybody praised him for having good handwriting. Right, great-grandpa was the most narcissistic. Shimmer Feng recollected the past, great-grandpa also left a lot of precious calligraphy, but I guessed it's all destroyed by the fire. These great flames, I'll definitely return it to them. Sima Yu said hatefully, Zhongzhen clan, Yin Palace and those who set the fire, I want them to be the same. We will make them pay blood for blood. Shimmer Feng clenched his fist tightly. Both of them walked into the ruins, all the houses were burnt down, the rockery phosphorite was also knocked over, those decorations that were there were all stolen by others, those that can't be taken were destroyed. The courtyard was in a mess. Sima Yu stood in the ruins, closed her eyes, as if she saw the scene of fire that year. She saw the clan members getting poisoned, they were unable to fight back and got killed, seeing those people laugh savagely, laughing while destroying and setting everything on fire. She seemed like she saw her mother shouted to her to live a good life. Fonger, have the corpses of Dad, Mom and the rest of the clan been taken care of? It's been taken care of. Shimin Fong continued, it's taken care of by Big Brother Qin. Qin Mo. I owe him another favor. Sima Yu said. Spatial tunnel opened, Qin Mo and an elder walked out. Sima Yu was mentioning him and here he was. Yu, Fonger. He flew to their side. Why are you here? Sima Yu asked while looking at them. I asked someone to keep watch here and heard that someone came, so I came over to see. Qin Mo continued, didn't expect that it was you who came back. For so many years you've been keeping watch here. Sima Yu looked at him astonishingly. Yeah. I thought that things happened too fast that time, someone should have survived because they weren't here during the disaster. Qin Mo continued, those who truly miss Shimin clan would definitely come back here to have a look, so I sent someone here to keep watch and inform me if somebody came. So I can help your family. Thank you, Mo. Sima Yu glanced at him with gratitude. I was sealed when it happened, if not I wouldn't let you all. Qin Mo continued, for now, I can only help you as much I can. Fortunately this few years, someone came, I think you will be happy to see them. There are still people alive? Where are they? Yes. I did what they wanted, hid them in a mountain range nearby. That place is under the influence of Qin's family, Yingyang Palace won't find them there. Qin Mo felt embarrassed and continued, the last time I saw you I was too excited and forgot about this, if not you would have known of their news earlier. It's okay, it's the same. Sima Yu said. If she knew earlier, she might not want to see them anyway, she was scared. Shimin Fong saw her facial expression and read her mind, embraced her shoulder and said, don't worry, they definitely won't blame you. Sima Yu glanced at him, her eyes filled with fear. If they know you siblings are still alive, they would be so happy instead. Qin Mo said, also, your clan skeletons are all buried there. The last point, which she can't escape. Then we shall go see them. Since it's my fault, if they are to blame me, I will take all the responsibilities. Sima Yu said. Sister, you. Shimin Fong looked at Sima Yu helplessly, things that happened at that time weren't even her fault, but she kept blaming herself, it made him feel bad. Let's go, we will go offer sacrifices to our parents. Sima Yu said. They left the ruins, Little Seven and the rest walked over. Yu. Wu Lingyu called Yu's name, but his gaze was at Qin Mo. This guy, why was he here again? Holy Son, your majesty. Qin Mo nodded in greetings. Didn't expect Master Qin to be here too, Wu Lingyu said while smiling, the tone and expression were the same as last time. Yu, are you okay? Little Seven saw Sima Yu's eyes was red and knew that she definitely cried earlier. I'm okay. Sima Yu smiled at her, then looked at Shi Qianji and said, there's a memory restaurant here, you can stay there for a few days. I have something to handle, I will look for you when I'm done. But it will be better if you are willing to develop antidotes now. You want me to work now? What a black-hearted guy. Shi Qianji looked at her and took back his words. He was kind, for the sake of her bad mood, he would let it go. I feel it's better if you don't come back to look for me. After he finished his sentence, he held his oiled paper umbrella and walked away gracefully. Sima Yu saw him like this and thought of a word that suits him best, attention seeker. Yu, where are we going? Little Seven asked. We are going to find my family, to offer prayers to my parents. Previous chapter. Sima Yu felt contradicting, she wanted to meet those people but at the same time she was afraid. Shimin Fong held her hand the whole time, giving her courage. But Wu Lingyu had been staring at his hand the whole time, wanting to remove her hand from his. But seeing Sima Yu had been restless the whole time, he didn't bear to. Now he felt that he wasn't there for her in the past, even if he is by her side now, the strength that he could give her couldn't be compared to Shimin Fong, a brother that lived with her for hundreds of years. Thinking of this, he felt gloomy and stifled. Halcyon flew Sima Yu towards the mountain range in the southeast of G City, knowing that she felt contradicted. He sighed and sped up, so she could deal with it earlier. And Sima Yu didn't even notice that he sped up. We are here. Qin Mo's voice recalled her from the train of thoughts. Sima Yu looked at the stretch of green hills, so fast. We already flew for half a day. Qin Mo continued, they are right at the valley in front. You've set up a spirit barrier? Sima Yu asked when she didn't see anybody. Yingyang Palace and people from the Zhongzheng clan were still in G City, to prevent troubles, I used a spirit barrier for a peace of mind. Such a huge spirit barrier, it must have used up a lot of strength. Thank you. Sima Yu said. He spent so much resources to protect her family. She didn't use much formalities, if she did, it would be ruining their relationship. She put this affection in her heart. You helped me a lot, it's nothing compared to what you've helped me. Qin Mo smiled and said, let's go down, if they see you come back, they will be elated. Sima Yu nodded. Since they were already here, she didn't have any reason to evade anymore, there were things where she had to deal with. Moreover, she wanted to know who else survived. She missed them a lot. Qin Mo brought her into the valley. They passed through the spirit barrier. Before them there was a different vision. There was not a soul in sight seeing high up from the sky, but once they went in, they saw a few courtyards and a tombstone. Those in the valley felt their presence once they stepped into the spirit barrier. At first they thought it was Qin Mo's family members and came out to see who it was. Everybody was happy to see Qin Mo. Before they even greeted him, they saw Shiman Feng, who stood aside him. They were all stunned. Fenger. Something in the hand of a thick-clothed man dropped to the ground. Uncle Qi. Shiman Feng recognized that man almost immediately. It was a distant relative, Uncle Shiman Qi. Shiman Qi ran over, held Shiman Feng's shoulders. Fenger, I thought you were. How did you survive? Uncle Qi, I. Shiman Feng was too emotional and couldn't say a word. It's Master. Master Feng is back. Master Feng, you're still alive. Others gathered around him, with him in the middle. Everyone was too emotional, some even teared. Aunt E, ninth uncle, you all are still alive. Shiman Feng was happy seeing them and his hands were held by them. You know, after what happened, regardless how the people in Kong Valley treated him, he never let anyone come near him. His temper became cold, unlike now, he showed his emotion. In front of them, he seemed to be the guy he used to be. At this time, a girl came running from the yard. Seeing Shiman Feng, she stood there blankly. Second brother. Once she talked, her tears rolled down. Her voice was soft, but it stunned Sima Yu and Shiman Feng, as they looked at her in disbelief. Lear. Shiman Feng's eyes turned red in a split second seeing her and became more emotional than he was. Standing behind, Sima Yu immediately teared, murmuring her name. Lear. Second brother. Shiman Li ran into Shiman Feng's embrace right after running out from the doorway of the yard, bawling, Second brother, I thought I'll never ever see you in this lifetime again. I thought you abandoned me and left. Sob, second brother. Lear, weren't you there that day? How did you escape from all these? Shiman Feng hugged her tightly, reluctant to let go. When it happened, I was put in the secret chamber by 10th Elder. Shiman Li cried, my body was sealed by Big Elder, I couldn't get out, I could only hear the screams outside, I was scared, but I couldn't go out, I couldn't save them, second brother. Second brother. I was so scared, I missed you all. Don't be scared, second brother is back, second brother will protect you. Shiman Feng patted her back. Little Seven was infected by all the crying scenes, and felt like crying too. She pulled Sima Yu's hand, then she saw her gaze landed on Shiman Li with tears flowing endlessly. Yu, who is this Lear? She asked. She's our youngest sister. When it happened, she was only 15 years old. Sima Yu's voice was choked with sobs. Second brother, dad and mom are gone, so is our eldest sister. Shiman Li cried, eldest sister's body, when we retrieved it. It was already incomplete. If it's not for the telepathy between dad, mom and me, I wouldn't even have recognized them. They were all charred. Lear, wait, eldest sister is still alive. Shiman Feng pacified. Eldest sister is still alive? Shiman Li moved out of his arms and looked at him in surprise. Eldest miss is still alive, is it true? Eldest miss's corpse was brought back, how is she alive? Where's eldest miss? Why didn't she come here with you? Everyone started asking questions when they heard that she was still alive. Elder sister felt that she let down everyone and blamed herself. So because eldest miss felt bad, so she doesn't want to see us? Fenger, is it true that you felt bad, so she don't want to see us? Shiman Qi said. Shiman Feng fell silent. He was trying to think of a way to explain Yu's stuff, but everyone took his silence as acknowledgement. Master, it wasn't eldest miss's fault for what happened, how can she blame herself? That's right. It was premeditated by the Zhongzhen clan, eldest miss was also kept in the dark, why would we blame her? Shiman Feng wanted to explain to everyone but he changed his mind and asked, you guys really don't mind? Shiman Qi sighed, we have never ever blamed eldest Mississippi. Nobody thought this thing would happen. She always treated us nicely, why would we blame her? That's right, we want to see eldest Mississippi. Shiman Feng looked through the crowd toward Sima Yu's direction, who was already in tears. Shiman Li frowned, brother, I can feel it, that body was eldest sister's, how? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comments. Because the one alive is not the body, it's her soul. Shiman Feng's words shocked everyone. Soul? Master, what do you mean? Someone asked. Yeah, Feng, you confused everyone, since the body is already dead, how can the soul be alive? Master, you are not being fooled, are you? Master is still so naive, he believes everything he hears. PFFF. Little Seven heard what they said and laughed. She had been with Shiman Feng for a while, why didn't she realize that he was naive? It's true. Shiman Feng interrupted, she is eldest sister. Second brother, you knew my telepathy capability, eldest sister is really dead. Shiman Li said. Shiman Feng shook his head, if you guys see her, you will believe what I said. Then where is she? Wait till they saw her, they would expose her true identity. How dare she deceive their young master, just because he was pure and trusts people easily. There she is. Shiman Feng looked toward Sima Yu, she covered her mouth while crying. She came? Everyone turned and looked behind, definitely not Qin Mo, they also saw that old man before, it wasn't her. The ones left were Sima Yu, Wu Lingyu and Little Seven. Wu Lingyu and Little Seven looked at them strangely, it wasn't them, so that only left Sima Yu whose tears burst forth like water from a dam. Everyone looked at their facial expressions and knew who Shimin Feng was talking about. Your eldest miss? Such a young person? Everyone didn't believe it. Eldest sister, nobody blamed you, why don't you come over and meet everyone? Shimin Feng looked at her. She walked over blankly, everyone surrounded her. Lear. She looked at Shimin Li and cried, Lear has already grown up. Shimin Li looked at Sima Yu, her tone indeed sounded like eldest sister, but she looked about the same age as her, how could this be eldest sister? Master, you said that she is eldest miss? A young man? Uncle Chi. Sima Yu looked at Shimin Chi, it's me, I'm back. I came back for redemption. Eldest sister was indeed dead that time, but her soul reborn to this body on the lower continent, so she really is eldest sister. Shimin Feng explained. Reincarnation? Master, this kind of thing, how can you believe? Fenger, I have only heard of reincarnation but have never seen it before, nobody has come across it in 10 of thousands of years. She asked you to believe and you believed just like that? Sima Yu took out a crystal ball, handed it to Shimin Li and said, last time I promised you, I will find all the rainbow crystal balls for you. I already found 3, this is the 4th one. Master, you see, he definitely knew about the Shimin clan and tried to impersonate her. Someone said, everyone in Shimin clan knew about eldest miss finding crystal balls for 9th eldest miss, this is not a secret. It's normal if outsiders knew. But do you know how many? Eldest miss only found 2 for 9th eldest miss, if she is eldest miss, how can she not know? That year, everybody knew Shimin Yu found 2 crystal balls for Shimin Li. Only Shimin Li stared blankly at the crystal ball in her hands, the tears she held back fell uncontrollably. She left the arms of Shimin Feng, pounced and hugged her, eldest sister, it's really you really came back. Lear miss you so much. Sima Yu hugged Shimin Li, her tears flowed ferociously. 9th eldest miss, what is? Lear, she said that this is the 4th crystal ball. Shimin Li hugged Sima Yu tightly, you all didn't know, that night when the mishap happened, eldest sister came into my room and gave me another crystal ball, saying that it's a gift from a guest. When she saw it, she gave it to me. Not long after she left, then it happened. Nobody knew about the 3rd crystal ball, not even second brother. Shimin Feng didn't even know about this, it was even more impossible for him to tell Sima Yu. So, the only possibility was that Yu came back. This. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, not sure whether to believe her or not. Sima Yu didn't explain to them any further, she knew, this girl here would be more convincing than her. Little Roar, stop screaming in there, I know you miss them, come out. She summoned Little Roar from the spirit pagoda, once he was out, everyone was already half convinced. Wow, it really is Lear. Lear has grown so much. Little Roar wanted to jump into Shimin Li's arms and rubbed against her big boobs, but was thrown away by Sima Yu and landed in Shimin Chi's arms. Wow, Uncle Chi, your chest muscles are strong, your body refinement technique must be stronger now. Even Little Roar's diaphragm is in pain from you stopping the fall. Shimin Chi stood blankly. During that time, Little Roar disliked him because of this, everyone in Shimin knew and it became everyone's laughing stock. Seeing its same action and saying the same thing again, they believed it and Sima Yu's identity. But, this was too weird. It really is Little Roar. Little Roar and Eldest Miss are spiritual contracts, so she really is Eldest Miss? God. This is unbelievable. Reincarnation, I didn't expect it to be real. Yu, child, it has been hard on you. Shimin Li leaned and cried on Sima Yu's shoulder, tears soon wetted her clothes. Eldest sister, you are back, awesome. Sima Yu patted Shimin Li's back, just like long time ago. Fenger, how did you find Yuer? Shimin Chi asked as he held Little Roar. Shimin Feng shook his head, I didn't find her, she found me. What happened exactly? Didn't you say she was reborn in the lower realm? Yeah, but I met my eldest sister in the outer regions. Shimin Feng said. Eldest Miss came up from the lower continents, the journey must have been tough. Eldest Miss must have suffered a lot. Definitely, the journey from the lower must be very dangerous and hard. Master, do you know anything about it? Regarding eldest sister's matters, it's better if she tells you herself. Shimin Feng laughed, since eldest sister is back, there's plenty of time to spend with everyone. Sima Yu felt her heart warm. After all, it was her clan, she was so touched by their concern. Qin Mo walked over and said, since everybody acknowledges each other, let's go inside and talk. Yes, why are we standing here? Let's go inside the house to chat. Shimin Chi wiped the wet corners of his eyes and brought Sima Yu into the courtyard at the side. Sima Yu pulled Shimin Li and everybody in, she had a lot of questions for them too. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comment.